But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so. That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. What White History Month is?
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
Poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles and what you do versus what for that person? Hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no man.
Do women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
Then that's your opinion. We'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of dicks.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that can only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want, but I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's, compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely. We all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come
How
on.
did I
You just gonna act like
So you got a
No,
degree.
you have to explain.
Wait. So
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCU?
You went to a HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7-1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She'll smile at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Well, hold on. Let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast. We're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas. We're not going to
Let him finish.
Let me finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, and we having our picnic. Spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, D, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location, she must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. You got sweatshirts. You got jackets. You even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Say alert. And remember, choose your own path.
When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Okay. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Yo, what up, bro? We live? Yeah. I can't hear you.
When I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, six pack wood when I'm traveling, when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling, six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
We got 119 people in here. We only got 65 likes. Hey man, I can't murder man dance y'all niggas over here, but y'all know the deal, man. What we got going on, bro? Come on now. If you lie, you steal, you kill. Okay, y'all stealing the likes. They free. All right, hit it for me. Aaron, what's going on with you, brother?
Yeah, the like button is the only thing that'll let you hit for free, gents. Capitalize. Ladies, follow suit. Doing well, Mr. Fantastic. How about yourself?
Hey man, I can't complain, man. So I used to be excited about days like this, but now every day is days like this to me. It's President's Day, man. It's a federal holiday. You know, it'd be a good old 96. You know what I'm saying?
96. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A 96.
What's a 96?
Yeah.
96 hour, 4 days off, 96 hour liberty.
96-hour liberties would come to the tune of about once a month. Occasionally, you'd get a 120, which is 5 days. What was it? 4th of July, Christmas was a 120.
Y'all was doing some special shit in the Marines. I ain't never got no 120 there.
You never got a 120? I think it was only 2 in a year.
No. We never got a 120, bro. Never.
Yeah, we got 2 120s.
Yeah, they told us they can only authorize 96s or whatever, you know what I mean, or whatever. And that would usually come, like you said, somewhere around the late holiday or maybe 4th of July. That was pretty much it. Those were like the guaranteed ones. All the rest of them, you was gonna get like a 72.
Oh, we got 96s. Memorial Day, Labor Day, all the federal holidays was 96s.
Yeah, man.
Y'all can hear me good?
Yeah, out there.
Yeah, how's my mic?
Yeah, good.
Good. All right.
2 people call out this morning. Had to go out there and make it happen, feel me? But we here.
Oh, you was moving pianos, couches, and boxes, huh?
Yo, bro, you should have saw me looking crazy because my arm only go but so far, but we got it done, man.
Yeah.
It was internal, so we didn't even need a truck. So those are a little bit quicker, you know what I'm saying? Expeditious.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit this like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. Damn, come on, boy. The most. What's popping, man? Salute. I'm happy to see y'all, brothers. I had a good weekend and all that. Feel me? What about y'all? What y'all do this weekend? Man?
Nah, same old same for me, man. Gym, hooping. My damn son got this damn little virus that's going around, so trying to keep him together. Other than that, none out of the ordinary.
Shit like that.
What's up, Aaron? You drive the car?
Well, the missus and I, we do this Valentine's Day bullshit. We're heathens. But yeah, I took her. We went to this a drive-in movie theater, the oldest operating drive-in movie theater in America, the second oldest that ever was built.
Mm-hmm.
It's about an hour up the road. I mean, they open. Rain, snow, don't matter. We sat in the car and watched The Notebook and The Companion in the fucking rain with the windshield wipers moving. I believe the appropriate term is romantic.
I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, I'm late as hell. Tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Young Money was popping. Leon the Don in the building. Mel, you already know. Rainbow Kid, I like it. Call me Queen T. Salute. Bartholomew Israel was popping. Good to see you. Queen J in the building. Hit the like button, man. Salute to Soulzon, of course. Bub in the building, direction CYOP.com. Get the latest merch. Art 2 Facts. What's popping, kid? Impress putting in work as always. James was goody. DC was shaking. Hope all is well. Everything's good, man. Let me see. I got a little cold too. Be nice. What's popping? Black America was goody, man. I see you in a minute. Hope all is well, man. Homeboy, Shalom. Franks, what up? Let me see, man. Miss Jilly, make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Ashe in the building. AC was goody. You've been missing a couple of days, man. Salute. Strada was popping. Yeah, I had the music up too loud. That was my fault. TC was good. I gotta get one of these niggas access so they can do that shit.
Let me see. Quincy was popping. Vet, what up? Rel was popping. Good to see you. Melly Mel was good. Hope all is well. Eric in the building. I like it. Sway in the building. Sherelle in the building. Yeah, man. Jeremiah in the building. What's up, man? We feeling good, man. Aaron in the building. Salute. Shalom, shalom. Lee was popping. Lee, what you on, Lee? OTC was popping. Leslie once again. Who that? Sporties was goody. Mufasa was shaking. Tiff, what up? Robert Smith in the building. I see you. Like, share, subscribe. Davey in the building. Let me see. Oh, Nikasu was goody. All right, we good up. CJ was popping. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. Damn, man. So I was thinking, you know what I'm saying, about this. The YNs. What is that acronym specifically?
I would assume young Negroes.
Yes, niggas, young niggas.
Yeah,
niggas.
Okay,
niggas indeed.
Bash, what up? So that's the new term. I've been seeing YN this, YN that. Who qualifies first and foremost as a young nigga?
All right, so I think young niggas is 18 to 25. Big bro is 26 through 30 something. And then like we qualify as unks. I think unks start at like 38 or 40, one of the two. Definitely 39.
Nah.
I didn't make rules.
38, 39, and 40 is not the same.
Yes, it is. It is, brother. You there, man. You just knocking.
Nah, hold on.
Knocking, brother.
First and foremost, you 41, so stop saying you 40.
Hey, but I don't look it though. You feel me?
Okay.
A lot of niggas in their 30s can't do this. You feel me? That hat's not optional. You feel me? So I'm just saying.
Damn.
A lot of niggas in their 30s, you know.
All right, we need to mind it out. Zagu, Prime, Daily, Motivating Wisdom, was Vision. My bad. What's popping? We need a terminology board, man. What is a YN first and foremost?
Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna pull it up for you, man. The official Twitter has you know.
James, you want the James and Windmill in the chat? James, you want the link, James? James, let me know if you want the link, man, to represent the young niggas. Y'all think we're gonna do y'all a disservice? Let me know if you want the link, James. All that damn windmill you doing? You gonna throw your shoulder out? James gonna be like me. So
that's what I was thinking when you said it.
Aaron, we ain't even say nothing yet. We just trying to say what's a young nigga. He's saying why old niggas talking about young niggas. Relax. All we trying to do is figure it out. Look. Nah, don't cop a plea now. Don't cop no plea now, big boy. You know what I mean? Oh man, James ain't shit, man. Jay Ali, what's up? You got a definition or something, Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, I told you. Hold on, I told you. I gave you the breakdown. The almost old fella. See, look at you. You done forgot. I just told you what it was. I broke it down for you, brother. But let me pull it up. You know, old niggas got to see it. Put your reading glasses on, so because you ain't gonna believe me if I just tell you. Hold on.
Yeah, I thought you had something. Oh man. All right. So okay. Young YNs are from 18 to 25.
Yeah, YNs 18 25, man. I'm finding it. They came out with an official list and everything, man.
You can't find it though, huh?
The nigga council. I gotta scroll down. I got these bookmarks, man. You know, Twitter. So I gotta be careful. I gotta be extra careful.
All right, so we got young niggas 18 to 25. Big bro must be 25 to 33.
Yeah, something like that.
And then Unk can't be 34 to 40.
No. I'll tell you, no. I said 38. Unk is like 38, 39.
So what's the gap? There gotta be a gap, or is it just
No
big
gap.
bro?
Ain't no gaps. It's consecutive. So like I said, from 20, 25, then 26 to whatever, and then you know what I'm saying, from 38 or whatever to whatever. So it's no gaps.
Let's do 10-year. Let's do 10-year spans. 18 to 28 is wide. 28 to 38 is big bro. 38 north of 38, you on unk territory.
And then old head is anything over 50.
Yeah, when you cross over 50,
Here you go. I got it.
You change the fucking
Keisha, what up? I'm 100. What up? Thanos was right. What up? Good to see y'all, man. As you can see, man, we lighthearted today, man. Hopefully the young boys don't windmill too much, and it can stay that way, or it could get dark.
Yeah, because otherwise, you definitely gonna get whooped. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, young fella.
You know what I'm saying?
There we go. Hold on, give me a second. This shit was low. Here we go. Got you. All right, there
28.
you go.
I ain't gonna hold. I'm saying 28 feel old for a young nigga, kind of.
Share the screen.
Uh-huh.
Can they see? I can see, but I don't know. Let me make it a little larger.
I can see it. So 18
it's
to
small
20. That's what she said. 18 to 20. No, 13 to 24 is young niggas.
Yep.
25 to 35 is big bro. 36 to 48 is unk. 49 to 60 plus is old head pop school. So OG not in here.
Well, OG would go with old head and all that other shit.
If you
but
tell
I don't think
somebody
young niggas don't say OG no more, for real. Like Gen Z don't say OG no more. That ended with like, I guess, millennials.
Okay. So old head is OG.
Yeah, old head, pops, old school. Yeah.
Tezzy, what up? Okay. Okay. So, you think? All right.
36 is definitely too young for unk though. I'm with you on that one. I didn't know it was 36. Unk at 36. Come on now. 38 plus, I'll give you unk territory.
That's what I'm saying. 36 sound crazy, kind of. So, all right. So when we're specifically conversing in this conversation, we're talking about 13 to 24.
Well, of course, not 13. But we're talking, I would say anything from 18 to 24 years old. And like I said, we were just, I would say, you usually consider somebody young up until 25, right? Because that's like college age. You should be out of college by most things by 25. So we just adjusted it, and of course, talking about adults, only accounting for adults or whatever. You say 18 to 25, and yeah, that's the group we're talking about.
Okay, all right. So, damn. All right. So what's the scoop, man? When I'm outside DJing and shit like that, right?
Shit like that.
When I go, if I'm at the Young Club, let's say it's camp. I don't know if you ever heard of camp or address, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the younger people go there. I mean, everybody goes, right? Because those are the biggest clubs, and they have the sections and all that. But depending on the days, it's a fairly young crowd. The music itself doesn't even allow for the vibration. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm playing, like I'm in Texas, right? So I'll play like a little bit of reggae, maybe some Afrobeat, things that got a little bit more rhythm to them, There's a few songs that come out every so often that got, 92, 95 BPM. So it's kind of like the Rock the Mic song that's always playing, right? You could dance a little bit more, but generally speaking, the 80 BPM, the 70, and then the 136s is what you get, right? So that's the trap, that's the drill-esque music. And it don't even allow for a lot of back and forth with the women, kind of, right? There's a few songs that come out every so often, but I don't see a whole bunch of interaction. Generally, if they didn't come with them chicks, they don't interact with them chicks. Or I see people just in sections. And so the clubs found out they make more money with hookah tables, selling food till 1 a.m. And bottle service. So the dance floor is condensed a bit, right? Because they say, well, nobody ain't dancing anyway. So I'm not seeing them interacting in large amounts, which leads me to believe that although I know they have social media, they losing. Now we used to get killed too, face to face, right? Niggas be getting curved left and right, whatever the case is. But they not even doing the thing.
And this is your professional what's name from a DJ's perspective.
Indeed, I'm giving a high level, superficial, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of what I'm looking, because literally fantastic, I'm saying, what do I play based on who's here? You know, and so I'll try 3 or 4 songs that I'll try to feel where the crowd is, and then I'll go there. And generally speaking, it's the hardest shit. Pause. That's the shit they party the most to, and they usually looking in their phone while they partying. Like, man, Unfiltered was popping. So this is what I'm seeing from a professional DJ perspective. So, am I wrong? They don't talk to women.
Well, no, in the club setting, no, of course you can't say you're wrong. You're seeing it, and like I said, you're a subject matter expert on the situation. So no, I wouldn't say that you're wrong. But what I would say is this though: then this is why I say we have to properly assess the generational aspect and the time frame, right, in the group, right, so the age group. So I remember when, like, I guess, like, you know, the separation of the men and women in the club started happening. That would have been like, I say mid 2010s. Up until then, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you put on whatever, and you know that last, what is it, like last 45 minutes before the club shut down or whatever, the R&B started playing, and you know, bitches is slowing it down, and you bending it over, doing all that shit, la la la. It came a point in time, bro, when that R&B came on, hey, bitches started leaving the club. You feel me? They weren't even trying to, you know what I'm saying, see what nigga was doing. And again, man, I don't think men learn and adapt very quickly. All right, men learn and adapt very quickly. So that's why a big part of the reason the club died is because, along with the whole section shit, where hell you can't even, you know, if you looked at a lame ass nigga if you ain't got no section nowadays, you know what I'm saying? Oh, broke ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? The club is based on sections and shit now, and bottles, and how many bottles you can overpay for about 500%. You feel me? Versus you coming there and just having a good time. So, you know, I think that culture of it, the whole change and shift in club culture, had a big part to do with it as to why, because it's like, you know.
So the shift is what though exactly? Like, what is it? It's a chicken and the egg conversation, right? But like, how did that happen?
Well, I think the shrimp fried flu season helped. At least that's what I saw. That's when I stopped bouncing. And the last establishment that I bounced at was like a typical, you know, brewery turned bar afterwards. You know, had some live performances. You know what I mean? Like college students from St. Joe. You know what I mean? PWI type. You know what I mean? But after that shut everything down. Right. And still being in the scene, I can see how flu season completely put a reset on everything. But now with the bottles and all that, that started back when I was like deep in the club game. Like back when the club that I owned was primarily focused on bottle service. Now it's a very small thing. Bottle service wasn't like it is now, right? Most folks went to the club and did not get sections, right? But I could see, and we're looking at 2008 to 2012, I can see how that trend started to ramp up. Like it was getting steadily, hell, it gave me a niche for me to open a spot. It was bottle service only, but it was for like athletes and like celebrities. You know what I mean? It was a real small, it only held 120 people. You know what I mean? But the bigger clubs were starting to go that way.
Okay, so you think the clubs did it? You think the clubs shifted first? Or did the people shift?
People, definitely.
Yeah, the people.
Yeah. But then, like Aaron said, the lockdown to where you were able now to condense it, right?
Yeah.
That made it cool for to say, hey, I can't have this many people in here. And since I can't have this many people in here, I can raise the price to entry I can make it mostly focused on, sections and all these different things. Yeah, I can, you know what I'm saying? I can maximize my money while shrinking, you know what I'm saying, the actual capacity. You feel me?
So do you think that the young boys, you think that they shifted, or do you think that the world shifted?
No, the world definitely shifted. Now we're talking outside the club aspect now. Yeah, the whole gender war dynamic and the separation again. The Mike Pence rule was a thing in before 2020. Remember the Mike Pence rule and what's buddy's name? Matrix Keanu Reeves, right? These things to where a man was like, hey man, listen, these women are out here in the age of Me Too, as to where they'll try and make something seem like it's something that it's not. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to and when did you get out again, Aaron? And you've been out for a minute. When'd you get out?
05.
05. Yeah. Okay. So even in the military, you started shifting and seeing that as to where, listen, I'm not having no motherfucking one-on-one counseling session or conversation with a female sailor. No, ma'am. No, sir. Because what's she gonna do? Oh, he this, he that. He made me uncomfortable. All this other shit. So even in that, I personally seen that shit and witnessing it. Plenty of other people who was in the military anytime from, I'll say, especially around that 2010 and on. Yeah. Listen, I need a female person.
You need another personality in there, yeah.
I need because no. But and I think that I know for a fact that played a big part in it too. The conversation about harassment versus flirting. Men got hip, man, and they adjusted.
What year is that?
Shit. I say about around that same time, huh? Wouldn't it Me Too?
Yeah.
Shit hit a year after Me Too came into play. I would say then around that time.
Okay. So do you think it's and I'm not even going to call it fear factor, right? Because they say they are fearful, but I think it's based on what you're saying, the world shifting, right? Which what happened is, you heard of Capital One, the Quicksilver card, right?
Yeah.
So I used to work in corporate at Capital One, and essentially, it's big. All the headquarters in McLean, the 2 floors that the Quicksilver card lived on, that department went virtual forever. So 2 floors built out for him. Every floor is custom. They went virtual forever. Like Quicksilver, you used to see Samuel Jackson in there, not anymore, because there is no Quicksilver department. It's all virtual, and people adjusted, right? So why not date differently too, right? Especially since you had to. And if you go to blue states, right, just for sake of argument, blue states were closed for a lot longer too.
Yeah.
And so what were people doing? People were still getting together. What they call them, COVID babies. Shit, how many COVID babies I got? Right, just thinking about it. And so you had to shift and do it differently. And so the clubs had tables because people had to be separated as well. So if you didn't come together in groups of 4, then you couldn't be there. And then you couple that with Me Too, Matt Lauer with a button on his, remember, like all types of shit. So now they assessing the shit. Not even they fearful. They looking at their options and they looking at the potential risks. Right?
Yeah.
And it's an opportunity. It's a photo op. It's an opportunity because, look, the dating scene all but moved to the metaverse, right? Like, we don't even ask for numbers anymore. Let me get your IG. It's all about the DM. Nobody's making phone calls anymore. But in order to bolster your image, you got to have photo ops. So what do? You go to the club, get a section, take pictures of yourself in sections where, selfies where you lit, essentially. And now that builds your presence, which only adds to it all, right? Everything you're saying combined with that is what I'm saying. But it's just about building a presence somewhere else.
Yeah, but I ain't even, so I was, you're right. I was deliberately staying away from it. The phone and all that, because I'm looking at the environment, right? As opposed to saying they scared and they don't want to talk to what I'm trying to look at the environment. See, so if you got Me Too happening along with COVID, right?
That impacts the environment. Yeah,
the environment, the landscape changes for Sun. So now when we used to go out there with the chopper and just say, talk to her, talk to her, talk to her, people will put you on World Star for the wrong reasons, right? They'll act like you doing something to them. And then you couple that with C19. What's my next step? Because I still like women, right? I still want women, but it behooves me to do it in a way in which I don't put myself at risk, both getting sick and getting me too.
Right.
When you really, you know what I mean? As opposed to us just saying, y'all niggas pussy.
Exactly.
Right?
No,
if we had that argument, what, 8 months ago?
Yeah. Y'all swore, I kept trying to tell you, I swore the little niggas were scared. I'm like, bro, they not scared. It's just like, bro, you adjust. That's what men have done throughout time, Hamp. And like I said, listen, I think, and we are the first generation to get away from that. No, nigga, do it like I did it, or it don't count. You got to walk 50 miles in the snow one way to get a snow cone. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, nigga, you're pussy.
Uphill both ways.
Yeah, you're pussy if you don't do it this way. And we like, well, all right, man.
OTC, be careful, right? I'll allow y'all to talk in the chat, but don't call nobody a liar. That's where you get yourself in trouble. I told y'all that a million times. Don't put narratives out there. Be careful with that. We'll drop the link for you so you can say what you want, but be careful painting a narrative. That's when you start to run into issues. Go ahead. My bad, Miss Fantastic.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was muted. So that's what I'm telling you, man. You know, what the fuck I'm a go buy a horse for when they're making cars. And that's a lot of, I see what's going on. You want to discredit or take away the thing of when, listen, bro, this is the new way of doing things. If you don't want to do it that way, cool, fine, right? But also along with that, we're helping this propaganda to where they're trying to make men seem weak, right? This is purposeful to make it seem like women are justified in all these feminist movements and all these things about men not being adequate and not having masculinity by saying, oh, they're scared to approaches. They're scared to approaches. Well, Shawty, how many of y'all on OnlyFans? How many of y'all are doing how much do y'all live on social media? Hell, like you said, now, hell, your followers, bro, is clout. Your followers is Riz. You feel me? Yeah. So if this is a value system you guys have, okay, men have always done whatever it takes you to get to the pussy, men are gonna do it. So you know what I mean?
Okay, but what reconcile that with the OnlyFans thing?
What do you mean?
They're not really on OnlyFans though. You know that.
Who?
Women. It's like less than 1% of women on OnlyFans.
No, well,
as patrons or as
no, no way. Women make up the majority of OnlyFans content creators.
No, so, I understand, but it's a
population of the population. Yes. But the problem here is you got official OnlyFans hoes, and then you got unofficial OnlyFans hoes. You got hoes that need to have a OnlyFans, they just don't got one because they doing all the same shit.
That's not the same.
Everybody's you're operating the same way. This is the thing that women are mad at men about. So look, baby, even if you ain't got no OnlyFans, if all your motherfucking pictures is you looking over your shoulder, ass first, what's that telling me? Women are complaining about men. Oh, y'all don't want no relationship. Y'all just want pussy. What is you selling, baby? What is you showing me? Hemp, did you see the short I just did, Hemp?
No.
Hemp is wild, bro. And I don't want to show it because they kept it yellow, Hemp. So I don't want to show it. Huh? Yeah, the sit up. Yeah, the pussy ups. The puss ups. Aaron, she was lifting her whole upper body with pussy, brother. Like you see the sprains in it. You can see the veins in the lips, brother. It's wild. Nothing is non-sexual. Hemp, they twerking.
Okay, so you're saying it's to say what, bro?
They twerking in church, Hemp.
They twerking in church?
They twerking for the Lord.
They can't be twerking in church, bro.
They twerking for the Lord.
Nah, you gotta show me a video. They ain't twerking in church, bro.
Chat, am I lying?
Put a 1 in the chat if they twerking in church.
Am I lying? Yeah, tell them. See, I
Put
know
a 1 in the chat if they twerking in church, bro.
See, the Israelites, y'all don't know nothing about the church, y'all, which rightfully so. So y'all don't pay attention to it. Y'all know it's full of shit. Y'all don't even know no more what be going on in there, man. For the
They
Lord.
twerking in church.
AP said, "Drop it low, Jesus." Y'all gotta chill. Everybody put 1.
Yes.
They twerking. Look at all the ones. Oh,
Nah, look at Keisha. Look at Keisha. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, come on.
Hemp, everything,
They don't-
hemp, everything, and the men are getting blamed. Hemp, they blaming the young fellas
Yo.
at your highest level of testosterone, and you know, hey,
Yo, every single person in the chat put 1.
I ain't never lied. I ain't never lied.
Yo, y'all gotta chill, bro.
see, look, there you go.
Make a joyful noise unto the Lord.
Yo,
Joyful
y'all gotta
noise.
stop, yo, stop. yo, come on, man. Come on, y'all. Dan Lee with the 10,000. What up, fellas? What's popping? John Henry with the 10,000. From 1980s up to 2001, you were guaranteed 2 slow sets, no more than 5 songs at the club. Shit. Which is where you grab the girl you fat dance with and holler. Players in the game changed. Yeah, man, that was a little. I was in high school in 2002. Aaron with the 2000s, talking to women now isn't like chess, it's like shogi. Look at shogi.
What shogi?
Yeah, that's it's a Chinese. It's like Chinese checkers or some
Oh,
shit.
I've seen that shit before. That's the shit that when you remember we used to get those packs where it had checkers, chess, that backgammon, and some shogi.
Well,
The one that
like it's more like mahjong or something, but it's like Chinese chess rather, not checkers. I mean, it's like the Chinese version of chess rather. I'm sorry.
Aaron with the 2000s, look what they did to the scrubs.
Hey, shout out to Aaron, bro. Yeah, bro.
Naked, what's popping with the 2000s? The Baptist church been like it's been lit since the 70s. I don't know, bro. Aaron with the 2000s, Lil Wayne and Live on Sundays. So, what's that? That picture that you sent to the group chat? It said young boys from.
Oh yeah.
Yo, from 18 to 25 have
Honorable.
never spoken to a woman in person. Did it say?
Yeah.
How it? Hold on. Let me
That doesn't sound.
Got it.
What? How's that?
Call I got it. I'll bring up the one. What's up?
And where did that stat come from? Where did that survey come from?
I got you. It actually happened way back in like 2023. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. I gotta find it.
Way back.
Way back. Yeah.
Is it this one? Oh, it just came back up.
This is starting to sound.
All right. So this now, let's mine this out. This.
Yeah.
It says a study published on date psychology reports that almost 50% of young men between the ages of 18 and 25 said they have never approached women for dates in person. Now that's key, right? In person. In the entire data set, 29% of men said they never approached a woman in person before. 27% said it had been more than 1 year. This was larger for men in the ages of 18 to 25 group. 45% had never approached a woman in person, according to the study. So this sounds like they selected men and then presented the questionnaire essentially, right?
Yeah.
And use a data set. I would assume they pluck from different places to get a microcosm of what is to be. And then the 18 to 25 never approached in person. Now, I think they keep saying in person to be clear, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You want to read it down, or you want me to read it down?
I got you. Almost half of young men have never approached a woman romantically. Study says, young people are more lonely, unhappy, and have less partners than their parents, and it may be because young men simply aren't trying, according to new research. This right here is date psychology. I can pull this up. This is just a synopsis. Almost 50% of young men between the ages of 18 and 25 said they never approached a woman in dates in person. In the entire data set, 29% of men said they approached a woman. Oh, it's the same shit you said. So okay, hold on. Let me bring up, see if I can bring
Might
up.
be looking at the same one. Date psychology. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So this is the actual. Can y'all see this? Can you see? No, this is a different.
No, you gotta share your new. It had a new window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was basically what I was reading. I was just reading the excerpt.
Yeah, that was they pretty much stole that from that.
Yeah, I wonder how big the sample size is. But you know, like I say, man, when we watch when we look at what's that shit? What's the thing I always bring up? Oh, Family Feud, right?
Uh-huh.
It'd be 100 motherfuckers, and then they be damn near on point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So let's look at it. Bring it up. You got it up?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, cool. Risk aversion in dating. Let's jump down here. Psychologist Andrew Thomas recently ran a poll and asked, have you ever felt a profound and enduring state of unhappiness, uneasiness, and discontent about singlehood? The phrasing of the question was intended to mirror that of clinical dysphoria. 55.1% of men and 44.9% of women responded yes. Thomas has written about the emerging concept of dysphoric singlehood and the manifestations in modern society. The results of this poll further indicate that feeling of dysphoric singlehood are a common experience. A large number of people, in particular young adults, have been single, lonely, and unhappy. Let me see where I get to this one. Loneliness crisis. Let me try to find this. And they're saying this stuff from 2022. CDC 2021. Additionally, teen sex for boys and girls decreased. In fact, most risk behaviors decreased, consistent with the research of Twins et al. The younger generations are becoming more risk averse. This is also seen in the HBSC report. Teens are smoking less, using drugs less, drinking less, and getting in fewer physical fights. Despite this, mental health outcomes became worse for both boys and girls. Damn. Ball et al. At 2023. Similarly found a long-term decline in risk behavior in teens from 1990 to 2019. Teens were using less alcohol, engaging less juvenile delinquency, and having less sex. Young men and women also now attend fewer in-person gatherings, house parties. Additionally, young adults have fewer friends and smaller friend groups than the past. Okay, so let's see. This was all y'all that was out here being fast-ass little boys and girls from 15-year-olds having sex. It went from, it was this per what percentage? Okay, so 27% in 1990, went up to 39 in 1994. Had a why did it drop down some and all the way down to 2006? Had another rise in 2010. Then a steep decline in 2014. This also coincides with what we be saying around that 2015 aspect, right? So that remember that we said this. It was just, and I haven't read this. This is my first time seeing this.
Yeah.
And then 2014, it's been just crazy, a drop off. And more likely what you see is, even though kids and adults are a little different, human beings have similar behaviors. So that drop off is a big indicator of what we also were seeing in the adult world, where the divide started happening for some reason.
And that's what it says here, right?
Yeah, like it says right here, you had the steepest decline. The decline started from 2010 to 2027, and then the steeper decline in 2018, right before COVID, right? So from 2014 to 2018 was a time to where you had a decent amount of drop off. Even in this, like I said, these are kids, right? These are teenagers. Let's see. Let's get to this. Okay, past research has also linked lower teen and adult sex risk averse behavior. See the second session. Are 27% of young men really virgins? Sex can be risky business. Early relationships and love can be risky in their own way too. Approaching someone to date may seem like it's the riskiest things you can do. Indeed, for some, discourse around asking a woman for a date has become practically hysterical. Yet, you also won't meet anyone if you don't approach. Much has been said about the rise of incels, voluntary singles, and the decline in young adult sexual behavior. Could one contributing factor be a generational shift towards risk aversion and a decline in personal approaches. I collected convenient sample from social media. N equals 368, and I'm 300. So this 368 people. Is this by 1,000 or just 368 in general? Because I think it was like, I don't know. To test
I
a
think
few.
they just did it, so I think it's probably 400 people or so.
Yeah, to test a few of these questions. Below are the results. Okay, all men, number of approaches by time. 0 last week. Okay, so last week is in the blue line. All right. 0 is the most with like damn. I say damn near 80%, 90%. You got 1 would be somewhere between, like, say what, like 5, 2, and it declines in very, very few, right? Last month, the same thing, 0, last 6 months, last year. So basically what it's telling you is the majority of the men ended up here with
And
not
that's,
saying anything.
and that's everybody.
Yeah, all men, number of approaches by time. Not that goes 18 to 25, right here, what we're talking about. The same thing. The amount of time you see is exponentially more here. The majority of people are here at 0. 26 by 40. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why they're saying it's the same thing across the board. Most dudes ain't, and then you maybe got one to get 1s or 2s. You feel me?
So, all right. So, does that say 10 down below?
Yeah, 10. So this is that approach 10, at least 10 women.
Last week, last month, last year, whatever.
And you see, like, it's like 0 for, last week, right? But then I guess it, last year, well, over a year's time, you usually see men doing 10, right? Either 1 or 10 is like the two norms. So you go from 0, 1, 10. Everything else in between is like 2 is maybe, but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy.
Okay, and they just took this off of social media.
Yeah,
they just grabbed people. Okay.
Yeah. For example, 59% of men within the 18 to 25 age group, Zoomers, have not approached someone in the past year. 48% of men 26 to 40, millennials, have not. Millennials are approaching more consistent with the hypothesis of a generational shift in risk aversion. Zoomers being more risk averse. A substantial percentage of all men have not approached anyone within the past month. 81.81 Zoomers, 74.52% millennials.
Okay. So these are the women. In the last week, it's like nobody approaching the last week of this survey.
Yeah, exactly. So this is at 100% of women. So this is crazy because it's saying 100% of women, or I'm guessing it go to 100% or does it go to 80? Because it's going by 20. So 80.
That's everybody, right?
So that's literally everybody. But let's just stop it at 80 for the sake of following the graph, right? So none of them were approached within the last week, right? Or 25 and below. So the young women, right? And then last month is and it, of course it declines, right? But look at this year. This is scary. So you mean to tell me, and that's why I say him, it is some book wolves out here. Okay, you gotta stop acting like, it ain't some Manny Freshes and women that might be mistaken for men. That gotta be the majority of these. But the first one, I don't see, women just be capping, bro. There's no way. All of the women have nobody talked to you in a week.
They not capping, bro. What if nobody? Yo, I just wonder who the 400 they picked.
That's what I'm saying,
But I think it's an okay microcosm because look at the men's numbers. So they got to be approached by men.
I can agree with the men's number as a man, and like I said, all the stuff we accounted for, right? But the problem is, it's still not all of them. So somebody lying. You see what I'm saying? So if the men are saying it's high, but it's not matching the women, you know what I'm saying? The two got to match up some kind of way.
They're pretty close though. Like the weak one is the one that's probably the most out of bounds.
Yeah,
that one. But all right, so what I'm about to say.
And they young and this is 25 and below. I know young, even though young niggas shooting their shots in the DM. Come on, now.
But I think this is a microcosm of in person.
Hold on, my bad. Let me make it larger so people can see a little better. There we go. That should be better, right?
Yeah, I think this is a microcosm of in person, though.
Yeah. This is in person, yeah. But
that makes sense.
I can't buy that. Him. I can't,
Bro,
I
that makes sense.
I know what it say. I just can't buy that. Him. I can't buy that, bro.
Here's a
Zero. All of them.
Here's the thing, right? Now here's the thing. We can't give them both, right? So if we give empathy for the fact that the landscape has changed, right? They had COVID, so they were inside. So when they were hitting their peak, inside was 3 years of their life. And then you got Me Too movements and all that, right? If they're being apprehensive because they're being smart about when they approach, and they tend to have a sniper mentality and build rapport before they don't cold approach, as opposed to what we did. It can't then also be, but they outside of cold approaching. It can't have it all.
I'm not saying this is what's name, right? Which I guess it matches though, because like I said, this would be somewhere around 80%.
Yeah.
Like I said, so no, you're right. So if this is somewhere in between 75, and I'm guessing, what is it going about increments of 25?
Yeah.
So this would be somewhere in between, would be like, I guess, like 90%. So no, if that is true to be 80% matching the fucking thing, or even that, it's just wow, bro. All of them.
At what age would you say a man really starts to pick up the skill of cold approaching? I'm not talking about, when he gets his stripe as being a sniper, but just understanding the dynamic of cold approaching and the potential for you to have to face rejection and learning the shotgun effect. You know what I mean? Just picking up women 101. At what age would you say a man really gets into that in a meaningful way?
16,
right? 17ish, right? Junior year of high school, something 16. Like that.
Yeah, but it's still nerve wracking though.
Well, no, right. Oh. No, agreed. But that's like where he picks it up, and then it really gets honed and developed as you move out of high school and transition into college. Is when you really pick up the serious skill. But when you get into it, like you said, 16, 17.
Yeah.
5 years ago, how old was an 18-year-old?
13.
Right. Now, if you take the middle the middle age between 18 and 25, what's that? 22, 21?
Yeah.
5 years ago, how old were they? 16, 17, which means they started their journey on the cold approach in the middle of flu season when nobody was approaching nothing.
So they ain't even get the opportunities.
They didn't even get off the runway. And we trying to ask why they can't fly and shit.
There was no runway. The runway was closed.
It was closed.
So then they honed the skill by going on the internet.
In the hangar, right.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I told y'all. This shit working. Hey, if I can motherfucking, again, man, this is the microwave right now, instant gratification generation, bro. These little niggas don't even order their own food. They don't pick up their own food, Hemp. They get Hemp. They have somebody go get their food for them. Everything's through the internet. Hemp. They watch fucking Casanat and iShow Speed and what's the new nigga? He not new, but he new to me. Playboy Max. They literally sit in front of a computer screen or they phone in their face all the time.
Yeah,
they live through the phone.
That makes sense, right? Cause before I was like, yo, it's fear, but you learn how to do it when you get the opportunity. The opportunity with social media.
Yeah.
Cause remember when we had Facebook, it was kind of taboo to like inbox a chick. Like it was kind of like, I mean,
you're a weirdo.
Yeah. Or you had like, remember when you had to actually like e-harm me and shit like that, where niggas had to pay for it and all that? That shit was kind of like weird. Like he was like, nah, I ain't fucking with it, you know? You know? But shit, what else you expect? But now, this is the last question. I'll drop the link. What happens in a real life relationships though? So the lack of interaction, we get why. But now you gotta date, you know what I mean? Be outside, cohabitate. Now, how does this affect them? Will they be successful in the actual relationship with in-person dynamics?
It's definitely going to change the way you value yourself and the way you see your exit strategy if you need to even have an exit strategy, or the way you have to address a potential exit strategy. It changes the way the outdoors looks, which then changes the way you feel about in the house. You ever see Beetlejuice? Remember when they were in the afterlife realm, they would go outside the house and it was nothing but sand with these damn worms.
No.
But in real life, you go outside the house and it's a car in the driveway and like normal shit. I think post flu season, that's what it was like. You get in a relationship, looking outside the house was like sand with damn sandworms. We can't, if it fucks you up, that's not real. Whereas we would just see it as, all right, that's outside, we inside.
So what happens when they go outside?
Panic, fear.
See, that's
not
the
even
part,
fear, but just
no. What is it, right? Because they still got to go outside and meet these women, be with these women, and it's both of them, right? The women got to do it too,
right?
So what happens?
So now that's the other side. So yeah, that's the other side of it, right? So of course, like you said, if you close the deal or whatever over the phone, I don't think it's an awkwardness there because you built a rapport. You guys have some type of communication and you got a vibe, right? You know the young people love the vibe, right? So you got to have the vibe. You establish the vibe first. So once they meet, it's comfortability and familiarity, right? So I don't think that is any you know what I'm saying, contention there, right? Now,
all right, let me ask you a question before you continue. What percentage of the people look the same as they do on the internet in person?
Nah, not really.
Whoa! Wait! You're for men or women?
Men.
What are we doing?
All right, let's do men first.
Men, 75, 80%.
Huh?
Yes. What? Men, 75, 80%.
Look the
Now,
same.
mind you, hold on. I get some context. A nigga gonna have his best haircut. You gonna have the crisp lineup. You gonna have the beard and shit lined up. He might have on his motherfucking Gucci belt and whatever his best shit, but that's him. That's him. He ain't got no makeup on. You know what I mean? He ain't got no makeup. He ain't no fucking
Mr. Fantastic. Let's be honest.
Ain't no fake muscles.
But
You look different in person.
Huh?
No, I'm saying Fantastic looks different in person.
I'm me though. I'm not. When you see me in person, I'm the same motherfucker. I ain't did nothing different.
No, nah, Sean. This is what we're trying to understand, right? When you see a person, they could be cool, debonair, all that on the phone or the internet, whatever the case is. But then you gotta appear.
Yeah.
So you talking more? You're talking. You're not just talking aesthetically. You're talking about entire package. You're talking about like interacting
the aesthetics too. Like I mean,
well, not aesthetically. Come on now. So I'm not. Come on now. Aesthetically, most dudes look how they look.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're meeting a woman for the first time, you're gonna get as close to that picture that she got.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not right. 80% of niggas can't even stand up in these boxes, bro.
Oh shit. Well,
So if you're talking like, okay, if you're talking full body pause. Most people don't do the full body shit, right? Most because most niggas claiming to be 6 feet tall and they really 5'10" and 3/4.
Everybody who 6 feet is my height, bro.
Yeah, indeed, true. You're right.
Mm.
Yeah, we literally learned this at the last event.
Everybody was
every nigga. I told y'all this. That's why I say you 6 feet tall with shoes on. With shoes on, my nigga. Nigga say 6 feet. I know he 5'10" and a half. Okay, or 5'10" and fucking 5'8". Okay, I know the game, brother. But nah, yeah, man. So yeah, height fishing is a thing. That's another fantastic original, by the way. Height fishing is a thing for a tall nigga. Listen, you little fella federation niggas, man. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at God and your mama, and your daddy, and they jeans. All right.
But look though, not even a little, just all of it though, right? So when we did the actual outside events, right, numbers dwindle and all that. People ain't standing up in these boxes, bro, let alone being around other niggas. And now you got to stand next to 6'5" Aaron or 6'5" Mr. Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, of course, everybody like this. Like during the first fight. Oh, Mr. Fantastic got his shit, whatever the case. Niggas wouldn't dare fucking do it, bro. That's what I'm trying to understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and why you niggas was talking shit, nigga? Listen, in the as much shape as I was out of in the first fight, nigga, I was still in better shape than you. So
I'm talking
let's
about
talk
the
about
first
that
fight specifically.
All right. And we ain't
It's
even
'cause
talking,
you,
y'all niggas didn't have no motherfucking physique comments the fucking second time around. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't have nothing to say about it, nigga.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like, so it's cool, like, you know what I mean, being on the internet, but then boom, when people get outside, like, who really looking how they like shit?
All right,
nigga.
I got you, nigga. I could well hold, hey, record this. I concede. Okay, I'll knock it down from 80. Perfect. I'll knock it down from 80 to I still say 60. Right? What now? You talking like dad bods and shit like that and so on and so forth. Yeah. But like I said, for the most part, a woman's most important thing is going to be your facial aesthetics for the most part. And you can see a nigga for look, we say this all the time. You can tell somebody's weight by their face for the most part, right? So even if you a big nigga and you got the big girl angles, somehow your pictures, she can tell, man. You know what I'm saying? So I would still say men for the most part, you don't have many ways to hide anything other than height. Now height is different. The height shit is where niggas be fucking up. But other than that, yeah, I think that you get the, you know what I'm saying? You get the what you're gonna get. Women aren't usually surprised by anything else when they see a dude. Now let's get into fucking women. Okay, what about that? Let's get.
Right, what about the women, bro?
We good on the dudes. We good on the men.
Yeah, we good on the fellas. So the women, what percentage look the same as they look in the boxes?
Negative 35%. Negative 35%.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
You think so?
Bro, stop it.
I think
negative 35.
Negative 35%. I ain't conceding shit. I said what I said.
Brother.
Why you did that?
Women that don't even exist.
Come on, man. So the fellas, it was 60%. You said
60,
and then the women is negative 35. That's like
negative
a number kids be saying. They be like negative 355,700. Like what?
Yeah, a million bajillion.
Yo, why though? Why so low?
Hound, again, like you said, so we talking about body. We talking about the women created the angles. Hound, women created angles, right? If you all you ever see is this in her pictures, you already know she a big girl. Shout out to the big girls, by the way. Okay, but she ain't confident in her bigness, right? Or she a little too big. All right. Then we got the makeup. Hound, have you seen the fucking? You know what we need to do? Pull up one of the makeup transformation. Hound, have you seen one of the makeup transformation videos, bro? Well, bitch turned into a whole nother person.
I seen one. It was scary, bro. It was scary.
That makeup transformation, that's a whole new fucking person. Motherfucker identity fraud, bitch. If the police pull you over and you give them your ID, get on the ground now. Get out.
Yo, I ain't gonna hold. I seen one. I thought it was fake. I'm like, there's no way she transformed like that.
And they go to the walkthrough. So we got the weight aspect, the angles, the makeup. Hell, let's get into the body parts. Now, hey, shout out to you, baby, if you got the good body work. Okay, I am not a body work shamer. Okay, but if you bought that ass, hey, you had to buy it, baby. You know what I'm saying? You weren't blessed with it.
I ain't gonna hold. This was like probably like 2011 or 2012. This girl hit me with the Gina, nigga.
She had the jeans. She had the jean pad in.
Nah. Remember when Will and Gina was stuck in the attic on Fresh Prince, and he had that song? Yeah. So she took.
I remember it now. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she did like I'm gonna get you, sucker. The lady with everything was coming off.
Yeah, I just remember the Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
And she only had one. What's these right here?
Contacts.
No,
Well, eyelash.
Eyebrows.
no, the
Eyelash.
eyelashes. She only
Man,
had one. She only had one on the left. She didn't even have one over here.
Oh shit.
I'm like, what your eyelashes? Oh, my brother burned them off. I said, huh? But that was way back when then though. But yeah, I ain't gonna hold you that shit. So you think the majority of women like wear that much makeup?
Makeup. We need to talk about the hair. We need to talk about the hair.
What about?
I mean, there's a particular somebody that had finger waves one day, and then they had a whole bun the next. I'm just saying, we ain't gonna name no names. But you went from, you know what I'm saying, low as you can go to now you got a motherfucking Rapunzel castle on your head. Come on now, what are we doing, man? That man get that man unit. Hey, if he get that man unit in there, he gonna make that shit last for what? How long? Hey, you man unit niggas, how long a man unit last? You ain't answering for you. You answer for somebody else. So you niggas, a barber. We got a barber. We got a barber in the what's the name? Not Nick Nog. Hey, I didn't say no names. I did not say no names, but thank you for calling yourself out in the congregation, man, with them finger waves. Only person I know with finger waves in 2025. But anyway, not finger. All right.
Yo, man, nah, bro.
He's down south, motherfuckers, man. Crack me up,
man. This thing is crazy, bro. Damn, son. So okay. I just
fake
wonder.
Hair, fake nails, fake eyelashes, fake ass, fake titties, fake face, but they want a real nigga.
That sounds fucking crazy when you say it like that. So, okay, so I guess we were going down that road just to understand, right? If you got all these angles, you don't have to show yourself. You could filter. I don't know if you can even filter FaceTime. I'm not even sure if you could do that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can filter. Well, I don't know about FaceTime, but I know if you like all the apps. If you're talking to a chick on IG, what's the name? She can put a filter on it. Facebook, if you're talking to one of these apps, you can put a filter on it.
And then and so you have all that, right? People positioning themselves, right? They're in a comfortable place, and now you got to go outside with a person. Wardrobe, how they look, how they sound, how they look in person, how big or small they have. Like, it's a whole bunch of shit that's happening in person. I'm just wondering, does all that comfort and rapport transfer well when it comes to a relationship that's beyond platonic? Because like if you have a platonic relationship with a chick, right, and you meet her for the first time, you're like, oh, okay, you frumpy or whatever the case is, right? But it don't affect you, you know what I mean? You know it is. But then if you trying to be on some Huggy Bear shit with her and she don't appear how she appeared in those pictures, what happens? And how often does this happen with a negative effect? And do those people's skills in person actually sound the same? Like, people don't always transfer. Like, I guess I would liken it to an artist on a CD, and then when you go see him in concert, you like, damn, that shit wasn't all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you ever had that experience before, but you like, damn, like seeing Dipset, you like, nigga, y'all need to stay on them records. You know?
Damn, I'm just thinking now, like it's a two-step like first you got to get past the social media appearance. If they pass that, you still got to take them swimming.
Huh?
It used to be
the game. Yeah, bitch, hey, listen, I need to see what that face look like with no makeup on it. Yeah, we got to go do a beach date or a pool date.
But now there's a step above that you have to come down. You got to come off of IG just to see her, and then decide do you go swimming or not.
Yeah. Damn, yo.
I mean, that's as good as getting a putting knife, and, you know.
Let me read these real quick. Lex been a member for 11 months. God made Texas first. She always say that shit. Miss Valerie in the building with a 20 ball says, fantastic.
Brother.
Said, hello, everyone. Salute to Miss Valerie in the building. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Valerie in the chat. Salute to Miss Valerie for the first 20 ball of the day. Find my shit now. I don't know where that shit is. There Didn't fit. OTC was popping.
It was good.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna be rude. I'm gonna salute to the panel before I get in y'all ass. Salute to you too, cause it's your channel or whatever,
So what you was talking about,
bro. So
first and foremost, what stream got taken down to you? Like you made that much of an impact on the stream?
that last when I was up there, we was talking about the
Yeah.
Roman Empire and
Yeah,
how
it's still up.
Christianity
It's
was
still up.
they spread it. It's
It's
still up.
That's a Friday stream.
Oh, that's the lie you was talking about.
Yeah.
That I was lying.
Don't do that, right? There will be no reason for me to take something down because you said something that was either untrue or that we disagree with. There's a whole bunch of disagreements that happen all the time, right?
Okay.
So the yeah, go ahead.
No question. That wasn't a lie though. I just see you reposted it and you took the rest of it out. So I thought that you deleted.
No,
because you just
here's
reposted
what you
it.
got to misunderstand. It's mine, right?
Type shit.
Yeah, and so what I did was I reposted my monologue, right? And then
Type
if you
shit.
go look at the actual monologue description, the whole video is in the description.
Type shit.
Yeah. But
Okay,
you
so
didn't say
I
nothing.
apologize for that because I was wrong.
It's all good. Yeah, you didn't say nothing that was inflammatory. You thought that there was something regarding the Roman Empire and the spreading of Christianity that we just disagree with, but it wasn't nothing egregious. It was just a
Type shit.
conversation. You know what I'm saying? What was the next thing?
Because it felt like y'all were trying to make me look stupid.
You got to be careful with feel, right? You just got to look at the facts. That's all.
Of course. But also, I was going to say this, like, as far as the YNs, it's like, bro, you know, a lot of these YNs, as much as the old heads want to complain about them, they talking to y'all for advice. Y'all the ones telling them, happy wife, happy life, go take them out on a date, go buy them this, a real man does this, does that. So when they fail with women, then you got to blame yourselves for the advice you're giving them. Because a lot of these young boys ain't going and experiencing women for themselves. Like you said, this the internet age. I'm 28. I came in on the cusp of when I was running around, playing around, kids didn't have phones like that.
Well,
so we still had, you had to come in when the street lights came on.
So OTC, let's do one point at a time. So as an example, do you know? We'll go ahead.
I definitely want to address that. So young fella, I even with Hamp being married and Aaron being married, they're not even big advocates of take a woman out and do all these, these huggy, like Hamp fucking the first time I ever heard the term huggy bear shit. The nigga says that he married. So who is it? Our generation is not advocating for that.
Daughter Awakening. Who else?
Us. You said us.
That's y'all age.
No, and I'm who? No, that's no. Nobody.
Yada is your age, Mr. Fantastic. How old are you, Mr.
I'm trying to tell you, you're mixing us up with old heads. We 40, bro. I'm 40. Nobody I know that's 40. Yes, I'm 41. Nobody I know my age is out here advocating for take her out, wine and dine. And we grew up in the shit. We grew up in the Jodeci. And nigga, we grew up with the shit, nigga. We not on that. So don't disparage like that, brother. Don't do that.
Okay. So you said that you 41. So then I'm gonna hit you with this. Nelly. All of them people that's in Nelly's age bracket, they spend money exorbitantly. Usher. All of them niggas that's old, they spend money exorbitantly on what that is. You said 40.
OTC, let Mr. Fantastic respond. Mr. Fantastic. Tell him, Mr. Fantastic, tell him about you specifically about your dating mantra about taking it out before you don't get what.
No. Listen, baby, listen. That pussy need to come first. You feel me? We need to talk before, you know what I mean, and let it be known for sure. That me take you on a date is already like, hey, I'm feeling you, you feeling me. You done gave me everything to let me know that you want me. You ain't trying to play no games. You ain't trying to waste my time. You feeling me on a physical aspect, which is the most important situation with dynamic with a woman. Because a woman ain't physically attracted to you, you wasting your time. If I gotta convince you to like me, if I gotta convince you that that I'm attractive and all this other shit and la. That's a dub, right? But trust me, believe me, bro. Like I said, and I'm not saying I'm a nigga that 100% of the time, every time I've already hit before I take a chick out. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying 70%. if you see me out with her, bro, somewhere, just know. You feel me? Yeah, and
That's
my
respectable.
thing is, no, you go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say that's respectable because a lot of dudes, they're not moving like how you moving. They just meeting girls and then taking them out immediately, trying to show them that they're this man, trying to take them on a date, trying to tell them what they got going on. So they do all of this and still get cheated on and then talk about a nigga that don't got the money. But in reality, she don't even like you. You trying to prove to her how you're worthy and she not attracted to you. And this is what fucks up the dating market.
So OTC, look at this. One of my young boys actually taught me this. Shout out to Chi-Town. Let me see if I can get him on the phone. Chi-Town buys shoes on the second date. He makes sure he buys a section so he can get all the baddest chicks in there. Shy had his money on his Instagram. He 27. He your age. So he say if his Instagram pop, if he showed them that he got money and all that, they come flocking. He your age. He taught me that. I never did that shit before. I thought it was corny to have a money phone. Shy told me, nah, that's how you get the women.
Hey, they killing the young nigga Boston Richie now. The trick culture is y'all, man. The biggest tricks is the young niggas. And like you said, you use the thing that you use, of course. Bro, Nelly's a one of the few diamond artists, brother. You can't use Nelly as a standard. It's Nelly. Of course.
You know when the old head set trends, when they had the baggy jeans, the baggy clothes, them shits was 3 times the size. When they set trends, people, the old heads used to follow. Tupac, Biggie, you're not gonna give me that. They idolize every celebrity.
Yeah, but that
my father thought it was cool to drink Coca-Cola. They drinking Coca-Cola.
Yeah, but
I
that was in
only
there.
wear Band-Aids when I have a cut.
Mm-hmm. You know you gotta clarify.
Didn't Nelly with the Band-Aid? Not everybody does that. Like everybody wasn't running around with Band-Aids. I mean, there's a difference between the style of the culture and what an individual tries to make popular. The individuals wasn't making a lot of shit popular. The culture at the time. Like your hair, for example, right? Is the hair of the culture today. That our hair in the 90s, only the Lost Boys had hair like that.
Yeah.
Like
Real
that, you know what I
Jamaicans,
mean?
real Jamaicans and dreads are the only people that had.
Now
dreads.
everybody has that. That's just the
dreads,
culture.
Wait, but hold on. Before y'all, OTC, what you got to say about that, bro? One of my young niggas taught me that I was doing it wrong because I wasn't showing enough money on the Instagram. What you got to say for yourselves?
I say this.
Nah, I'm calling them. Nah, because you came up here yelling at us. Now I just told you it was a young boy that told me that you got to have your money on your Instagram if you want to be popping. Now let me call Shot-Town.
Yeah, that's true. But he ain't lying though. But
how's that our fault?
But this is the thing though. He got that from older plays. That's not. Bro, see, if you just give women shit, they gonna come around. Does that mean that they like you? Does that mean they want to take you shit? Does that mean that you'll even fuck? A lot of these niggas is taking bitches on dates 3-4 times and didn't even fuck. Talking about what they think a real man is. This is what I'm getting to. Like, and if bro doing that for money, that's totally different. We talk about relationships. Is he doing that for promotion, or is he doing that for because he's trying to be with these bitches? That's 2 different things.
Well, nah. So let's walk it down, right? So first off, most niggas is not trying to do. If you're doing that, you're trying to get it for access to sex, bro. You're trying to get it for the pussy. You're not really trying to take us serious. Because again, Project Pat said it best. You know, shiny things, man. Hoes are attracted to shiny things. Women love motherfucking, you know, the rings and the chains and the watches. We know that, right? They attract the birds, right? So understanding that and playing it to your advantage, that's the youngest nigga shit for real, bro. For us, the only motherfuckers that was really on the trick and shit, bro, for real, was like drug dealing niggas. You was anti. You didn't want to be a trick. You didn't want to be a nigga that had to buy this and buy that and so on and so forth. Because again, you gotta think when you're talking about, and you a little young fella, so you don't know, nigga. We was at the rebirth of the pimp culture, right? The rebirth of pimp shit where all these real life pimps got famous. Don Magic Wand and what's the nigga from Chicago? Pimpin' Ken,
Fillmore Slim,
Pimpin' Ken, and all this shit. Bro, we were that generation where them niggas jumped on the motherfucking Snoop Dogg and 50 Cent wave. You know what I'm saying? Songs about pimp and pimping and all this other shit before they made that shit to where you going to jail for a long time, bruh. No, you was not out here. I'm telling you, I was just having a shout out to Lucky, right? I was just having a conversation with her yesterday, bruh. Most of the bitch got with us after the club, nigga, was a trip to IHOP or Waffle House. Then we going to the house. Baby, I'm not finna spend. Ain't no sections. Wasn't no sections. Even when bottles was bottles, they went $1,000. Bro, nigga, about him. How much a bottle of Closet Azul cost? Not the gold bottle, the white bottle.
Now?
Yeah, 700.
Nah, it's $1,000.
I didn't want to go that far but I was reserving that for like Live or some shit. Like you Live or some shit like that.
Let me OTC. What you got to say for yourselves? It be
Now,
let me give you
say.
one more. Let me give you one more because y'all the ones fucking the game up.
Definitely young niggas.
Y'all had a bottle war, OTC. Y'all had a bottle war. They poured out $1,000 bottles, and then the other dude poured. Then the other dude poured. What we used to do is salute the other niggas in the other section while drinking the bottle. Now, there would be times where me and my mans would buy a bottle, right? To be fair to OTC. And I look up, it's gone because he been waterfalling the chicks around us. I'm like, my nigga, I'm not drunk yet, bro. You can't do that. But y'all be pouring them out, OTC. What you got to say for yourself, beloved?
Okay, so this is what I got to say. A whole lot. First of all, the young niggas never started the tricking. First of all, it's always been an old nigga thing. Even you told me him out your old mouth. You remember when you was in school and old niggas was trying to fuck with the high school girls. So we're not gonna sit here and try to pass the buck and be like, oh, the young niggas is the one that's creating the tricking culture. No, it's always been doctors, firemen, fucking lawyers that went and tried to fuck with young bitches and spend their lawyer money and pay for these young bitches because they want young bitches, and then they don't take them serious, and then that young bitch in return thinks every nigga should be as rich as a lawyer, doctor, celebrity, whatever older nigga she dealt with. And this is what fucks the game up. Not what young niggas do. And then if you want to talk about the young niggas doing the bottle wars, that's cool. Diddy, how old is Diddy? Diddy used to do money. Y'all used to do money wars. Y'all used to do a panty. Y'all used to do a whole bunch of shit. Y'all used to have the women throwing their panties on the stage. These women that's committed. Women that's committed just throwing their panties on. Genuine, all of them married, fucking all women that's married. Like, this is something that the old niggas was doing. And now the young niggas is just getting their feet wet. And of course, some of them gonna be better than others, but that don't make it right. It's the same thing with the streets. Some niggas gonna get in there and go farther than others. That don't make it right. So niggas just gotta be realistic about what's really going on. Because if my thing is,
OTC. All right, hold on. You know, we gotta stop you every 36 seconds. All right, let me read these real quick. GA boy, JT was popping. Alexis from Texas with the 10 ounces, young fella. Because OTC, what, 28, I think, 29. Alexis from Texas with the 2 ounces. I'm not singing this. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Andele, mommy, E-I-E-I-O-O. Oh, andele.
Andele, mommy, E-I-E-I-O-O. What's popping tonight?
Rebecca with the $5. What's up? Says, how do we advise a generation that has a different reality when it comes to relationships / dating factors than we had in our 20s? See, that's the thing. We were actually minding out how it is such a different landscape. And like OTC was hearing something different. We were just simply saying, this is what they have to deal with. I could see why this can be contentious or difficult in a different way. We wasn't saying I was scared. Now I said that 9 months ago, but now that I'm assessing it, I'm like, it makes more sense now. Feel me? But we can answer this question. Vet Life, OG Vet Life in the building with a 20 ball says, salute Hamp and my favorite brothers, Fantastic and Aaron. Indeed. OTC, the fuck are you talking about, homie? I'm 43. Our generation is the generation calling out the bullshit. So you know we're not telling young niggas some sucker for love bullshit. Cut it out, fam. You want to respond to this, OTC?
He know he a damn liar. Because when Travis Hunter got in that situation, how many niggas stepped up and told him that leave him alone? So he's a liar. He's a liar. Steve Harvey told him to leave him alone. Let him get, and we all seen that the girl was promiscuous. That's old men told that young man that everybody should leave him alone.
bro. Steve Harvey, 60 years old, bro. That's not us. You mixing up these
It
generations.
was more than him. Like it was more than him. It's Willie D Live. It's plenty of niggas, bro.
He's
Like,
60, bro.
I'm
He's
telling you,
60 OTT.
niggas out my age was the main.
That's even worse. They're older.
Abandoned ship. You had they to the point of where they started to get mad because all the niggas was telling them, bro, yo, chill. What are you doing? Like, bro, she's clearly, you know. So
Yeah, and I told him OTC. I said, yo, he can't see it, even though we can see it. And you know what the truth is? We went through a semblance of that ourselves. So when we telling them, yo, it's only because we've been burned like that before too. That's what I was saying. So, and I know when niggas were trying to tell me when my nose was open, I ain't listen. And then she put me in the bathroom, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I can see it now. You know what I mean? So like, this is just regular shit. Omar with the $5 says, I get it now. People are watching rappers cosplaying Hustler, copying Hustlers. Then they go in the environment created for sport and fun, looking for good girls and love. Damn, man.
Hold on, y'all about wrong as hell. Your boy. First of all, what's up, everybody? What's popping?
What's popping?
Steve Harvey is damn near 70. He's 68 years old, man. He's a boomer.
I know he's that old.
Yeah.
But that's even worse.
No, but that's just it. What he's saying is exactly it. What you don't realize is happy wife, happy life is a construct of the boomer generation, and the millennials is where that started to unravel. We're the ones that started to take the seams apart off of that, leading up to where you are today. The unraveling of that started with us. It was the boomers, and the Generation X, they were so out of it, they like it went right over them, and the millennials went, hold up, happy what? We gotta reassess this.
I disagree because it's a lot of people in their 40s that in the divorce rate is crazy. So and it's not an overwhelming majority of men that saying I'm done with my wife. She's been treating me terrible. The wife is leaving because she doesn't want to stay around. She wants another dude with money. She's upset. She doesn't want to, whatever reason, the women are leaving. So I don't think it's an overwhelming of older men taking their stand. Maybe nowadays, but if you got divorced and now you figured out how women are, you can't sit here and act like you knew the whole time.
No,
you see what I'm saying? So it's like that's a false bravado, that's a false courage, that's a false knowledge.
No,
that's a false knowledge.
A man's worldview,
because you can learn women without being married. But go ahead.
Man's worldview on the dating world is not a man's worldview under the constraints of marital duty. When a man engages in matrimony, his sense of duty is heightened and takes priority over everything. But that doesn't speak to his worldview on a dating scene at all.
Exactly.
Well,
not exactly, bro. He just spoke against what you just said.
No, that doesn't speak again. And that means that they don't know what the dating world is like. They only know their woman.
No,
that speaks to my point.
No, they're two different mindsets that have very little to do with one another. When
so are you saying that when a man is married, that he has no understanding of the current dating scape at that time? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not.
Are you saying he can also? You said that they're two different things. So you're saying that a man can. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, when a man gets married, his overwhelming modus operandi priority is
come on, Aaron. Just speak plain.
Duty. Duty becomes his priority. I don't know how else to. But that doesn't mean he's unaware of the dating world.
So essentially, what Aaron's saying is this, right? How that man acts in a marriage is different than how he may respond when he's just outside dating, right? Because the marriage involves duty, responsibility, and usually under the guise of the Most High saying you came into a covenant, you're trying to keep this. So a lot of times people deal with things they normally wouldn't if they were just dating someone. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot more to sacrifice. So yeah, you don't see the men just running away from it, even if they might want to your point. You feel me? That's all it is.
Well, they take it much more seriously, as they should.
Yeah, no, I think OTC understand that, but he's saying motherfuckers don't got all the answers, and he right about that. We don't got all the answers, but OTC, the thing
No,
I was
yeah,
wondering
we've been
what
down
you,
that road.
but I was wondering what OTC was hearing because we were saying, "Damn, I see why y'all kind of are how y'all are."
Nah, because because when I first heard, I was hearing it felt like an attack on the young niggas, like, oh, they scared to talk to the women. And
Nah, oh,
this
go ahead,
is
my
my
bad.
thing.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, this is my thing, bro. Like, we're not even addressing how many of the greatest men in history, they deaths is tied to a romantic relationship. Like, and it's like all the old heads, we talk about how the old heads have all this wisdom to drop, but you never even, it's not a lot of old heads that really put, it's happening now because of the red pill and all this other shit. But before then, it wasn't no talking about how a woman can ruin your fucking life. It really wasn't. And this is why it's already led to these problems and these kids that don't know how to deal with women. On top of the fact that old head that they might be around, y'all might not be the type of men that say don't take a girl on a date without getting sex. But a lot of these I just brought two females last week. Respect to them. I'm not a disrespectful nigga, but I met their dad. One of them I met their dad, and their dad is telling me how he thinks that God is a woman, and women are the leaders. And I have to respectfully disagree with him as I'm dealing with his daughter. But the thing is like the majority of men feel like the women are powerful and leaders. So it's like you gotta address that. Don't attack the youngins for what they're being taught by people that's older than them. Because somebody like me that's 28, I come around and may teach them something different and opposite. And I'll be like, hey young boy, you about to crash out over that female because she wants you to give her some money. Maybe you need to just chill out and let her go. And he won't listen to me because he got another old nigga that's gonna tell him, nah, you gotta do whatever you gotta protect the family. You gotta put the family first. So it don't matter what you gotta do. You gotta get it. So
No, I got it's because we wouldn't be that old, right? Because you 28, so we was 10 when you was born. So it would be hard for us to be the father of a girl you was dating that was your age. It would be, I don't know if it's impossible, but close.
I'd be 15, and that's a strategy.
I mean, I guess it can happen, right? But essentially, see, OTC, you talking about something different. We could talk about it though. Yeah. So are you saying, I want to ask him this question? I kind of don't, because he kind of already answered it. But are you saying that the majority of the old heads you see out here that fathering the girls that you dating are telling them that God is a woman? And I'm just trying to sum it up because that's a summary point. Like just the
it's one or two things. I ain't gonna say that because that's dramatic. Because there's a lot of us that believe in God. But even though a lot of us believe in God, it's a lot of the men in church. Like they don't call out the women. They always put, and we see that. That's why a lot of men is not. That's why an overwhelming majority of men not even wanting to go to church anymore because it's not focused on real teachings. That the women don't get called out for what they do. And a woman could go have a one night stand. You're supposed to be worshiping God, and you got a baby daddy that you're supposed to be working out with, or you got a husband you're supposed to be working out with, and a pastor sit there and tell you, well, that man, he just wasn't man enough. He wasn't a man of God.
You think
so? We gotta. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta.
Let me just, Judge, I just need to condense it so JT, GA, Shab was popping could get in. But so essentially, I hear what OTC is saying. The direction that the young girls is giving, it makes them essentially the cooperation lower and lower, right? If they being taught by the men around them that, hey, you know, this independence or whatever the case is. So what you think, JT? What's up, CJ?
So basically what he's saying is that is guys that, and did he answer when you asked what's the majority?
It's guys your age doing the
No, we don't even get to see these young niggas. Because I ain't even trying to have a conversation.
He's talking about the daughters that
I know
that's being an issue for the young boys. And it's not that they scared, it's that what's out there.
No, it goes to what you guys were saying. I got 2 daughters, and one of them is his age. And yeah, they ain't talking like that. They just had a damn Galentine. What the hell was that? It was with a bunch of girls got together and they celebrated Valentine's Day, but it was all girls. So I didn't even understand that. This is a thing.
Galentine.
A Galentine. And
Yeah,
this thing has taken, it's like, this is the thing now. There's no Valentine anymore. That's what it is. You ain't seeing the guys and the girls. So I'm looking at when y'all was breaking down that that doggone thing. I said, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I don't go out. I ain't out there in the streets like that no more. But even with you, I looked at it from that standpoint, DJing in the clubs and things like that, and the way that I seen it from there. It actually got me to a point where I was like, I don't even want to do this no more. I do weddings and private stuff, but I'm like, in the club, that it was looking goofy, real goofy out here. And unless you got bottles, they didn't even have they had a little standing place. In most of the clubs where I'm at, it's standing room pretty much only, unless you pay for a spot. And they start from $50, and then if you get VIP, that's $250 and up, depending on where you at in the club. So everything else is everybody trying to be cheap. They all standing in the line with what's supposed to be a dance floor. It's not a dance floor anymore. It's just standing room only type of thing now.
Yeah. It's like a way for you to get to the sections, kind of. So,
yeah.
Okay, so we see it. I understand that. So now, GA, I remember we was having a conversation, right? I think you was there for that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, pause. But knowing you, did you say that the young niggas was scared?
I said I didn't say they were scared, but I kind of said they are a little scared a little bit. But
GA, did you say? Oh, you said it?
Yeah, I probably did say it.
I told you, I know you.
This nigga's scared.
And it's because of these reasons, man. I mean, it's society's fault. You know what I'm saying? I would say the last 20 years, you know what I'm saying, we went away from, people being winners and losers, even now in sports, you know what I'm saying? Everybody gets a trophy if you participate. Like, these kids don't know nothing about rejection, so they fear it. You know what I'm saying? We was growing up, they don't compete anymore. That's another thing that's gone. Just competing in anything. People don't compete anymore. So, I mean, that's why it's like that. You know what I'm saying? The young boys, I mean, I have a son. I see this shit play out. I have a son that he'll be 14 in a couple weeks. They don't know nothing about rejection. They don't have to deal with it. They don't know nothing about that. So, of course, they're not finna be approaching women and things of that sort. And, the internet made it where, you can be comfortable and not have to worry about getting rejected. You know what I'm saying? So it's only going to get worse. Those numbers I saw, I agree with them 100%. You know what I'm saying? And it's you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it's society's fault because we don't teach young kids about taking an L no more. So rejection is something they don't even want to even take a chance on ever having to deal with. Like I say, they grew up in everybody gets a trophy type of country. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I believe those stats 100%.
Okay.
I believe it's even more convoluted. I think since the beginning of time, it's always been the cool kids and everybody else, right? So it's like what's happened today is the pool of cool kids has expanded beyond control, and a lot of people just got influenced to do the wrong thing. So it's like, these little boys is having to figure out which groups are they going to go with because they don't want to be on their own. They don't want to stand alone against 20 niggas or 10 bitches or 5 bitches that don't like them, that's willing to say anything or lie on them. They're going to have to fight. It's just like, this is why young boys get engaged. Why do niggas, unless you born into it in your neighborhood, why does any of these things? Because they trying to get numbers. They don't want to get bullied. They don't want to get shot. They don't want to be prey. So then you got to think about the logical side of shit. Are you going to be? And it's just like, What is the benefit of standing alone for these young boys, for them to stand on what they think is right when everybody else is doing the wrong thing, even the adults? They can't even control their parents. If their parents listen to Cardi B and they sisters is shaking their ass, how the hell they gonna be telling a woman? How the hell they gonna try to get a woman to tell them, "Oh, baby, I don't want you to shake your ass in front of niggas." Like, we just gotta have some sympathy and compassion, you know what I'm saying, and really provide some solution.
We understand it, but you still a little bit off for what's being said. But what you said can be responded to. Ms. Fantastic, you about to say?
No, I was he was saying something. I was letting him finish up.
Hey, but to be fair, oh, my fault, Fantastic. Go ahead, bro.
Like, so I was gonna say this, man. Listen, I don't OTC will fit in the big bro category anyway, right? So again, maybe you were a little out of touch. I don't know how much of a thing you got with the YNs. You know what I'm saying? That up to 25, we'll say, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's different, right? Because I tell people all the time, I don't think people understand just how big a high school graduation gap is, right? You think you know what it's like to be grown when you still in high school, but you don't know. You have no fucking idea. Okay, you don't. I had this argument and an older cat had to tell me, and I was like, "Nah, man, I was grown, bro. I understood. I knew what was going on, nigga. You had a curfew, nigga. You had school the next morning. These niggas were grown. Okay, they were grown. They were paying rent. They was outside. So no matter, unless you was just a street nigga off the porch.
Some niggas didn't go to school, but I respect what you're saying.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. So for the most part, most people don't understand what it's like to really have adult responsibilities and activity, right? So what we saying is, along the way, bro, shit gets easier. That's just by societal means, right? Again, like the first cell phone I seen, nigga, was had a bag and a big ass battery, like a car battery, nigga. It was like that's the first cell phone I seen. Then we got the green screen Nokia, the fucking Nextel i95, and now, nigga, we got whatever iPhone this and Samsung whatever, nigga. Literally, like this is a supercomputer in your hand. All right, this right here is some shit that took up a whole room in like 1987, brother. Feel me? So the thing is, and I understand your smoke, I guess, for the older generations, but bro, we not them. We not Gen X, fam. We not your enemy, bro. We peoples. All right, you know what I'm saying? We not your enemy, bro.
No, I'm attacking the ideas. I don't want to attack y'all. I'm attacking the ideas.
It's not nobody's taking offense, but this is what I'm saying. The millennial generation, bro, our generation, like JT said, JT gave a great synopsis of it, and Aaron also, to let you know, bro. Listen, happy wife, happy life was, and just sit back and be stoic and pay for everything and die, right? You literally work up until retirement age. You buy your Cadillac, paid cash. You get 3 good years of life, and you
feel like a man isn't loved until he's dead.
Yeah. All right. And then Gen X has a step down from that or whatever, to where they still had some of those things, but not all of them. And then the millennials was the big drastic shift and change in everything. We was like, hold on, man. Hell no. Nigga, no. You mean to tell me I'm finna go out here, break my back, do all this shit, la la la. We even told y'all about the stepdaddy shit, for real. Now, hey, shout out to the stepdads. Shit work for you and so on and so forth. But bro,
y'all did not tell us about the stepdaddy shit. I had a stepdad. So you ain't that.
But no, I'm saying, right? I'm saying we started having the conversation, because before it was just like my package deal, me and my kids, and you a real man steps up, because you know what I'm saying, because the other one stepped out, all that bullshit. We started literally breaking down a lot of this bullshit, man, the propaganda that was put out here to make it seem like the men are just these fucking, these servants, and you die. So again, bro, we the first group to step out here, bro, and have these conversations and get this stuff started. But hey, there's that gap, and I think the wonderful thing about what you're saying is the misconception that all old niggas the same, right? All old niggas not the same. Y'all, anybody, young niggas, y'all just see anybody over 35 as old and don't know whatever. You know how many fucking arguments I have with my fucking son? My youngest son is 13, bro. My son say some shit and he swear to God they made it. I'm like, little fella, we did that back in motherfucking in 97. What you talking about? Y'all just changed some shit around and upgraded the shit we made.
Even Tupac took from the older, the older. So
Yeah, but
yeah,
that's
it's hard to
what
be
I'm
rid of
saying.
him.
So in your
let me do
yeah,
this.
so I'm saying in your youth, bro, you had that invincibility thing, and you had this concept of like the world is yours, literally, right? You literally think that like y'all are also creative and all this other shit. Not saying y'all is you, but the younger people and like even kids. And like I said, I got both aspects of it because I got a kid that's a what they call it? What's the youngest one now? Generation A, Alpha, was it Alpha or whatever? Yeah, I got a Generation Alpha kid, and then I got Gen Z kids. I got grown kids, teenage kids, and I got like a kid in middle school. So I'm literally seeing it, bro, and I can, holler at my son and talk to and really know. That's how I know what's really going on.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Let me do this real quick. GA wanted to respond real quick. I gotta get shot in the CJ, and then we'll go back around. All right. GA,
I forgot what I forgot what I was going to say, man. You can go ahead and go to shot.
Shot was popping.
Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. It's good.
I got these ear pods in, man. I'm gonna take them out. But anyway, I want to respond to I guess GA boy real quick. And this would just be my perception. I could be off, but I feel like with each generation of men, right, there's always winners and losers, right? There's always the guys that get it, whether they got the charisma, they was blessed by God with good genetics, they might got talent, whatever it is. So to, I guess, respond to the caption that the young niggas are scared, I feel like they adapted to kind of what the environment is. And I still think like the dudes that get it, they're winning. You know what I mean? Whatever their position is, whatever they're doing. So in general, I don't know if I agree with the idea that like just overall they're scared of approaching chicks. I think the environment has changed a lot. Even guys my age, I don't really go to the club like I used to. It's certain spots, like it's niche spots. I'm in Atlanta. So it's a spot called Rock Steady. I don't know if you've ever been there. They have Afro beats on Thursday night. When you go to Rock Steady, everybody dancing. They got sections in there too, but for the most part, it's a party. You know what I mean? And you go to some other places, it don't function the same. So I don't know. I'm having trouble like just fully believing that like the young niggas are scared and more so they're trying to adapt to the environment because now girls, you can bag a girl online. I mean, I've done it before. I've slid in a DM before. You know what I mean? And I still do things outside too. So I don't know. I think that's a position I'm in. I came in kind of late, so I don't know everything everyone discussed.
No, we went through that.
So I think I have more to say as I kind of hear y'all talk about what's going on.
Yeah.
But let me just say one thing to that shot, and you can go back. But see, the winners and losers thing, the shit has got blurred though. When we was growing up, the starting quarterback had the girls. You can go to these schools now, and the starting quarterbacks ain't got no girl. Like the winners and the winners and losers shit, it really, bro. You can go to the school right now, and the starting quarterback, he's just as bad off. Like that winners and losers shit, they kind of don't try to get rid of that, bro. Like they want everybody to be on the same level, and the internet has kind of helped that go into fruition. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about on a lower level.
Yeah, that more so. GA's point is just like, yo, everybody ain't gonna get the same results,
right?
But it was like, motherfuckers ain't learning to lose; they learning to cope, right? And then we make excuses for people losing, like when the truth is, it ain't all gonna be equal. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But
all right, cool. So I'm with it, but okay, and I might get in trouble for this, but it's just my thought process. So if I'm 14, nah, that's too young. Let's say if I'm 20 and I'm listening to the manosphere, right? And the conversation that's being had, it kind of seems like that's the same thing going on in our age group, right? Because the guys that's winning, I don't know, like they ain't having the same conversations. If I guess if you're looking for marriage, maybe.
This the problem, right? This the problem that I have also. It's like niggas act like they never lost. That's the biggest issue for me. Motherfuckers act like they ain't took shit on the chin, pause. They woman, they don't have arguments or be fussing, right? Like when I had to show my wife, they be like, damn, Hamp deal with the same shit.
I did, yeah.
Fuck you think you from Mars, nigga? but then like when you look at submission, right? My wife don't eat pork either though, right? And she did before she met me. So there's a whole lot of shit that she don't do that will require her to say, okay, I'm going with this man, feel me? Like with the doctrine that we follow. You see what I'm saying? But like so, but like it's like yeah, niggas like my OG Omar taught me something. He said, he don't give a fuck if his wife slammed the door, long as she go do what he told her to do.
Right.
And just like, yeah, like, but we be sweating the small stuff when it's just like, listen, bro, unless she get dropped out of outer space, there's gonna be similarities, right? Because they grow up in this construct. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, let me.
Hey, I got a question Hemp, for you. Then you go. I got a question since you DJ. I wonder what's it's like on like the college campus and the college events, because that was always the place I felt like. Of course, you had guys that got a bunch of girls, but then you had the guy down here who, you know, he got a girl or two. I felt like college is the best place for everybody. Had a lane when it came to dating, no matter who you was.
Oh no.
I wonder how it is now. Like, do you DJ college parties?
Yeah.
Like, what are they, do the guys still be on the chicks in college? Because I feel like that's when you really be on the chicks.
College got a different dynamic to it a little bit, because everybody. So depending on what size school, right? The super school is a little bit different. But even when you DJ black parties, like the black, you know, so if you go to a predominantly white school, the black people kind of commune together, right? So in the parties, because people are familiar, there's a little bit more camaraderie and dancing because it's at a school, you know. So the degrees of separation are lower, so you do see a little bit more intermingling at the college parties. But at a club where people just coming from, it's less, if that makes sense. So the dynamic allows for them to be more free and more, you know, communicative and social, you know. Yeah, I got a video. I'm gonna try to find it, but there's a song that the Q's made. I'm gonna show you this college party, how it look in there. See if I can find it real quick. It's called Meet. It's fucking crazy. Hold on, OTC. Let me get CJ in, beloved. Then I got you.
My fault.
You good? CJ was popping. Perfect. Leave it up.
What's the deal? Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, sure. You good?
So to the young niggas, I don't think they scared. Feel me? I think the environment, it's kind of gonna sound repetitive, but the environment or it is what it is. Like, the women have set the market, and the women are raising most of these men to be the men that they don't like. Feel me? So it's either they're super soft or super aggressive, and women kind of like super aggressive men, but that's minority of the men. And then I think OTC was spitting facts. Feel me? I think the older gentlemen, they the biggest tricks, the biggest simps. I think the millennials did change it, but I think that niggas want to be in love so bad. They tell us, get married. Why you ain't getting married? Why you ain't doing this? So I ain't gonna try to be all over the place.
Who told you get married?
I ain't never heard that.
Who told you get married?
Niggas be like,
no, we all know.
Hold on, OTC. Let him go. Go ahead, CJ.
Niggas' favorite question. So, do you want to get married, CJ? You think a woman want to marry you? Thinking the way you think? Niggas always asking this.
Men
shit on
said
here.
that to you. You said?
Yes, men. Grown ass men say this to me. Like,
Who
they
said that
thinking
to
I'm
you?
the one that should want to get married. It was I can't think of the names right now, but niggas say this shit, bro. Men say this shit.
You knew they was throwing them at him.
Men
Right.
want men to get married. Men want men to be the ones to get married. Like, I'm like,
It's funny, dudes that's married. They be like, "Oh, if you ain't married, then you don't know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to have real responsibility.
Marriage is
like
different.
you can't, like you don't have responsibility outside of marriage. Like, come on,
Exactly.
Marriage is
They try to
different.
convince us to be married, knowing the market. So these men, this is my real point.
This is this will be quick, right? It's a little bit of a conflation and hyperbole, right? Essentially, what will articulate to you is that, like, you see people who are successful, married, right? So when you look at CEOs, when you look at the presidents as an example, right? People that have the levels of prestige are oftentimes married. Marriage is still the best way and the quickest way to wealth, and also to transfer wealth. And so we ask you, if you want what's best for your kids, people definitely recommend marriage, right? Because you get what is it called, automatic parental rights for your kids, as an example. So when we talk about it, right, let's make sure you clarify like the reason why they're saying here's the pros of it, and you just have to weigh these versus the cons.
They don't really say way versus the cons. They just give you the pros and say, well,
No, there's actually no pros. There's way less. There's way more cons about marriage on on the daily
I know it
conversation. You
is,
know
but
that.
they try to tell you, they try to convince you that it's more pros than cons when we all
Ooh,
fucking know the
That's
truth.
the truth.
Ooh, but why are you saying
Men,
nobody
grown
ever
ass
says
men,
that, right?
men on these panels do it all the time. I swear to God, I ain't lying. And one more
I'm
point I
not
want to make.
calling you
I
a liar.
forgot
I'm just trying to think through it because it's like I don't hear often where everybody's like, get married, get married, get married. Right?
No,
I
they
tell
no.
y'all-
That's niggas.
I tell y'all all the
I think
time.
what
This shit is
CJ
not
trying to
usual,
communicate.
you know?
I think what CJ trying to communicate, gang, is that a lot of dudes would say that because they've been married, they have some kind of knowledge that niggas that's not married don't have.
But they
Like,
do.
or they don't have no respect or some kind of honor. Well, like I was married, so since I was married, I know better. I can speak on this, but it's like you only know one woman. Like if we're gonna
Oh, and
keep
let
it
me say,
logical, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the
The
thing is,
man that
okay.
knows women
OTC,
more
wait,
is the man that
hold
dealt
on, let
with
me break
But
my
so
multiple women.
so now here's where the rubber meets the road, right? So if you're talking about marriage, right? And if a nigga who's married versus a nigga who never been nor is married, he would have more information, right? That's regular shit. And then here's what else
I don't
happened.
know.
They
He would
told
have,
me,
wait. I
hold
don't know
on,
if that's
see,
true, huh?
let me. You can respond right after this. And then they'll say, Hamp, shut the fuck up, nigga. You married, nigga. You don't know what it's like to date out here, right? You seen that before?
Yeah.
All right then. So, motherfucker, if you ain't
Oh
married,
my
shut your
goodness.
$6 ass up.
I hate y'all niggas, man. First of all, a nigga that's married might not have more information about marriage than a nigga that ain't married. Like people can observe marriage from the outside, and that man is just married to one
How much
woman.
paperwork?
So that don't mean he's
Your
he
parents were
How about the
married.
marriage.
paperwork? How about the
Wait,
Go
paperwork?
ahead.
if I study, a
Go
marriage
ahead.
lawyer don't know more about marriage than a man that's married.
We said you, dickhead. You ain't no marriage lawyer.
I see a bunch of married niggas
Me
complaining,
and you
and then I
get
get
punched
one
in the.
nigga that, and
Me
then
and
I
you
hear
get
one nigga
punched
that
in the.
say,
Stop,
marriage.
stop. Now, me and you gonna windmill
Oh
today,
my
nigga.
God, I
Me and you
have
get punched in the face for fun at least twice a week, nigga. You don't know nothing about no marriage.
Look, man, I see niggas miserable in their marriage, and I hear a couple niggas say, "Hey, marriage is the goal." Like, I'm not listening to that shit. I seen the video. It's this video. It was
I'll
this
be
nigga.
right
He
back.
said they was trying to figure out a puzzle,
Man,
right?
hey, you know what's
And they're trying to
funny?
figure out. Wait,
Hey, make
OTC,
sure.
don't
Hey,
interrupt me.
I'm
fantastic,
sorry,
Aaron. I'll be
CJ.
right
Go ahead,
back.
CJ.
Let CJ finish. He ain't really saying nothing anyway. And then
Hey, I'm about to
OTC
kick
gonna
right here.
talk, and he gonna say a little bit, and then let's get Lee in. All right. And
All right, so I'm
OTC,
make.
and see how the young, and this is why you got to do the young boy like this. OTC, no, I love him, but he know what I said about smoking. That's his sixth
He did.
cigarette.
Hey, he did. Hey, that nigga. Okay,
Bro,
no.
I'm sorry. This is me. I'm giving you authentic me. I'm not
I
putting on
know,
a.
but you can't. It hurt the stream. OTC.
I'm sorry.
Put the phone to the side, brother. But
No
all right,
question.
so
No question.
it was
Type
it
shit.
was it. Hold on, real quick. So I'm gonna make 2 points real quick. So it was the video or a scene where the gentleman was trying to figure out a puzzle, right? And it's like, who's the smartest one here? And he said, couldn't be you, and it couldn't be you. And they said, why? Because you were divorced and you are widow, and I've never been. And they said, what does that mean? And I know I'm the smartest because I've never been married. So that was the point to that. And the last point is women fucking understand when you figuring shit out, they don't want everybody else to know. I know it's kind of, I didn't bring it around together that good, but women understand that when you figure shit out, that they don't want you to tell the other men, hey, this is what women are. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him. They get you before you even start to tell the men. They start the fucking windmill like Jalen did the other day when I told you about the women wearing the fucking hair on their head. She tried to cut me off. She tried to do anything in her power to stop me from saying that point. But I still got it out because I'm not gonna let women shut me down. I'm not gonna let y'all silence me. All right, I'll stop there.
CJ, you out.
That boy Lee on a bike.
They be trying to
All right.
silence you, bro. We figure that shit out. Jalen was trying to silence the shit out of me. He said, CJ. I'm like, about to finish this statement. Y'all wear y'all other people hair on top of their fucking head. I don't give a fuck. So that's the point, man. Women don't want you to figure this shit out. So when you start figuring shit out, they know how to fucking silence your ass. And like if women know how to get you in like a system of where once you start saying shit that they don't like, they start getting mad, and you don't even feel like dealing with that shit. So you're like, I'm not gonna say that because that's gonna set it off. I'm not gonna say that because that's gonna set it off. And then they get you in like you're not gonna say shit because you know what's gonna set your girl off. So you don't even say the shit. You like, I don't even feel like talking to her about this because I know she's gonna set her off. So that's how they get you to be silent too. There's many ways to manipulate people.
So let me ask you something. This is starting to sound. You're telling me that married men have access to information through experience that women are trying to keep us from disseminating to single men.
Yes.
And you're telling me that married men aren't more experienced or don't have more information? When apparently there's a CIA level effort on behalf of women and to keep us hushed and keep this information from you, but you as a single man are as experienced and informed as we are. How do you square that circle?
I think that's perfect. That's a perfect segue. So basically, a lot of these married dudes do know, but they gain power by playing dumb. By sitting here when women do bad things, they know that a woman's doing bad things and they don't say nothing.
You know they women gonna trip.
Playing
They know
dumb
they
with
girls gonna
who?
trip. If they say something out of line, their girl's gonna trip at home. Their wife is gonna trip. Mr. Williams' wife is gonna trip at home. If he say something on these panels that she don't like, guess what he gonna have to deal with when he get home?
How you gonna bring up Williams, dog?
Mr. Williams, he ain't even here, dog. Mr. Williams is my boy, but he's simple. He's simple though.
Bro, niggas know when they get home they gotta deal with their woman, so they don't even want to rock the cradle, whatever it's saying.
Shout out Williams.
Hey man, why y'all think all married men are just these soft ass niggas, man? That shit's crazy to me. Like I'm married and I got a lot of married home and I got a lot of married homeboys, bro. Like everybody ain't on that soft ass shit, bro. Like y'all saying, bro. Like nigga, and y'all be acting like and y'all gotta understand, bro. Like nigga, these dudes' wives wasn't their first fucking girlfriend. Niggas been out here fucking with. Most niggas get married because they tired of fucking with these hoes. They was out there in them streets running wild. And they're like, man, let me slow my ass down, have me some kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas, y'all be feeling like niggas get married on some desperation. I can't get no more pussy. I'm finna get this in-house pussy. Like, and the crazy part about it, if you want to be, like, most niggas do got discipline, but just because you married, it's still all kind of hoes that still be on you. You just got to be disciplined and not fuck with them.
This nigga still smoking on the street. That nigga didn't say, "All right, I'm gonna try."
So it's like
my fault. I forgot. My fault. I forgot. I was listening.
I know you didn't forget that quick. The nigga told you 3
Shout out
minutes.
to Georgia Boy. Just real quick, and then we go to Lee. So yeah, shout out to Georgia Boy for that, man. Again, bro. Even though I say all married niggas,
My bad, Georgia Boy.
That shit is voluntary. That don't mean niggas is soft. And at the end of the day, like you said, bro, ain't like women ain't attracted to no niggas more than a nigga that's already in a relationship. Okay, bitches want to get the most pussy to a nigga that's got in-house pussy. Okay, and you see that ring, bro? Literally, it's niggas. It was a point in time where you had the dating coaches telling niggas to wear a ring like as if he was married, right? And act like he was married because women feel like if they making you cheat, you know what I'm saying, they getting the win. So yeah, bro, come on. But it's on Lee.
But the most dudes that's married talk about being faithful. They don't brag about they not getting those.
Obviously, nigga. Listen what you saying, brother. Stay off the weed.
It ain't the weed. It ain't the weed.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That adds to my overall.
Did you hear what you just said?
Go ahead. Can I finish this real quick? All I was just gonna say is that married niggas do have a knowledge of how women are, right? They understand how women are, but they leverage it by seeing women have bad behavior or not saying nothing and trying to act like they're on a moral ground.
Because they don't want to rock the cradle in their fucking house, so they scared to say what real women are really, what women really are. Niggas don't want to speak up because they women got them in a fucking headlock.
All right, let me do this. Let me read the. Aaron, can you remember what you're gonna say?
Yeah.
All right, then we'll get Lee in. Bet Life for the $5 says, I like the conversation.
Somebody mute.
Yeah. Where there's opposition, but where the bounties? He just talking and don't even hear himself. Kenya. Salute. Welcome to the fam. I feel like there's a renewal though. Romello was popping with the $5 says, Gen X, ellipsis. We did Applebee's 2 for $1, unlimited Olive Garden salad and breadsticks. I'm broke, baby. John Henry with the tennis. Valentine's Day is where they single, behaviorally disruptive, non-selected women, to include baby mama, get together at Applebee's. Thank God it's Friday. Sizzler and fuss about the men they chose. Jesus.
Not Sizzler. They still got Sizzlers?
Nah, Sizzler's done. Romello with the $5 says Gen X was the latchkey kids. Our influence was outside. Fuck around and find out was us. As Abe with the $5 says, you men are the first group to promote man love more than the women. Omar Smith with the $10 says, somebody blocking me in the chat. I'm going back and forth with bro who mom effed the wrong men, and now he can catch meanings through context clues. Poor education and poverty will ruin a kid. Nobody blocked you in the chat. Oh. Trevor the 2000. Why get a government sanctioned marriage?
That's true shit too.
Omar Smith with the 1000. Ninjas want to correct my spelling. Everyone knows I didn't go to school, ellipsis, but I can count real good, bro. No doubt. Oh, we see you, baby. Perfect. You know what I mean? I guess we can answer this, but
because if shit go bad, nigga, because if shit go bad, you want to be able to have custody of your kids, bro. All these little made up notary shit y'all be getting, nigga. Where in the state of Florida where I live at, brother, if I get a divorce, I automatically get 50% custody. So I don't got to worry about getting on here crying. She won't let me see my children and all that shit. So that's why niggas need to.
Well, not that I understand. Well, sorry, G. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just don't want to necessarily stay on that road of that question. Yeah. But here's what I'll say, right? Along with what GA saying, why did the LGBTQIAs fight so hard for marriage? It's beyond just them saying, "Oh, we married," right? There's benefits that come along with it, right? So when we assess it, we have to truly assess what's the benefits of marriage versus not being married under the law, and then see the differences as opposed to be like why and why not. Feel me? So that's all. I just don't want to. I'm gonna try to cut you off, G. I just want to get Lee in. I don't think John Henry said shit yet. You know what I'm saying. I know. OTC been cutting everybody off. So
hey, that nigga OTC be cutting everybody off. Fam. He worse than me, brother.
I apologize.
He mean well though. That's why when he came, he mean well overall. Aaron, what were you trying to say before we get unlikely in?
I'll come back around to it. Let's get Lee in here.
Right, Lee, what's popping? No, I knew what you had said, Lee. Hamdulillah. I was just surprised you said it. That's what I was surprised about.
It's a long story. What's good, everybody? I hope everybody having a great day. I ain't really hear the conversation. That's why, if anything, I want to listen. But I hope everybody having a great day. I'm over here. You feel me?
No doubt. Here's what I do, Lee. If you got something after you hear what's saying, jump in. I will give you the grace to jump in so you could catch on and catch up and shit like that. Feel me? I could give you a synopsis, but I'm sure it'll come in soon. John Henry, what's popping?
It was good, Hemp. It's good, chat.
It's good.
Yeah, so this whole thing, just to back it up for a second, this happy wife. I don't know why everyone thinks that was something that was put together by Gen X or even, let's say, by the baby boomers. If anything, the baby boomers had it misappropriated too.
John, before you finish, you have to give your name, age, and status.
Oh, we're doing the new thing now. John Henry, 54 years old, single.
Ever been married?
Yes. I said you probably missed a couple of those where I mentioned this way back. I think when Hamp and I first met a couple years ago.
I know you have. I just want to
you just married once, right, John?
Yeah, once.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Would you do it again?
I'll get to that. And this will be the place to have
a good question today.
This is the spot to have that conversation. But what I was saying here is that the whole thing of happy wife, that was some type of English poem back from 1903. That was I think part of the Workers and Wages Party. It was just a poem. And somehow, like anything else, someone just threw it out there and attributed it to marriage. And it just became a thing to whereas, happy wife, happy life. But that was nothing that Gen X had anything to say about. If anything, we had people still in the generation that I grew up in who had parents who may have been saying that. But again, it was not everybody. for the same amount of people who say happy wife, happy life in Gen X, there was a whole bunch of us who did not.
Stop the cap.
Hey, you don't have to accept it, Hamp, but I'm just letting you know because I was there. That's all I'm saying, man. But for the most part, when you look at it from that standpoint, happy wife, happy life, yeah, you got guys who will simp out and then, take the L, but that's not everybody across the board. I'll drop it right there for a second.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah.
Is it minority or majority?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Because you're just saying it wasn't everybody. Was it the majority of people saying happy wife, happy life, or the minority?
I'm trying to get
definitely minority. Definitely.
Yeah, it was
I don't know, because
it was minority.
The women are leaving most marriages.
No, it's not even that. You don't even gotta go to that. It's this part where them the same niggas that go home and get a check to their wife. Now all of a sudden y'all not come on. That's not
Now they was out there doing it.
That's the silent generation, dog. I went too far back.
You jumped almost 2 generations, Hell.
Jesus. That was
Y'all go home and y'all check all that, man. As long as dad got a beer in the truck, he all right. Come on, man. That's y'all, man.
Hey, niggas is quiet as mice when they in the house with their wife. Niggas ain't saying not a word.
Yeah, that was silent generation, dog. That was not boomers was not giving a check to their wife. They was not doing it.
So I used to control it.
Hey, hell. But they gave him, champ. They gave him half of their check because they was fucking Miss Carla around the corner. They wanted to cheat in peace, nigga. They ain't want no problem.
There was that. George was not lying. I don't know about. I won't talk about the money part, but he was right about Granddaddy being a Rolling Stone. That was something
no doubt
around back in those days. You have some days you go outside and talk to a girl, and you see your partner's dad come out there. No, don't go talk to her. That's your sister. Yeah. Then he turn around, walk back in the house. Big mom in the doorway, like.
Yeah, siblings look like cousins.
That wasn't
right?
saying back in the day.
So okay, Lee, let me ask you a question. Now, I'm gonna text you this question. I got another question.
He look too ready to answer the question.
This question though, nah, you ready. So, the young boys, right? The young nigga is 13 to 25. The big bros is 26 to 32 or so.
32
or 34 or something like that, right? But the young
34.
boys, right? So we look at them, we say, yo, y'all don't approach women no more, XYZ, right? It's alleged because they afraid, right? But then we look at the stats and shit, and we look at the world. They was dealing with the Me Too movement right before COVID, and then COVID separated everybody.
Somebody knew.
That's Lee. But
that's Lee, yeah, that's Lee.
So at the height of when they were supposed to be outside, there was no outside. So now they don't approach women face to face, but they use the internet to do so because that's the way of the world. Do you think that makes sense, or you think that they got more that they are scared? Because it's not like it's always nerve wracking, like just going after women, right? You outside, whatever. But do you think they actually scared, or you think their world just changed?
I mean, I think their world just changed. I don't think they scared. You know what I'm saying? I think it's in their nature to go after women. Like, you've been doing that since you was a little baby and shit. You know, I'm trying to grab shorty with the big booty hands and some shit. I don't think they scared, man. I just think shit changed so much, man. Like, you made a good ass point. You made a good ass point.
You think when we was babies, we was like, damn, her diaper. Like, you think we like what you?
No. I don't think it was the little kids. I think it was the grown women we was trying to touch. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying trying. You know what I'm saying? Them big ass titties. You know what I mean? No. I think that's what it was going.
It's the auntie at church that you always hold her hand.
Yeah, you'll be like, you know what I'm saying? You'll start doing shit like this. You know what I mean? You trying shit. Whatever. Never mind. I ain't even say it. Fuck it. But yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is I think that's in the man's nature. I think they're just going about it differently because reality changed, bro. Like, we gotta admit, to me, man, I'm so glad. Like, even though I'm older now, I wouldn't even say I wish I was younger because we had it like perfect. It was perfect for us, bro. Like we used to pull up. Like you couldn't call Fantastic. You had to go to Fantastic house. Then you, if he ain't there, you go to his aunt house, go to his grandma's house, and then in turn of doing that, there's other people outside. You know, the girls outside, the dudes outside. We was outside more. That day is come and gone, brother. And if anything,
Okay.
we should feel bad for the YNs. You know what I mean? Because it's way harder. And then now it's like online, women have all the leverage. They got too much leverage online. They
Yeah.
because like keep it 100. Like men, we ain't gonna go put makeup on and draw headlines and try to look super perfect for the pictures we take. We gonna hop on that motherfucker like this, and that's it, nigga. That's what you gonna get.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Women going.
that you said.
They say to your point. Yeah, you can go. You can
I
go. G. I just want to say to his point. What's it? 90%. They swipe. Women swipe left, which means they don't like you or whatever. 90% of the time, essentially, because to Lee point, men gotta leverage more gifts than just they looks. How you talk, how you move. You know what I'm saying? Like all that shit matter when you trying to date, court, or approach a woman. You feel me? The influence you got in the place you at. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And look, all that stuff that men used to be able to use, like the fat niggas can't really get their shit off no more. Like now he just gotta have a picture there. You know what I'm saying? Because he get a video where he can show like yo, I'm actually funny. You know what I'm saying? Because the things that men, the other tangibles, the other pieces, you really don't see that. Us with men, we simple. She look good, swipe left. I guess that's you like that shit, right? If you swipe left, I'm guessing.
Right.
So with us, it's simple. With them,
Swipe right.
Even if you got a little weight.
That nigga knows right.
Go ahead, CJ. What you wanted to address?
Nah. I was gonna say about you try to make it like niggas is up there catfishing. Niggas don't catfish like that. We was on a Discord and Jalen doing the little profile shit for Jalen. Them niggas looked at regular as shit. And the women, they do the most. And he forgot to mention filters. Women love fucking filters. He didn't mention that part. No, he didn't say filters. He said makeup.
Oh,
he
Miss
said
Fantastic.
he said the other shit, yeah. But them filters get them hoes. They be catfishing the shit out of us.
Nah, B. We talking about I just asked you on the line with Shorty, right? Don't be obtuse, right? This certain
shit. I hate that you learned that word, bro.
No, I taught y'all that word. That's what actually happened. Congratulations. Now, this part, right? If I take it like when I was outside, I'm taking pictures, right? Even when I was in good shape, I ain't never had like a bunch of abs, you know what I'm saying? But so when I take a picture, if I have my shirt off, my chest and up, nigga. I'm not putting my stomach in the picture. So don't act like niggas don't be strategic. You feel me? Like my shit was alright, but it wasn't like no. You know what I mean? Like
it's a little strategic, but they ain't like women strategic.
But you
know
know
how
what I'm
women
saying?
get down.
Like the nigga that don't do legs at the gym. When you see him without, you know what I'm saying?
Had on long pants every time he work out.
You know what I'm saying? So like,
I got chicken legs, but my bitch is strong. I got chicken legs, dude.
But I'm that's right. That'd be how it be though, right? Yo, look at Rainbow Kid. You gotta chill, my nigga.
Oh, but Ham, I mean,
it's crazy.
Yo, like Ham.
Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead, John.
So when they talk about what changed in the environment, hell, I can remember watching a lot of stuff. Okay, you think about it, like back when I was clubbing, back in the ancient days, we'll say back in the mid 90s or so, you were guaranteed at least twice a night. You're talking from at least 10 o'clock at night to 2 o'clock in the morning. You're going to get at least 2 slow sets. And there was about maybe 5 songs that you got in that slow set. So if you were out there dancing to whatever was out right about then, one of the fast songs, whatever girl you were talking to, she was the one, hey, sure, this is why we're out here. Let's go ahead and dance. You said, okay. And then you get a couple of dances in. That's what used to happen. And then somewhere around the way, when I came back from being overseas around 2000 or so, and started trying to do the little club thing again, there's sofas, VIP sections, and stuff that's starting to show up. But also there's this thing, whereas it was called in Tucson, it was called the loser line. So what the loser line was is that the DJ would give girls in the club a phone number that if girls thought a guy was a loser or whatnot who approached her, she would give him that number. And then she wouldn't answer it. It would go straight to voicemail, and then they would play it on the radio. So you got the whole thing, the whole shaming thing that was going out. That's one of the things I can see that would push guys to be wary about talking to girls these days, because that was the first time I noticed there was a shaming tactic for men that was coming out there.
Oh yeah, well, so for us, we were still partying. We were still partying 2000 when I went into college in 04. We were still partying like shit. When I graduated, after that, we were still partying for sure in the club and all that.
Hell, can I say something, because I'm still thinking.
Go ahead.
Maybe because I can't relate. This is my own anecdote. Like these guys y'all talking about, they were just like ultra simping and just like, I can't relate to the men I grew up under. Man, treacherous. Like some of the stuff.
So you never seen this simp.
This is what I'm saying.
Well, Shot, before you finish, Shot, before you finish,
he being obtuse.
No. Let's understand what he was saying. Hold your horses. Jesus Christ.
Hey, man. I said it's my anecdote.
I love you, brother. I love you, brother.
Be my experience, but
let me ask you a question though. Would they crash out though over their chick?
Ooh.
Robo, you puffing on screen, man.
He leaning. He trying his best. He trying.
Man, crash out. I mean, I think probably.
See them niggas who be wilding, right? But they will do you dirty over their chick though.
Yeah.
Man,
no cap though. That's not strong though.
Let me say this though. This really happened, man. And I'm not gonna say too much because I don't know who watching this. But I had a friend. I was in her wedding.
Mm-hmm.
We putting our tuxes on. Literally, the groom about to walk down the aisle. Old head. He had to be about 65. He like, all y'all come here for a second. He bring us in a circle. The groom is about to walk down the aisle, and he says to us, "Hey man, let me tell y'all something. Always keep you some on the side, because these women." They always got some on the side. This was not the wedding day. This was the wedding moment. Dude was about 65. So I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I think they had the same mentality a lot of guys have. I know the music was different because they was singing about the moon and the stars back then. But as far as how they was operating on urban,
wait, Shot, I missed the story. You said the old
Vandross was a simp. Let's keep it there.
Wait. On his wedding day, he looked to you and said, "Always keep something on the side, brother."
Not the groom.
Is that what you telling me?
It was like the groom's uncle or somebody, and he said to us, "We literally about to walk down the aisle." He told us, "Man, I always keep something to say." It blew my mind. I couldn't believe he would say that at that moment.
He had nothing to do. That's crazy that he said that.
Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe y'all grew up around the guys who was like super.
Kelly was up too.
Yo, I mean, new guy. How old are you, man?
I'm 37.
Okay, yeah, you still behind. So, who else besides me was actually old enough to remember the Mac when all this type of stuff? Black exploitation.
Nobody up here as old as you. Nah, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I am.
All right, so okay, JT.
Average age on the panel is 38. John Henry, you two ahead. That's what it is.
That's why I asked the question, because what the new guy said is that he's talking facts. What I'm saying is, what new guy is saying is, yes, you would hear that from dudes like that, because these are the cats, like you said, always keep something on the side, because majority of them were afraid to be on their own just in case they couldn't catch what they were still after. So it's always putting your eggs in one basket. It's like a mutual fund. Instead, these cats will always spread something out there just to make sure that I've always got something in my trap in case a rainy day comes up. So these are the dudes who won't take a chance. Let's say, hey, you got to be in it to win it. So if I don't want to put it all in there just in case I think someone might do me dirty, let me make sure I got enough fishing traps out.
All right, let me ask a question. I want to start with JT, then GA, then we go around. All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me read these real quick. Where was I? As Ava the fellow says, CJ, I asked you if you were going to marry her because you deserve to be. At least engage her and she'll respond better. I believe she's a bit put out with you.
That's some crazy women logic. If we get married, she don't act better. That's how we get caught. Women don't act better when she get married.
Carlisle Tom to find out the suit to everyone. Another day, another chance to make things right. That's a fact, though. All right, so there's a couple of different logics in play, right? There's nothing new under the sun. I think we understand that, but we do see nuances, right, in how things were done. Feel me? Which generation do y'all think is getting it the most right? Either obviously did or has or is, right? Which generation
I think
do you
my
think is getting
generation.
it the most right?
I probably would say millennials.
Millennials?
I probably would say millennials.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my generation, we took on too many of our, the boomers, what they were doing, and we were pretty much that close to them. You got to remember, boomers, there was a lot of them. Like, the families were huge. My father had 9 siblings. My mama had 9 siblings, and it was just the families were very big. And they, like, I had an uncle that was only like 5 years older than me, and he was a boomer, but we was that close in age. So when we got, once I got to be 21, 25 years old, we was hanging out, and so the way that we were raised and how we were coming up, we were kind of bridging out of it. Now my brother, he's a late X, 1980, but he's closer to the millennials. And from what I seen in the millennials, because I hung out with them too, right? They were the ones that was like get money, or they were going to college a lot more than my generation was going to college a lot more, or the ones that were actually doing things that we wasn't. Like my brother, he's 8 years older than me. He started doing stocks and bonds, and he started doing all of the stuff that we started, but we couldn't grasp. My generation couldn't grasp it like the millennials grasped it. So I say they probably would be the ones, because after them, then you got disease, and disease is just, they like punks. That's just what it is right now when it comes down to the world. They complain too goddamn much.
GA, what you think?
I would say, I don't be knowing how it is. I would say my generation. I'm 41, so what am I?
Millennial.
I would say the millennials getting it right, because the reason I would say that is because we got the best of both worlds growing up, so we know how to play both games. Like the internet didn't really become popular until we were in college, the people my age. So, and also I would say hands down, we're the best fathers. We're the best fathers, you know what I'm saying? Because we grew up, a lot of us grew up, not me personally, but a lot of us grew up not having our dad. So I noticed a lot of black men my age, they're really, really, really good fathers. They're in their kids' life. Even if them and the kid's mother hate each other guts, they figure it out, they work it out, they co-parent. So I would say my generation doing it the best, man, because once again, we're the best fathers, and we just move around the world a little better, in my opinion.
Okay. OTC, you say your generation? What generation are you? Is he Z? No, right?
I'm 28.
He's a millennial, but he's at the end of the millennial.
No, I
like
think
he's damn near Z.
No, I think that.
No, he's still millennial. That's the last year. 1996, 1997.
96. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So that would explain why I
They
still
never
remember
said
the
that,
times
no,
where it wasn't no cell phones and internet weren't really that. I got into it where it was just coming in when I was getting in school, and I did see the effects of it because it gave popularity a new meaning. And
Yeah, that's still later internet though. That's later internet. So in '96 when you was born, we had like chat rooms on the internet and shit like that. AOL, AIM, and shit.
MySpace started in '96.
I think that was a little later. That was like 2000.
Like 96.
No, MySpace started in '96, I believe, something like that.
See You, See Me was another one.
I don't know if MySpace was that old.
I don't know if it's that old. I just know we had AOL, chat messenger, and shit like that.
I was on MySpace, and I was like 13.
We was on MySpace in like middle school.
98, 99. I remember for that. Was the start of it.
If you was on MySpace in middle school, that kind of makes sense. It's kind of
you had MySpace and Black Planet. Yeah.
MySpace launched in 2003.
Yeah, I don't think there was no. I think it was just AIM. Like the chat room was like a social media.
Yeah, everybody was speaking at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't figure it out yet.
Black Planet, but I do remember there was a site in 98, 99 when I was in Germany that everybody had a profile on.
But I do want to propose.
That was AOL. I think that was AOL.
Yeah, AOL. You had a screen name.
I do want to propose a different idea though, y'all fellas. Like, what if the internet is not the cause and is the actual effect? Because we know for a long time, it's a lot of crazy things that's happened in history that unfortunately was not filmed. So what if the things that's happening that people saying is, oh, it's social media doing it? What if this is just a symptom of the actual disease, which is maybe a lot of these people that's doing this that's who they are, right? And it goes deeper than just who they portray online, like Mr. Beast, all these cases, and then it gets muddy because, and this is what I don't like about the internet, because it's like there's a situation to fit everything. There's a person out here on the internet that people thought just went to work, never did nothing in their life, and then they turn around, this guy is a fucking pedophile or a murderer. So it's like anybody can be paint in a certain light. You know what I'm saying? If you get to really just picking out who you want to use as an example, but it's like this is why even more the people need to stand up, because these games only benefit the politicians. Because let's
answer, right? So I understand your premise, but I do think it's flawed, because what you're articulating now is the fact that the internet and to be able to create a different person and who you may actually be would be the cause of all the things going awry, because they have the access to this vehicle that allows you to be somebody, be Superman. You know,
the internet is more than, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, man. Forgive me.
Go ahead. You go.
Real fast, the internet is nothing more than another version of a mirror. The mirror doesn't care about what your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations are. It just shows you what already is there. That's all I want to say, Ham.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think that's what the internet is.
I like the question. Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, the internet, you can be whoever you want to be. I think it's opposite of the mirror. The mirror is going to show you exactly who you are. You can't hide. The mirror is going to show you who you are. Yeah, the internet, you can be whoever you want to be.
I will push back on that a little bit, CJ, and said no, because you can tell yourself what you want. So even looking in the mirror, there's people in the mirror every day that see themselves and they need improvement, but they can lie to themselves and not do anything. And I also think the cause is more so the destruction of the family. Like that's why, because we don't have people. We got, you know what I mean, and not trying to disparage like panels and things like this, but a lot of people are going here to get information. They don't have an uncle at home. They don't have a dad at home. They don't have a big brother. What I'm saying, I know you about the mirror point, CJ. What I'm saying is people that have mirrors, they look in those mirrors every day, but they can lie to themselves as far as what they're seeing.
You can lie to yourself as much as you want, but once you put the mirror there, I can say my ears are big. My ears are big. My ears are big.
Yeah.
Once I put that mirror in my fucking face, that my ear is showing my small ears, bro.
What you say?
I don't see the small ears. No, the mirror.
No, I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree with CJ. Right. I think even if you put if you do like a sport or something, right? If you see yourself doing it, you be like, God damn. Like film study, you be like, okay, I fucked that up. In the game, you think that your feet are right, this, that, and the third, and then you like, nah, that wasn't it. Like
you'll be like,
or not even. Let's break it down, right? Because even my example is not the right one, or sparring because there's opposition, right? In the context of the mirror, there is none. But when you're shadow boxing, when you in the mirror shadow boxing, you can see all your flaws and you can make the corrections because the mirror isn't lying to you. But when you just moving around the bag, you think you look sweet.
You looking smooth.
Then the mirror be there, you be like, what the fuck?
You gotta be willing to say that, okay, my lab, my jab, my cross, you know, my hook.
I'm with y'all that, and with these tangible examples y'all are providing, right? You can't lie to yourself. But what I'm saying is the adults that look in the mirror every day and they tell themselves, I'm doing the right thing. They looking in the mirror and telling themselves they're doing the right thing, but the results don't say that. And they can lie to themselves to believe it's something different. You can't do that when you shadow boxing because you will see.
So let's just use the social media then. There's not a whole lot of people that can get up on here, get on a microphone, get in front of a camera and speak the way they speak. Look how many people that's in the chat, right? And if you ask the majority of those people to come up here and be able to speak, you ain't gonna get a lot of people to do it. Why? Because it's going to be recorded. And when they get back and see, and sometimes when you have somebody that's on there and they get to talking and they think they in their bag and then they see it, they rewatch it, and they wonder why. That's why some people say, rewatch what you just said. You have half of the panel, somebody will get on the panel and start talking, and they sound crazy. They don't think they sound crazy until the people like, listen to yourself after you done said it. You know, and a whole lot of people will listen to themselves. They be like, all right, then.
You know,
it's painful.
JT, you know what I like seeing? I like seeing the maturation process for people, meaning when they first come up here, right? So they be in the chat, right? Like, let's say somebody talking crazy to me in the chat as an example, right? It happened a couple of times. When they get up here, right? I usually don't be over pursuing anyway. But then all that shit done went away. Right? And it's not even because I done said nothing crazy. It's just I'm like, why would you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Then when you move again to in person, like when everybody met, it was even more love. Like, so it's like the shit just go all the way down. Or CJ, when he first came to the panel, that motherfucker was quiet, calm, dumber, humble.
Dumber.
Now he cut you off, interject. Yeah,
he got a soapbox right next to him so he can jump on it.
Always me. Hold on, so are y'all saying? Wait, I just want to make sure I'm understanding y'all clearly. Are y'all saying delusion don't exist? Is that
No,
what
we
y'all
saying that. No, we saying it does exist, but sometimes it takes a minute for you to see yourself.
Well, okay, cool.
We're saying it's harder. Wait, no, Shy. It's harder to be delusional when you have a mirror in your face put up to you. It's easier to be delusional when you don't have that mirror.
I think
y'all shaking your head. No, like y'all lose your
I
mind.
think the beauty of a camera and recording is that when you get on camera and you record it,
if you're on camera, yes,
you can't. You can't.
My bad.
You can.
Go ahead.
You can. Nah, no question, CJ. You can try to be who most people are going to be what they think is correct, even if they're lying. Whatever they're trying to portray, you're going to learn information from it. But you just got to be smart enough to understand that everybody's not telling the truth.
Okay, we said things, bro. I'm talking about self. I'm not talking about the observer.
Wait a minute, Sean, brother and John. Sean and Sean. Y'all both shook your head no when I said it's harder to be delusional when you have the mirror put up to your face. So if someone is lying to you, but you catch their ass on camera, is it harder for them to lie to you or not? Like, this is common sense. If someone is in fucking delusion and you put a mirror up and if they think they something and they're not, like Hank just said with the sparring video. If I think I'm awesome when I'm sparring, and I mean when I'm shadow boxing and you record it and I look crazy, it's hard for me to stay delusional. I can see the fucking video.
You're right.
Now, I'm not saying I can't stay delusional. I'm saying it's harder to.
Have you not been on some of these female panels? Have you not the very ones you've seen? And think about what you're saying again. Play that back.
Real for ignorance.
Hey, Help! Remember you did the remember when you did the look. Everybody was nine. Hold on, wait. Help did a rating system for the fellas. Every fella was a 9.
That's how you know the ignorance is on purpose. Go ahead, my fault.
Nah, Help. So do you see that these mirrors you talking about, bro? Everybody was a 9 that day. Everybody was a 9.
Hey, put that mirror up to me. Put the camera back on me, huh? Let me film me. Let me do my I need a haircut. I need a haircut. Film my shit looking crazy.
Right, but you've been on here for a minute. But this is the thing too. This is what I noticed too. So when y'all had the last the last meetup that y'all had, right? It was funny where like people was like, when they seen somebody having that, pointing that phone and that camera to them, a lot of the people was looking, they was looking like, they was trying to look away. They didn't want nobody to put the camera to them and stuff. I was like, these are people that's been on the panel. But when somebody else, they was like, I don't want to.
Ask the ladies,
I said, wow.
about me at the last meetup. Ask the ladies about me at the last meetup. But I'm not that photogenic, so my video, I'll be looking crazy on this camera, but in real life, I get hoes. All right, we're not gonna go back on that. Yeah. Sorry for saying that word too.
Hey, so to answer your question about who's getting it right, the best, I kind of agree. I think 2 people have said millennials, and I feel like we were like not the first generation, but I think we had to really, in a way, and I think we still learning women. We had to really like grow up with them and like mingle with them as kids. You know what I mean? In school and I remember, like, it's crazy. I was talking to somebody, I said, bro, and I guess y'all can call me a simp. I was writing love letters in, like, middle school, bro.
Me too.
Like, the transition, we used to call the radio station and dedicate songs to girls at 14, 15 years old. So to see where things have kind of turned, it's kind of weird. 'Cause I'm like, how we were so in love as teenagers, now everybody's like fearful of each other. But I do see.
So that's the proximity thing, though. So even in like the school, like if I do a college party, they're more so because they know each other. They've been around each other a lot.
Right.
You know, especially given like the HBCUs as an example. Most of them are, you know, a few thousand kids more than like real big high schools. You know, most of them aren't that large, the HBCUs. You know, so you got maybe 8,000-10,000 kids, you know, and people pretty familiar with each other.
Right.
So there's more social interaction for sure, like the partying and things of that nature. So what you see growing up in a town, it's kind of similar to those microcosms of college, I would say. Kids that are a little bit more free in those aspects. You know, just based on my anecdotal, like being at the parties, going to college, DJing them now, shit like that.
And I also think like I think my generation, like if we do get married, it's gonna be older because I think people like it seems like marriage has become like this elite party of people, and I think subconsciously a lot of people know they're not really good at long-term relationships. Like the longest relationship I had was 4 years, and in that 4 years I learned so much about women that I think like in my 20s because I was just summertime flinging everything where it's like it was cool until it wasn't cool, and as soon as it wasn't cool, I was out. When I had to really like sit and kind of allow things to manifest, I was like, okay. When I was younger, man, I was missing a lot of the good details about women that it might not be things I like, but to understand it makes it easier to deal with because no matter what woman you get with, it's gonna be some things that you just got to deal with. And I do think sometimes, like some guys. So I'm going back a little bit early in the conversation when you talk about the difference between a married man and a man who just had a lot of failures. That's where I think like things start to divide because a man who's been married might versus a guy who's never had, and not even necessarily failure, just a guy who's had a long-term relationship. I think that there's some wealth in that, like when you can actually maintain a relationship with another human for a long.
Wait, CJ, can I go real fast?
Wait, I gotta ask Shad a question real quick. I'm Shad, you still with the girl that you were with for 4 years?
I'm not.
You mind if I ask what happened? It would just grew apart.
I mean, I shared with him when I first came on, just real quick. It's just I didn't set a good foundation as far as my boundaries and my priorities and things like that. So when I started to get to know her and things started to change, and I started trying to do that, it was kind of too late, just to be honest. And I just realized, like, once I really got to know the person I was with, I wasn't supposed to be in a long-term relationship with.
He niggas don't know what they got till it's gone type shit.
I really want to propose the idea that men
niggas don't know what they got till they got it either. That's the thing.
I want to propose the idea that men is not even supposed to be monogamous. Like, first of all, if you look at any other creature in the wild,
come on, OTC, we can't talk about everything in one stream, OTC.
Bro, I'm just saying, bro.
Hey, I agree with my boy OTC on a lot of the stuff
Hey,
he's
look.
saying, right? Hey, the young
Look, I'm gonna leave it at that. I gotta charge my phone, gang. Y'all go ahead and chop it up. I got charge my back.
Young niggas are like,
Get back when it's charged.
No question, no question.
Why is go ahead.
It's misappropriated red pill, man. My gosh.
Yeah, man.
Oh, all right, but look, the YNs are like, why is the shit the way it is? Why are they tricking us into being what they want us to be, but we ask them to be what we want them to be, and they say no? They like, why is monogamy our thing? But we tell them that's not who we are. We got to deal with who they are. Emotional, they do what they want to do, but we tell them that's not us.
Well, CJ, no one's forcing.
We don't have that conversation on another. Hey, that's another good topic right there.
The argument is,
no one's forcing anybody to be monogamous. If you want to have multiple women, go out in the world.
They forcing us, bro. They are forcing us in the society we live in. The women don't accept it. The men don't accept it. Society don't accept it. The man, I just told you earlier, the man like, why you don't get married, CJ? So you want to be on the streets all your life? Blah 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 blah. That's how
I understand. I understand the influence you're saying, CJ. You're right. Society influences us to have one woman, but what I'm getting at is you don't have to do with society. You want to get multiple women, do it. Can you afford it? Can you deal with the emotional?
Of course,
I don't think I can.
I'm just saying that society is manipulating us into believing we should be with one person, and monogamy is the way to be. When men kind of have that feeling that deep down, they know this shit ain't right. Like, I gotta be with one fucking person.
I don't think it's society. I don't think it's society. I don't think it's society by
the men
itself.
already, hey, Sean, look at the men already shaking their
No,
head.
let me explain what I mean.
No,
real
nigga.
quick.
One
No, I
one
don't think.
girl is enough. No.
No, I don't think that is the society. I don't know where they are because we all are part of society, aren't we? I think it's the whole thing of most guys can't do it.
Can't do
Like
it.
like most guys gonna tell you that I'm not tripping off of you having as many women as you want. Get as many women as you can afford, homie. Do it. The problem is can you
What
be
you mean can
honest?
afford?
Now listen, because I ain't talking about just money. I'm talking about can you afford, can you pay attention to every which woman? Can you do all the things that you need to do for each and every one of them? That's up to you, right? So the thing is this, it ain't got nothing to do with society when it comes down to getting multiple women. What you're being challenged, hold on, CJ. What you're being challenged though is can you tell the women the truth and be able to have that lifestyle while telling those women the truth? Because there's a lot of them that's out
And
there.
the thing is, and we done let women trick us into believing, hey, you can't do it. But I agree with you with the last statement you said. Can you do it and still keep your girl and keep her in check like
Nigga,
Omar
most
do?
niggas
But
don't even have access to have a bunch of
niggas
women.
can't. I know that's the part. That's the problem. Feel me?
Monogamy
Women done got us.
benefits.
They done got it to be monogamous. They
Monogamy
said, I'm leaving if
benefits
you not.
most men, bro. It
Yeah.
benefits most men. Monogamy. Because the women think they should only be with one man. Imagine if the women thought they should be with the best man. You and I'd be fucked.
You crazy. I'll be getting out. What are you talking about, bro? Nigga, they're trying to bring me into his stuff.
Then his girl sees this shit later.
I probably would be. I probably would be fucked.
I don't know why.
Hey, CJ, watch your mouth, the baby.
You said
Because I'm like the way men.
Sorry, Big Chug. Is that Big Chug right there?
Yeah, Big Chug.
Why would you want three of them? The way men discuss women. Why would you want three of them? That's gonna be a crazy headache.
Yeah,
We just rotate. We just rotate them.
What would be your
Get 'em on that
rotation,
food over here,
CJ?
man.
What would be your rotation? Every week, weekly, every day? You got to what would be
About
your
once
frequency?
every 2 days. Once every 2 days. So I need 1 day to myself in between each one. Just to feel me. Just to relax. Cause you know women are tiresome. Nah, 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 nah. I need 1 day to chill in between each girl. 1 day off here, thank you. I go see the other one. 1 day off here, I go see the other one.
Hey, CJ, what's the longest relationship you've been in?
About 2.5 years, 3 years. I'll be on and off a lot of my girls. So I mean, on and off 4 years, on and off 2 years type.
Yeah. So I mean, but this is the thing that you to think about this. If you had it where you had like multiple women, would you like if you was going to a party, would you take all of them with you?
Hell fucking no. So excuse me, Chuck. Hell no. I'm trying to get another girl when I'm at the party. Why I'm taking it? Why do I bring sand to the beach?
Because you the man. If you go to a concert, you wouldn't get the concert tickets for you and all the women that you got, and all y'all go to the concert.
Yeah, that's some player shit. Right there. Feel me? You can.
No, I'm gonna tell you, man. This hunting game, this hunting game ain't easy, boy. I don't give a damn who you is.
It
It's
easy.
not
Easy, brother. Hey, my girl ain't going for that 2 girl stuff. She gonna be like, nah, nigga. Find another one.
Yeah, man.
So I'll go ahead and pick up while Newark guy left with the question, getting it back on topic. But all jokes aside, I would say probably Gen Y is maybe doing a little bit better because again, they're sitting in between.
Is that millennials?
Pardon?
Is Y millennials?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sitting in between here because when all the feminism, the sexual revolution, all that broke out, and Gen X was in the scene, it was happening around us. We were not a part of that because we were still kids. We were coming up in that and hearing this and seeing some of this mess that was going on, but it wasn't like Gen X was participating in it. So as we got older, even though you had some of us who had those parents who were like happy wife, happy life, again, that was not the majority of that, but you did have that type of behavior that took place. But ideally, when you look at the conversations that are being had now, I think we've said this on multiple panels, back in the mid 80s or so, you didn't have the voices that you have right now. There was only Oprah, Sally Jesse Raphael, Jenny Jones, and Ricky Lake. And you had, I forgot, Donahue, and you had, who was the brother?
Montel Williams.
Montel. You had Montel coming in on the back end. But by then, everything had already been set by about 10 to 14 years with the behaviors, because women had the larger voice because they had the most presence in what we call social media back then to have the voices heard. So I would say, yes, Generation Y, again, all jokes aside, is probably doing a little bit better as opposed of X.
Yeah. I think we learn. I think so I'm born in 85, so we can see a lot of that shit too.
I was 15 in 85 myself.
Yeah. I was getting ready to drive. That was
my brother is, you know, maybe that's an advantage too. My brother is 12 years older than me.
JT,
So
you look young as hell. Sorry.
I'm old, man.
I seen every single movie in the movie theater. Juice, Sugar. I seen all of it. Like with him, you know what I'm saying? So I had a different level of exposure. Like him carrying a big boom box, like the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying?
Do the Right Thing, 1989.
My brother is 12 years older than me too. My brother 12 years older than me. So
we still had dudes talking that Mac nonstop. Yo, man, you know, the Mac, you know, talking about all that old school game, that stuff that I think New Guy said something about when they got down to the wedding. Hey, keep you one on the side. That old black exploitation Mac.
I wonder what do you think it's easier now that the internet is the main way to approach women?
Easier for what?
Like in terms of approaching, is it easier to do it over the internet?
Yes.
But so
I think it is easier.
Let me do a better job of framing it, right? I understand it's easier to push keys, right? And hit send, right? It's not as direct, obviously, and the rejection isn't as impactful, right? When you just get shut down in front of everybody or in the middle of a club, you don't walk all the way over there, whatever the case is, right? But then is the success rate even real though? Like if I go up to her in person, she get to assess the whole, you know what I mean? For the most part, right? At the very least, what I present in person though. And if I get rejected, I get rejected. If she feeling me, I think she actually feeling me in person. On the internet, she could be feeling my page. She could be feeling the money. You know what I mean? Like all types of shit, not just me. So what you think, man? I think I'd rather have it to where I had to go face to face.
Well, what's the question? Is it easier or what's his greatest probability?
What would you rather? How they got it or how we had it? In terms of getting women and having access to them, like what would y'all prefer? How we had to do it or how they do it?
I've tried it both ways, and it will be easier to do it social media wise because you can pick a different type of strategy. Like if you are a friend, and now this is the thing, not a lot of young folks is on Facebook. A lot of them is on IG. So I remember when Facebook was a lot more, you had a lot more people that was on there, where the way a dude, if he liked the girl, he'll put comments up under her post, or he'll like her post, not the pictures, because that's IG shit and everybody do that. But or he'll give it a hey, big head, you know what I'm saying? Kind of see if she's going to respond to him type of thing before you jump into her DMs and stuff like that. Because you also had private groups, right? And in the private groups, people started hooking up. They were doing before you had the meetups on social media, on YouTube. The meetups used to be from the social groups that was on Facebook, and people used to gather and get together and have meetups through there. So a lot of people was hooking up that way also. And then, you know, that whole jump into somebody's DMs, that's kind of like, it's still a cold approach. So it's not, you're not going to get more of a positive outcome doing it, just jumping in the inbox. So normally what they would do is, all right, Mr. Fantastic. Normally what they would do is
out of here too.
Try to like them and stuff like that.
Let me say this.
Go ahead, bro.
This to Sis. Sis is a hater, but she always hating on me in the chat, and she gave me that 4 when we were doing the ratings. Sis is I think she loves me too. I love you too, sis. Get on my nerves.
Go on, CJ. Carry your ass.
But yeah, that's all I had to say about that right there, man. Anybody else can go.
I mean, I look at it. Oh, go ahead, Aaron. You've been signed for a while, man. You got it.
I would rather have it the way I had it, because the skill that you have to develop is what will separate the men from the boys, and I was fortunate enough to be able to develop some of that skill. However, I think it's easier to have it the social media way, because what the social media way does is it allows you to edit what you're going to say before you say it, and it takes away the time clock. When you're out in a woman's face, a clock begins the moment you introduce yourself, and you have to freestyle and get it right, and you don't have long. You can sit there and think about it all day when there's a cursor blinking in an inbox. You can sit there and edit. It doesn't matter what time of day. You can set the shit to, and same thing with follow-up. You can play that game however you want to play it. You can shape that the look, and you can put on whatever you're going to have in the pictures, and there's so much you can do to shape the way she sees you that you just don't have when you walk up to her on the street and say hello.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I would go for the old way, which is just cold approach, because the fact that right then and there, you know where you stand. It's not the thing of fishing back and forth. Well, maybe she might get back with me. I may hear something later. Well, let me hollow up. Let me go ahead and throw an email, all this type of nonsense. The cold approach always seemed to be the best way, because that way, if you know what you're saying, you find out what she has to say right then and there. Best part also, I'd let a girl know, look, here's my number. If you're not down with what's going on, then don't worry about calling me. Let's just say this is good that we met each other right now. Boom, and leave it at that. Then a few days later, I got a phone call. But that's not because of the line per se. That's because of what she was looking for may have been what I was offering. But the conversation is only the interview for the most part. You don't know if you get the job until a few more meetups afterwards. But this is the one thing that I liked about back in the day where you'd actually go outside. There was none of this stuff. Oh, no, I can't meet you just yet. Let's talk on the phone for like another 2 or 3 months before we consider going out. But then again, that's been the change in our environment, because back in the day, you could have that conversation, meet her at the club on a Friday, talk a little bit, and maybe Monday or even Sunday, meet her someplace, go out, have something to eat, and actually talk face to face. Nowadays, it's like it's a trip if someone says, "Hey, you want to go out and meet?" No, I just met you. Let's talk on social media.
You don't think that's still happening?
What's that? Unlikely. Lee,
you don't think that's still happening?
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying that it's not happening as much as it used to, because let's think about it. Also, back for some of us when we were younger, we didn't have all this craziness where girls ended up in a dumpster, or, guys getting drugged as prevalent as it is now. Whereas back when we were out, I mean, let's think about it. We get on our bicycles, at 8 o'clock in the morning during the summer, go ride for 3 or 4 hours, come home at 12, have lunch, go back out for another 5 or 6 hours, and then come home. You won't even see that getting done nowadays. There'd be some type of Amber Alert after the first hour and a half or so.
Is she right next door?
Yeah, that type of stuff. But again, I'll go ahead and land the plane there. I guess you guys get the gist of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yo, was the question which will we prefer, online or cold approach, or was the question which is being done more, like which is harder?
It was more of, it was kind of like it was like a two barrel. So one of it was which one is more effective, like now for outcome, and which one would you pretty much prefer? Which one is easier? Which you prefer?
And then from the two,
which is more
you prefer?
Yeah.
Oh, so basically, is which one? Okay, which one? Okay, I would think the cold approach would be better. I think the online game is nasty work. I ain't gonna hold. I don't think I ever met a shorty online. I always thought it was kind of weird, because, like I said, it's so many filters. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's like all of my I feel like most of my traits, and I feel like most of a man's traits, is like when you in front of him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you being funny, you being able to articulate yourself well, all those other things really shine through for a man. So I would definitely go with the cold approach for sure. I think the online shit is weird. But I ain't knocking nobody. I'm just saying that I wouldn't do it. That's all I'm saying.
For sure.
Yeah. I don't know. It used to work, I guess, when we used to have Facebook, but I prefer to go in person. At least I know what it is.
Facebook was something different, man. Facebook was when it first really started, and we still was kind of, like Facebook was special, man. Facebook was special, but I don't think I met a shorty on Facebook though. I thought it was like me. It was always walking outside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what was
I
cool
always
about the
felt
Facebook?
like I felt like a creep or some shit. I don't.
Yeah, that we felt like weird. We felt like weirdos when you find a chick online, right? Like we felt like it was
Right,
weird to do. The
right.
one thing that made Facebook's nuance when it first came out so dope because you had to have a edu email address. So if you didn't have a college email address, you couldn't even get on it. So it had that like, okay, everybody on the same playing field type shit, you know.
Yeah.
And I was going to school in Mass initially, up in the New England area. So we got that shit first because it came out of Harvard or MIT?
Harvard.
So they got disseminated to all the Massachusetts, Rhode Island schools, and then it kept on expanding and expanding. But that shit was cool as hell back then. You know what I'm saying?
It took me a year after it came out because I was so hooked on MySpace because MySpace was, that's the first hookup that showed you how to code. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know anything about coding, and in order for you to even your page to even look dope, you had to know how to at least do a little bit of coding and stuff.
Embedding all your shit. Yeah.
But I think, but overall, right? So we had a semblance of what is probably the main way to date nowadays, right? And so when we had the conversation, it isn't siloed to just one way, right? It's like, so I'm just speaking for like maybe Shad, Lee, and myself more, and Aaron more so, just because 10 years can make a big difference. And so we had MySpace, we had the Facebook, we started to get the inklings of, we had what was that one that had 7-second videos? Vine. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Just like these things where you could build credibility on the internet. You started promoting parties on the internet. You start selling tickets for parties on Eventbrite. Right. We still used to do the flyers on the cars, but then you like, well, Eventbrite, I could reach a bunch of people. You had a Facebook page where you could reach a bunch of people. And so we had a lot of those things. Right. And then when in 2016, when Instagram and all that was popping, we only 30, 29, 30. You see? So we had options. So even with weighing all those options, I still prefer to be in person because I just rather, and I need to use all the gifts. I'm a 4, you feel me? I got straight teeth though. I wear good cologne. I wash up, right? I look strong. You know what I'm saying? But I can't convey all of that stuff on the internet, right? I got to get in front of her to, give as much charisma as I possibly can out. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'd rather do it in person, because to Lee's point, I could leverage more things,
Yeah, like I said before, the 5 aspects, man, that all work physically: sight, sound, and smell. And those 3 things have to be done right in front. The first thing is that she's got to be able to see you, so she makes the determination if you're somebody that she may consider herself to even have a conversation with. So you got to get past sight. Sound, you got to have your game on when you speak to her. You can't talk out of this gang goofy nonsense. You got to be able to say something that she's going to listen to. Then smell, going back to what Hamp was just saying, you got to make sure that you got some type of scent on you, not just fresh out of the gym, not from under the car, not from out of Burger King or whatever, working the fries, anything like that. You can't do that. So if you come with those first 3 and you get correct, then you look for those last 2 areas of access. We're talking about taste, where you either take her out to dinner or she comes to your spot, depending on how long you guys have talked, and then finally touch, where you guys can finally get to that slide through conversation. But you got to get past number 1, which is sight. That's the very first and foremost that you got to make sure that works. And in order to be that, you got to be something she's looking for.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I don't know. I think one thing I don't like is when niggas be like, you don't know, right? It's the same thing as saying, it's the same thing as not listening to them talk, is when they tell us we don't know because we're not experiencing it exactly how they're experiencing it, right? It's the same response, right? But for different reasoning. The fact is we know very well. Like we seen the impact of these medias, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know what it's like to be face to face with nothing but a pen and a paper.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yo, who's that?
The little munchkins.
Hey, see,
Yeah.
Ham, that's a great segue into what I was about to say, man. We talking about like the change in social media and how like the young guys are scared. I really feel like, bro, we undervalue the effect of like what's going on, the type of conversation we having. Like most young boys, particularly in our community, are not seeing men and women in the house together to see their dynamics. So they get most of their information from guys who are trying to figure it out themselves. And most of the conversations are very like fearful. You know what I mean? So I think that's probably the biggest impact out of everything. The environment did change, but they came into the environment already wounded. You know what I mean? They already had a fear of women before they even got to start interacting.
But it wasn't. But this is the other thing too, because when we say like code approach, most guys, even it don't matter what day it was, code approach was one of the most difficult things for dudes to do. So not a whole lot of dudes were successful with code approach, and not a lot of guys even try to do code approach. So most of it was still done by proxy.
Right.
So whether it was, you know what I'm saying, in your neighborhood, if it was when you went to college, if it was through work or through family members, whatever it is, it's going to be by proxy for the majority of people.
You think so?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
So now
maybe he said for the majority of people, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, so it was more of a skill to do code approach. So like when I was, 14, 16, and going to the mall, that wasn't an easy thing to do, but we used to do it as, it was competition. Yeah, but it was competition.
But
you just now said it though. You said it was a hard thing to do, but y'all used to do it. So most men was doing it, but they was probably failing at it. That's where you kind of, you know what I'm saying? Because we was doing it. You see a girl you like, bro, you gonna say something. It might be awkward. You might say the wrong thing. I've done this.
No, most guys had to be coached. No, most guys had to be coached to do it, dog. It is most guys, because if you hanging with your homeboys back then, we'd be like, we
be effective
right
though.
there to do it.
Effective at it though. To be
Yeah,
effective
but most
at
guys.
it.
No. Most guys wasn't doing it. We had to kind of shame their ass into doing it. Like, nigga, you scared of women. That was our thing. You scared of women. You ain't scared of women? Go over there and holler at old girl like that. Because it wasn't done, like I said, it was more of a by proxy type of thing that they did. They knew that girl from somewhere, somebody. It wasn't that code approach thing that most dudes was doing. And the ones that was doing was failing at it.
Be safe, John.
Yeah. So now
I hear you.
Now imagine the already fear that you have naturally dealing with women. Now you come on YouTube, you hear about how scary they are. So like it's even more. You know what I mean? It's another problem. I didn't grow up hearing it. I mean, I
agree with that,
but I didn't have It's like I can point. I know the talking points. I don't believe in them, but I know them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard them say it 100 times. So I can imagine a 19-year-old boy that's impressionable, a 25-year-old hearing it. So they definitely not going to approach it because it's like, what's the point? And when I get her, I got to deal with this list of things that's going to ruin my life. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a different.
That ruined my life is crazy.
It sounds like sometimes it's a different. They dealing with a different thing, man. I don't know. Like,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just different. I don't know. Sway might can speak to it.
Yeah. What's up, Sway?
What's good? What's y'all?
What's goody? What you got for us before we get up out of here?
The code approaching. So I personally, I don't like. So they have the benefits to both online and code approaching. I guess it's more so you have to understand what it comes with those avenues. Personally, I like cold approaching. One, because women have acknowledged that I'm not ugly in person, so it's not like I don't have to worry about walking up to them and them automatically thinking this is some ugly ass, lame, weird, goofy ass nigga. What is he doing talking to me? For the most part, so I don't have that worry. And then I hate texting and like the dating stuff because there's a lot of interpretation. And you don't know how they talk, their voice, what they mean by what they say, unless you got to keep asking clarifying questions because you never talked to them before. So I don't, but it allows you more access to women in a sense. So you could talk to like 50 in a day. You know, you're not necessarily going to be cold approaching.
Oh, you're talking about the
50 in a
internet,
day.
right?
Yeah, the internet. You know what I mean? So if I have like a thing, I could send out 50 different messages in a day, and if 20 of them hit me back, and I only get to meet up with 10 of them, and then I fuck 5 of them, it's like that's still you going out there every day trying to cold approach a woman, and you getting shot down for the most part because you an average lame looking dude, and women have this idea of what type of man they want approaching them. Then you will see more men lean to the more easier in terms of easier access because they can get through the door more easily. But don't mean they actually bad. They just getting the opportunity. And I think a lot of guys feel like they don't even have a shot. So they said, why try? Why bother? But the other point is to the young boys, because I know you're trying to get out of here.
Well, that point you can keep going. So that's right there, right? So that is the machine gun. Yeah. It's just you can hit mass send and then it'll put their name in. Damn, that's the same thing. So I guess what I'm saying is, if I went to the club, I'm talking to 20 chicks, no question. Like I ain't even like Lee said, if she fly, I might be like, I don't know, but I'm going over there. Fucking.
And the other thing is though, like.
But what I'm saying is it's a what I'm just saying
home from the club?
I'm just saying it's a similar concept.
No, I get that, but I'm saying like when you walking up to 20 different chicks, those 20 different chicks ain't watching you walk up to them other chicks, try to do the same shit.
Exactly,
you them. It's like there's a level of I could do the same thing to.
All right, I missed it. What you mean?
Yeah, so he's saying in person that like you can't, if you move like Ed in the club, bitches gonna see you as a thirsty nigga. She's seen you talk to at least a couple of the 20.
If you tricking on bitches, you throwing money there, then they
and then like, you niggas, you drink
money.
niggas.
I just added a whole lot to what I ain't.
But no, Sway gave the scenario. Sway gave the and that's what I'm telling you. Shout out to Sway.
Okay, my bad. I thought I missed something.
Well, no, that's what Sway was giving a scenario to let you know, like, bro, it's so much. It's like it's motherfucking covert, bro. It's black ops, my nigga. Listen, she don't nobody know who DMs I'm in, but the bitch that I'm in now, she exposed me as different. You feel me? But 9 times out of 10, bitches keep it whatever, right? Because this
is why I have to interject, right? So this is why I'm disagreeing, right? So when you was in a club, right? You didn't dance, Thomas Fantastic. You was on a boat though. Your early years, you was in the military.
No, brother, wait, brother. No, brother, I was not on the boat. Brother. Every nigga in the Navy ain't always on the boat. Every nigga in the Army ain't always in the tank, and every nigga in the Air Force ain't always on the plane.
I take it back, nigga.
All right, so yeah, for one, and again, I was a nigga in the Navy. Not a Navy nigga.
I didn't mean to insert that.
I gotta get it straight because you tried to fuck it up. Again, I was a nigga in the Navy, not a Navy nigga. Okay, I was a nigga in the military, not a military nigga. Okay? All right, 20 years of this shit, nigga. Everybody didn't know it. Tell me. All right, but anyway, what we saying is this, bro.
Yeah, no, I understand. Here's what I'm saying though. Just take this walk with me, right? So if you was in a club, did you used to dance with chicks? Like, would you be in a club like dancing with the girls and all that? Everybody didn't do that.
No, I mean when the every now and again, yeah, but I wasn't like no Chris Brown nigga. You know, we had the Chris Brown niggas. I wasn't one of them.
I used to be. Let me just stop asking questions to just make the point, right? So I used to be getting in dance battles, all types of corny shit, right?
So girls lap dance in the middle of the party, all that.
Nah, you don't say
easy,
man.
Yeah.
Easy. Let me just make the point. Nobody help me, all right? Let that die. Don't even say nothing.
And this nigga suspended, man. We suspended.
Here's all I'm saying. Is when you dance with the girls, you dance with mad chicks during the night. Yes. And then like when you done, if you was feeling her, like once you see her, then you say whatever you're gonna say, right? You exchange the information, and there wasn't women like, oh, you just dance with shorty over there. No, you just be partying. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to make it reconcile, but I just didn't see them being like, oh, you just talked to her. That wasn't a thing.
No, but that's also a different generation of chicks, Ham. As we telling you, so the young girls not on that. Remember, these bitches are more hive minded than they were before, right? So now when we was in there, you had the one, the one cop blocker, right? Oh, the other kids ain't around, right? You had the one blocker, right? The one ugly friend that was around, like, no, we came together, we leave together.
Yeah, we
now every last one of them is a blocker. Him, they dancing on each other. You think about it now. Hell, listen. This is a scenario. You got to hit a bitch with a swim. You got to hit her. You got to hit her like you hit the old lineman, bro, to get out of there, right? Or have a wingman.
Like
but now,
back in the day, when I was
go ahead.
growing up, like as a young buck, a young jit, the average dude could potentially get a spot behind a shorty and she wouldn't curve. Now,
yeah,
you ain't like they don't even. A lot of times, if they ain't seeing a nigga they really want, they only gonna twerk on their friend.
Okay,
I've
seen.
Then they might gravitate his way, but they're not gonna be on the dance floor or face everybody and just start twerking freely and then happen to niggas to go up. Like that don't happen like that.
All right, so break this down for me, right? And fantastic. You can, if Sway never seen this, you've seen this, right? They always did the look back though.
They did the look. They still do the look back.
But what I'm saying is they always did the look back, and then they did.
But I'm saying they gave that nigga a chance.
So now, this is the difference, right?
And,
so
and niggas will hype him up like, oh, because you know he don't get bitches like that. They be like, oh, get it, nigga, get it. Like, there ain't that no more. The nigga that can kind of or don't really get bitches ain't getting twerked up. He ain't getting hyped up. That nigga at home now.
and before him, you have it. You get there, right? You own her, and her homegirl standing in front of her, and her homegirl give her that, and then she turn around and she walk off. Now, nigga, the homegirl hitting you, nigga, with a fucking jab and a hook before you can even get up on her, nigga. She's like, nah, nigga, you don't make the cut. Bro,
okay, I see. So
Hey,
this
yo,
is. Go ahead, Lee. Go ahead.
Are they basically saying that the bar has been risen for men?
No, it's not that the bar is risen. No, because these hoes is busted. These ain't bad bitches, bro. Again, let's stop acting like, bro. So
yeah, but wait, hold on. Let's say they all okay. Go ahead. I ain't saying they gotta be bad, brother. All I'm saying is like, let's say they 5, 6, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it's like the expectation
a bum
has
bitch in the
risen,
club,
but
bro.
it's
Just
justified.
regular schmegular. Now, Ham, I'm gonna ask you for your professional expertise. You work in nightclubs, right? Out of the what's a good night in the club? How many people, like capacity, but not like overflowing? 200, 400, 200,
Like a good,
200, 400?
Obviously it depends on the size of the club, but I would say at this point 60% capacity is pretty good for a club.
All right, cool. So out of that percentage of women, out of the 60% capacity or whatever, all right, how many out of those women that you would say were 8s or better?
8s or better?
And you ain't
better?
Yeah.
All right, yo.
10%, 20%.
10%. Thank you. That's what I'm telling you. So she get that dude. The 8 or better? Yeah. Even let's say even 7. So wait, 7. Let's bump it to 15. So let's say from 7 or better. 15%, right? So the 7s or better, she gets that, right? She gets the whatever. She bad in the club. But everything below that, bitch, how dare you?
Yeah, so
you got on Sheen, and what's the other one? You got on Sheen and Fashion Nova, baby. Fuck out of here.
So now that's one thing. Like I think the women, and it's just the environment. Everybody wanted to dance. Everybody wanted to party, right?
Yeah.
Even if she wasn't even all that, like you might even dance. Like you had the outskirts chicks, right? You get in the club, you just got to get warm. So you dance with one of the outskirts chicks. She just happy to be dancing with somebody. And then you work your way, but you get yourself warmed up, like type shit. So everybody used to be partying. Yeah, I can see.
But the other thing about the young bulls, I'm about to go, of not wanting to code approaches, in my opinion, to another again, personally, off of what I'm seeing, the juice ain't worth the squeeze, my nigga. Like I don't find it worth talking to most of these chicks. Like when dudes have like, yo, like y'all do shows like, yo, just talk to her. Just pull up on her, spit game. If I'm not attracted to her, if I don't really want her, if I don't see something that's like I can deal with the bullshit that I know potentially can come, I'm not doing it. Let alone knowing most of my generation of women are on bullshit. Like it's just on bullshit. So why would me, who's kind of worth a damn, I think, deal with any of that realistically? long term, maybe for a bust down. And so I can only assume like the average guy would have to deal with the bullshit on 10 because he ain't got no leverage.
I want to speak to your point because he just spoke so much facts. Like, let's address.
Let me. Do me a favor, beloved. Let me just get Zagu in real quick. He just been waiting, and then you can jump in. All right.
No question. No question.
I got you. Zagu, what's popping?
Nothing much, man. What's good to everybody on the panel?
What's good? How you?
Good.
Man, I had something to say about something earlier, but it kind of passed, so we could just build with what OTC was going with.
Go ahead. Speak on it.
All right. Well, you were saying you had got a good relationship with your older brother, which is about 12. So that was the only point I was gonna make. Like, there's some like hinge people in each generation. So it was like kind of how they were saying generation, what was it? The millennials or X, Generation X, were, I think the hinge Generation X people like me gave some insight to the millennials to set them straight. So it's a hinge like for everybody. Like OTC, he's kind of on the hinge in between like a generation and another generation. And so those are the ones that kind of give.
But you like 79, 78?
73.
Oh, dog, you are old Gen X, dog. You old. You with me. You the old nigga with me.
But maybe we had different lifestyles then. But my point is in the 90s, you was in the streets, right? In the 90s, you graduated high school around 90. So you was in your like formative years in the 90s. And I'm saying in the 90s, I didn't see too many of us, me and you, saying happy life, happy wife. That's my point.
Right. Absolutely.
And so what we spread to our younger brothers, which I have a younger brother that was about 9 years younger than me, wasn't 12, but I told him from my experience, and he was able to watch from my experience too. Like, I had the boom box. We had the cardboard out. So he got into the hip hop and he learned a lot of shit. So that's what I just wanted to build on what Hamp was saying. So it's a friend. So I can't really just push it on one generation or another, because another point was made. We're the latchkey generations. And I was a product of that. Like, I come home, let myself in, go get my brother from school. Like, so it was like it was kind of like a different thing. So a lot of us, we taught the younger generation not to simp and happy wife, happy life by noticing what that was like in our home and how it affected our parents or whatever, dad, whatever. So that was just that point generationally.
Okay. Yeah, I see that, man. My brother, he got married at 24. So he on that type of time. So I think he got married at like 23 or 24, maybe a little bit older. Sis might know. But then he bought a house at like 25. Like, he was on that type of time, he been at the same job for 100 years, like that type. Like, he don't even be cussing. That nigga different nigga. Like, he just, he just different. Like, So, but nah, I catch your drift though. OTC was goody. I just want to make sure OTC get the time to jump on what Sway was saying, because I know.
No question. I just wanted to add what bro said earlier. As far as like, there's cause I'll admit, like, when it comes to getting females, it's like a stigma on dudes. Like, oh, do you get females or do you not? And this is the thing though. Me in my position, I was never the handsome dude. Like, I had to work for women. So I had to attract them. Like, it's nothing that they seen about me off rip that they'd just be like, oh, I want to be with this nigga. It's usually spending time. And where I'm going with that is, a lot of these young boys, it's an inherent danger dealing with women because they're dealing with multiple niggas at the same time. And a lot of dudes don't have the same mindset and can communicate like we all can on this panel. They'll think if she's lying to that dude, and she'd be like, oh, well, you the only nigga that I'm fucking. And then that nigga that happened to be a fucking murderer. And then he found out that she cheating, and she didn't tell none of these niggas that she was fucking with them at the same time. And he just happened to. Now you got two niggas scratched off in one nigga dead, one nigga going to jail. And this is the dynamic that I'm trying to pose to niggas when they get to talking about what's real and what's manhood about defending a woman. Because if she's cheating on you, then therefore it's no longer honorable for you to do harm to another individual. She's not faithful to you. And if you can't trust her, she could be lying about anything. A lot of dudes is running around thinking that their girl is only theirs and finding out that she belongs to multiple dudes. So should every man risk their life every time a woman decides to deal with multiple guys?
So my point to what you're saying is it kind of goes again, like when we had these conversations, I be trying to understand, like, I think we need to be just very thoughtful in how we talk about things. Even what you just said, you just threw out a signal that every woman possibly dealing with another man, so you might die. And I'm not saying that that's not a risk, but like, how big of a problem is that in actuality for men trying to pursue women? Because when you just say it like that, it's just like it sounds to me. It's just me personally. It sounds like another scare tactic. You know what I mean? So the wrong kid hearing this, he take that information and he gonna stay away from women. Because like you said, that's a legitimate concern when you mingling with people that you don't know. You know, I moved to Atlanta and I ain't know nobody, so that was definitely one of my concerns about moving around. I can't do a background check, but just the way you said it, it just sounds like, I don't know. If I was a young kid with no information, I'd be like, I'm gonna stay away because I don't want to possibly. How do you kind of deal with it?
Perfect. I'm glad you asked me that. I'm glad. And this is the thing. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I deal with facts. So the facts is the numbers against a lot of the young boys. But this is the thing. I was one of those young boys. I was not the cool kid. I did not have all the clothes. I was not in the inner circles. But guess what? I fucked a lot of more bitches than a lot of niggas that was in those circles. So what I tell these young boys is, look, you need to be yourself. All right. And you don't need to please these women. You need to find a woman that likes you. You need to find a woman that's interested in who you are. And you're not going to do that by trying to force a woman to like you. She can play the game. That's how you give her the game. When she knows that you like her already, she can turn off whether she likes you or not. She can turn off whether she cleans for you or not. If you know how she is before you actually do things for her, then you'll know that she appreciates it. Because when you weren't doing anything for her, she still appreciated you. That puts more impact into when you finally get that money, you take her on that expensive date. Oh, girl, he did this for me. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to you coming into the situation and you like, oh man, I'm gonna prove to her I'm this man, I'm this, that. No, go in there as you are. Because the reality is all of us men start off from different levels. Some men start off rich. Some men start off poor. You can't sit here and be like, put this one size fits all. You got to be this way. No, be yourself. Attract who's attracted to you, and don't force nobody to be around you. And guarantee you that advice right there will get them more pussy than them trying to just go out and spend money and prove to a woman that they're that man, they're him, they're that. No, let her.
Let me say this to you, right? Because in the beginning, you said that basically you wasn't the type of guy that could attract women based off your looks, so you had to do extra stuff. And now it kind of sounds like you're kind of contradicting yourself by telling men to not do extra stuff. You kind of, you know what I mean? Like,
because that's exactly, you're right. But just like we talked about on this panel, like I forgot who said it, but he said when I was little, I used to write poems. See, as a man, you supposed to go through the heartbreak, and we're not gonna skip that. We're not gonna skip that. I never said I was perfect. I fucked a lot of women. That don't mean I have my heart broken. That don't mean that there's women that I took serious and they didn't take me serious. That's what niggas don't understand. Just because it's because of I had the strength. What I would say for me, I had the discipline to not take a woman serious, that I could see the signs. It's not about me being in a relationship. It's a lot of women I could have, if I would have said, hey, you want to go out? They would have been like, yeah, I'm an overall benefit. I'm the party. I'm the one with the smoke. But I'm not giving it out. I'm not paying for the time. I'm not going to try to convince her. No, when you come around me, this is already what I do. So you're just enjoying what I'm doing with me.
Okay, so you make it sound different. But look, what you did acknowledge is that there's a version of men that can attract women just based off of them just being like existing, right? So it seems as though there's not a lot of men that are that version of men, right? Or not trying to become that version of men, i.e., getting some muscles and shit. Like women like fucking muscles, whatever, right? I could say that would be like a great way to start to just attract women just based off of, just like, based off what you said. You said that I wasn't a guy that could get women just based off of straight up attraction. I had to do other stuff. And I understand that. And I believe that is a high percentage of men. I would say that's probably 70% of men. that women just off the rip ain't attracted to. And I think that telling those men not to do more, I think that's damaging to them. You feel me? I don't think there's nothing wrong with doing more if you want, if you want shorty. I think that's the problem now is that we be telling dudes who ain't in that level. Like look at Aaron and Fantastic. These niggas are 6'5", right? I can't tell like if I'm 6'5", I can't tell a 5'9" dude how to live because his situation might be different. It's gonna be different. You feel me? So I don't want to encourage men by telling them, yo, don't don't do more. Do more, my nigga. If you 5'5", but you out here, you want your a baddie, yeah, do a little more, bro. Shit, I don't see a
I
problem with
dis
that.
I disagree with that because this is where it becomes to like a lot of niggas want things that's bad for them. And this is where I sit here and I'll concede the point that a lot of niggas chase pussy and you try to get the baddest bitch, but what does she come with? Who is she tied to? This is why a lot of niggas die. This is why a lot of good men die because they think that they can civilize a hoe. Now all of a sudden you getting shot, you killed somewhere, and they talking about how you was a good person. But ain't no the consequences been dealt. But what all led to that is the woman that you chose. This is why I'm telling the young boys that it's better for you to walk away than you spend your life with this woman, and then the end of it is divorce, taking half your shit, or you get killed by some man that she was fucking that she didn't tell you about. And it's not doom and gloom. It's about now they have to sit here and be like, wait, does this woman really like me? And they're gonna have a more genuine relationship. They're not gonna have to deal with coming home being argued and fussed with for 10 years. They're not gonna have to deal with coming home, providing and taking care of her, and she don't appreciate it. But at least he doing what's right. Because the women that they choose, because they're gonna be willing to walk away with women that will play with them. Because the reality of it is, what most men have done is wiped up the very same women that played with them. And what we've come to is where niggas is shaming niggas for not accepting the same thing that they accepted. Accepting a woman that she didn't take you serious in high school. But now that she older, you run around telling niggas that she deserves a man. You run around talking about how you ain't a real man if you don't take care of her. Fuck the fact that she didn't want you in high school, and when you have a relationship with her and you treat her right, and she still don't want to let go of her past, now you the fuck nigga. Because you should have been able to keep her in line. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to these young boys and force them and tell them that they need to be this
All right,
perfect
so let me
way.
ask you this then. Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this then, brother. Do you think they should lower their standards? Is that what you're saying? Like, is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, that's not lowering their standards. But that's actually increasing their standards because now the only women that will deal with them and that they will tolerate is a woman that actually likes them. And like we were like Aaron alluded to earlier, I disagree with his point, but he was talking about how a married man gets a side of a woman that a man that's not in a marriage does not see. I argue that's wrong because a lot of times when these women cheat, they do more for their man that they're cheating on than they do for their husband. They sitting here cooking, they're sitting here sucking dick, they're not complaining, they're sitting here, they're doing shit that they don't do for their husband. That's the get back. That's what these women are. That is the get back when they cheat. Just like how a man goes and fucks with the stripper, and she's doing all the nasty things that the wife won't do. That's what women do. Whatever they're not doing in their relationship, they go do to the man they're cheating on.
But
And
why
me
they go
being
do
one of the
that to
niggas,
why they go do that to the man that they cheating on? Because the man that they cheating on is more attractive than the dude that they with. You think that's the
it's
reason?
deeper. It's deeper than that.
It's
It's
deeper than
just
that.
simple. It's deeper than that. It's both. It's the fact that women are more in touch with their animal side than men are, and niggas just gotta accept it. They're emotional. It's obvious. So they can be attracted to a man at the same time, and it's like you just being a man and laying down law repels kids and women. You just standing on what's right. If you tell her she can't get this because you gotta do this for this or that, or is she that's gonna create a if she has to has the discipline to be like, okay,
You think
well,
that's
I
what's gonna
can't
make her
do
cheat?
this.
You saying no to
Yes,
her
that is.
about shit?
I'm telling you, that is
Golly.
that, bro. Listen, that is why women leave because they talk about, oh, my man isn't rich enough because they want to do certain things They want to have a certain type of lifestyle. So one of the women in the chat, I don't even remember who, was telling me about how you have to be able to afford a woman's lifestyle. I told her that no, a woman provides for a woman's lifestyle as much as she contributes. If she's there being faithful, if she's there actually putting into this man, then yes, she deserves a lifestyle. But she doesn't just deserve it because she's with him. If he's just taking care of her, then she doesn't deserve. She deserves to be provided, take care of her. All that extra shit, bags, expensive dates. If she's not pouring into her man, she don't deserve that. She don't deserve that. It's an equal exchange. She doesn't deserve anything extra like gifts and dates and all this shit. And she's not pouring into her man. All she's doing is just sitting around, especially if they don't have kids. And a lot of these niggas be raising kids that's not theirs.
Can I ask you a question, OTC? I'm just curious to like understand you a little bit better, because I know you've said a few times you talk to the young guys, so you're giving information. Do you feel like your approach to what's going on in the world is balanced, or do you feel like you lean more towards kind of a negative perspective on who women are inherently and what they bring to a relationship? Because again, I keep saying you mentioned that you don't feel like it's doom and gloom, but if I wasn't a man who kind of been in the world and seen things, I just listen to you talk. I mean, I don't hear you saying things that will make me eager to interact with women in any way outside of possibly something quick, something sexual that I can get in and out. So I'm just curious to know, do you think your perspective is like a balanced perspective, or that's my question.
It does both. Because what I'm forcing is the conditions I'm forcing is.
That's my question first. Do you think your approach is balanced?
Yes, I do.
I really haven't heard because again, if we're talking to the young boys, I really haven't heard the positive components of what their experience is going to be, and those type. I haven't quite heard that. So that's just somebody else might have heard something different, but that's just where I'm.
Okay, so this is my thing. I'm gonna explain the positive. Let me answer first. Oh, go ahead, gang. I'm gonna let you talk. We didn't talk.
Nah, my bad. I was just gonna say is we all got different perspectives. If I'm being honest, it sounds like you talking from the average nigga perspective. You know what I'm saying? Just the average dude. You know what I'm saying? So if you can only talk to niggas who average. You know what I'm saying? They gonna hear that shit and be like, oh, all right. But dudes who just walking around and women looking at them, you see women double taking, or if you look straight and then you quickly look at them, you see that they were staring at you, because women don't like to show you that they staring at you. You kind of got to catch them doing that shit. They don't have this perspective that you have. You feel me?
What is my perspective exactly that you saying that?
You making it seem like it's just gonna be it's just kind of gonna be a bad play. Regardless, because you
let me clarify. Though.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me clarify. I'm not saying that it's going to be all bad, and this is why when I was talking to the new guy, I said my approach is balanced. Because what is the overwhelming majority of men talking about when they're getting in relationships? They're having a bad time. So my solution.
Men are having a bad time in relationships.
Yes.
So
the majority.
No, hold on, OTC. Let me just say this, because there has been, and I've been privy to listen to the younger folks talk amongst each other. One of the things that I found out that the young women, 28 and below, they give each other some of the most horrible advice. It's terrible, right? When I hear the young fellas talk, they're having the same type of conversation. I don't hear a lot of them having positive feedback based off of dealing with women that's on that level. Not only do I hear it on social media, in person, but this very network had this whole thing, and they had the young women and the young men together. They had the young men by themselves at one time. They had the young women by themselves at one time, and then they put them both together. Guess what you heard? What OTC is saying. It was the same conversation that you hear that goes off. So, and it was one time when Hamp was saying, is it really a talking point, or is this real? And hearing what he's saying and hearing out here on, like they say, in the earth,
there's nothing positive about it, because that was going to bring me to the next one. How many your partners do you know? If you have a lot of partners that's in relationships where they're either married, happily married, and basically you already answered the question. You say most of the cats that you talk about when they talk about relationships, it's more of a negative thing. But is it anybody that's young that actually have it? Because from what I'm gonna end it with this. From my anecdotal observation in the earth, what happens is they are in a relationship until she gets pregnant, and then they're not in a relationship no more. That's basically what ends the relationship, is the baby. And I ended with that.
To speak to his point, I think that's because women are playing a different game and niggas don't see it. We talk about every day how women are gold diggers, but then we got the same men that are sitting here, and this is why I'm warning the young boys, because if they chase the money, they get all this money, and they attract the women through the money, they're not gonna know what love is, because this is the woman's game. If you look at, and this is the thing, bro. Like I've been seeing when I was growing up. You know what's crazy? When I was younger, I didn't get all the females that I wanted, the baddest bitches. I didn't get them. I was like, man, when I grow older, I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get those bitches. And I happened to get it without having the money because of the circles that I was intertwined in, the character that I was. But it's like the people that was around me, the way that they got it, we didn't get it the same. What most of the girls was attracted to was not what I was doing. It repelled a lot of females for me to sit here and be like, why you over here talking to a nigga on the phone while you with me? I don't want to, like, and it's just like, this is the shit that I be talking about. Well, the things that niggas put up with, you don't put up with it. Oh, well, they're just friends. Now we finding out that, hey, friends is possibly the same niggas she fucking. Just a couple years back, niggas talk about nobody will fuck their bitch. You see what I'm saying? So I'm seeing how niggas is walking back their points and trying to hop on what's right at the time, but I've been the same the whole time. And my point is that, look, the women, there's a portion of women that's out of line. They're not being checked. They want multiple niggas. They getting babies by rich niggas. They got 3, 4, 5 different baby daddies by 3, 4 different niggas.
Jealous? Are you jealous?
No, it's not about being jealous. It's about caring about other men. Because it's like, if you're gonna allow another man, let me finish. If you want to allow another man to be with a woman that you clearly see, like the Travis Hunter shit, that she just wants to use him for his money, you're a piece of shit. And I'll land it there.
Okay, so brother, you've been talking about women like you just want to smash them, right?
No,
but then, okay, you're on quicksand. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, bro.
No, it's not about just wanting to smash. It's about if I've actually had females actually attracted to me off first sight. See, I told you that. Hold on. I told you that I wasn't the dude that was like that, but I also told you that I fucked over. Hold on. Let me finish. I fucked over 150 bitches. So I'm saying that I have been in those periods of where I was that dude. I was the one that the bitches was coming to, and they didn't give a fuck if I had multiple bitches or not. I would tell them, and they didn't care, and they would still fuck with me. So what I'm telling you is, the way that they acted when I was in that lower version of myself, I didn't even. They was cooking for me. They was checking and trying to see how I feel, and I would tell them, don't worry about it. And it's just the women have been conditioned to want money, my nigga. And it's like the reason why this has happened is because, like I said, y'all said that the older generation, the millennials, they didn't perpetrate the tricking, but the older generations did. This is why they feel like that. And it's been Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. It's not just black people. We sit here and we talk about the black people and what we're doing in our community when we are the minority in this motherfucking country. The trends and everything that rules America trickles down to the black folks. We set the trends, but what white people do when it goes into the law system and how they go into their family, that trickles down into the black household, bro. And this is why our families is fucked up, This is why our families is fucked up. We were tribal, bro. We were Native Americans. I'm gonna land my plane in a minute. We're in tribes, bro. In tribes, it won't. You can have multiple women in a marriage. It wasn't based on this one woman system. We in the tribes. We all work together as a community. All right, this white
Would you
people
like to
shit
have
with
multiple women in a marriage? Would you be cool with that? Multiple women and just
it's
you?
it's
I just real
it's
quick.
but see, this is the thing. It's not about liking or having. It's about if it's attracted to you. And this is my argument. I argue that most men have the ability to attract multiple women, and that by making them married, this is my argument that making them married, separates, cuts them off from the other half that they're supposed to be with. Women are helpmates. We are tribal. We are not this building and car. That's my point, and I'll let it there, bro. That's my point.
You don't want it as fuck, but you spit it facts, bro.
DJ, your mic fucked up.
Fuck y'all niggas. Damn.
How you gonna say fuck us for your mic being fucked up? Jesus Christ.
Can I ask a counter a question real quick? Because I understand the problems; they are real, but it's hard for me to just kind of like I just keep in the problems. I start going there. Is there anything that we could possibly fix, right? So I got to pose a question to y'all. Do y'all think like, do we do ourselves a disservice as men, like only interacting with women when we want to get something from them? And the reason why I ask that is because like when I travel and I like to do a lot of solo traveling because it's like when you moving by yourself, it's a different feeling. And I feel like when I interact with women, sometimes I feel like they're a lot more forthcoming when they don't feel like I'm trying to get something from them. And I wonder, do most men, and y'all can answer this, do most men only interact with women when they're trying to get something from them? Do y'all go out sometimes, not even looking to bag something, but you might see a cute chick at the bar, or you might be out, and you just start talking to her, the conversation gets good, you start having these same conversations that we having, trying to get kind of a better understanding, because what I found is like they're more forthcoming when it's just a conversation. I don't know how many men just do that on a regular basis, just interact with women sometimes just to see what's going on. So yeah, that's my question.
That's more of a cold approach. Ain't no man about to be cold approaching a woman just because he just want to be friends with her. It ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that's not realistic at all, brother.
Yeah. So
that kind of conversation I would argue have with your girl, not a friend.
Hold on. Yeah, so hold on. This is what I say, New, right? So the thing is, I think a natural organic conversation can happen, but that man is still in the pursuit of, sex for that woman. And the problem, I think,
every time, 100% of the time,
99.9%, brother. I'll ask you. So you approach a woman. First off, are you engaging with an unattractive woman? If you had all the women in the club, you in this scenario you're talking about, are you picking the unattractive one to have a conversation with?
It depends on the situation, but
no. This might be risky, my nigga.
That depends, low key.
To your point, most of the time, especially if I'm single, I'm looking for something to be chosen for sure.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So and I think we do ourselves a disservice.
It's fantastic.
When we start going along with the narrative of vilifying men for again being attracted to women.
This is fantastic.
I'm not saying you're saying that. Listen, what I'm telling you. Look, hear me out.
This is fantastic.
Go ahead.
Shad said in his soliloquy, "You see a cute girl."
I didn't hear the cute part.
Yeah, so in his entire thing, it's like
crazy.
You see a cute girl.
He
talking to her. So immediately,
yeah. He kind of killed this.
I really didn't know because what I'm trying to figure out.
Hey, Shad, palm my back, Shad.
Yeah, and brother, see, subconsciously, subconsciously, you don't even realize you're doing it. But that's the point I'm trying to make.
Damn.
Bro, just naturally, when you engage with a woman, bro, you're engaging with her for the purpose of you find her attractive, and not on no weird shit. You want the sexual interest. That is a man's nature. So a lot of the times it's not just like, hey, what's up with the pussy, bitch? No, that's out of hand. But I think what happens is women try to turn that into a negative when Shawty, you know why I'm talking to you. All right, especially if you know what I'm saying. Women are very, very good at measuring themselves against other women, right? I'm cuter than this bitch, I'm finer than that bitch, I'm better than that bitch, blah, blah, blah. So she understands the importance of beauty. And if you pick her out of the thing, she knows in the back of her mind at some point in time, okay, he talking to me because he feels like I'm one of the better, if not the best option out of the women he have to choose from, right? So what happens is that men talk to women, and again, you know, not on no I need sex right now, but somewhere along down the line, this is why I have to be charismatic, I have to be funny, I have to be interesting, I have to be intriguing, I have to put on my best persona, right? Show her the best qualities of me, so it betters my chances, even if not today in this day, in the shortest amount of time possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm in there. And I don't, so most dudes going out and quote unquote trying to get something, most people go out to get something, brother. Quid pro quo is the way of the world. Everybody's doing something for something, bro. You ain't doing nothing for free, bro. You ain't doing nothing in the hopes, and 99% of the time, of course, you know, you have kind gestures and things, you know, but that is like the 1% of time things that you're doing for somebody. No, more likely than not, whenever you do something, it's for some type of return.
So let me add. I maybe didn't articulate myself all the way the first time. What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to vilify men in their nature. What I'm saying is, this could be another tool that men use to better understand this problem that we're dealing with. Every guy don't have a sister. You know what I mean? Me and my mom have a really good relationship, but she's not sitting down giving me all the intricacies of women. I have women in my life who are my friends, never touched them. It's never been nothing sexual. And I can go to them sometimes like, man, I met this girl and we was having this conversation. What does it sound like to you? And they'll give me some game. So I'm saying there are a lot of men that don't have that. So the only way they learn is by their losses.
Mm-hmm.
Like
the
what?
new guy, look, those guys would have to even be comfortable enough to cold approach. Even those guys that aren't per se approaching for interest of dating, they would still have to be comfortable enough to per se walk up to them. So it's levels they got to grow to that. So still, it would be a level of, it's a block still for them to do that. That's what I'm saying. That's why they said probably it's not as practical. But I do understand what you're saying. But it's just not. It's not really as practical because even those men have to be comfortable with cold approach.
And this is where I come in with. This is where I come in with the red pill. I ain't really red pill, but I like some of their points. But cold approaching is something that it's not. Is you should do it. Like if you're a single man, you don't gotta do it all the time. But every now and then you should be speaking to females, whether you going to the gas station. It's always females around. You should always be talking with me. That don't mean you is in that moment trying to fuck her. But this is how you get your experience with women. You need to have your own experience. And this is why I say and there's no real experience when you're not in a relationship or sexually intimate. I won't even say relationship. When you're not sexually intimate with a woman, you don't really know her. You don't really know her. If she ain't gave you no pussy, you don't really know how she act. There's so many females that they act one way, and then when you fuck them, they change. Some for the better, some for the worse. But at the end of the day, you won't know that if you don't get pussy. You live your whole life. There's so many layers to this shit. And then on top of the fact that she may have fucked a lot of dudes, or she may have one or two.
Can I actually answer this question?
I just want to say one thing for y'all guys. Again, I'm not saying replace what men have done for centuries. What I'm saying is we come to these panels, talk about the problems that we're having. From what I'm seeing so far, the conversation that we have as men, most of the conversation, not all, most of the conversation is about the caution and fear of dealing with women, trying to understand their nature from our perspective. All I'm saying is they have a different perspective. Women have the same problem. I have homegirls sometimes and I tell them, you keep trying to communicate to me like I'm you, and until you understand the difference, you're gonna suffer. Until you concede to the difference, you're going to suffer. So I'm just trying to understand. I'm not even saying my version is the correct version. But what I'm saying is we have a problem that we all are agreeing is here. Outside of what we've been doing for centuries, since the caveman era. What are some other things we can do so the young boys won't be here 20 years from now talking about the same shit about how relationships suck, women just want our money, women this and that. At some point, we got to figure something out so we can elevate to something else. We're still talking about the same thing, and I don't know if from these conversations 20 years from now, the problem will be any better. That's the angle I'm coming from. Not trying to vilify what men do. I'm just trying to understand the other possibilities.
So the solution is cold approach. The solution is always talk to women. Cold approach, all right? And don't take no woman seriously unless she cares about you.
See what I'm saying?
You
Man?
cannot
No.
always
Can I
be talking
respond?
to women, bro.
My
You
bad,
going
Sway, for
Can I
cutting you off. I
respond?
think Sway was gonna say something.
I'm
My
trying
bad,
to be
Sway. I cut you off
respectful as
earlier,
much as I
bro.
want to, bro. But
Sway trying to get in. Sway, for some reason your mic is kind of low. I don't know if you.
I don't know. I'm trying to be
You
respectful
good
by
now?
not yelling and over
Well, no, it was
talking.
whatever you just did a few seconds ago was a lot better. But
Well, I've been.
go ahead. It's you.
No, I'm just to answer. I think it's new guy. I think his name's Shy. Your question. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember the exact question. Yes, there are things that we can do better. And then I think you said, does trying to have female friends, work in terms of self-reflecting on women and how they are in their nature. Um, I don't cold approach female friends. The only time I've ever had female friends is if it's by proxy. Like I went to school with them, or I go at work, or class, something like that, and it
Used to
just
clap
kind of
them
it just
cheeks.
happened. We just have conversations, and then it just becomes a friendship. I get to know them more. But the idea that I'm going to cold approach a woman and I'm just trying to, be her friend, nah. Now, granted, I have said this: if I was at a bar, or if I was at an event, or if I was like something and they were there and they were random, I have just like, what's up, just chopped up a conversation. And at that point, that's not necessarily specific to a woman. That's just specific to anybody. So if it could have been a man, it could have been a woman, it could have been anybody. You being able to have conversations in general and not necessarily caring about trying to get something out of it, like sex, can help you in situations like being confident with carrying yourself within conversations and being yourself, where you're not necessarily appeasing to other people and how they want you to be, and you think you got to be. You already know, like, I'm interesting because people are willing to have a conversation with me and they find me interesting because I've been doing it for a while. It's a skill that you develop, and until you do it, you're not going to develop it. I've told these men on these panels already, you need to develop your vocabulary more, and you need to have more conversations so you're able to articulate your feelings and your thoughts to your woman, let alone be able to articulate her feelings for her. Because a lot of women, when you're dealing with them, they want a good communicator and listener and things like that, because they want you to be able to communicate and listen and think their feelings for them and articulate out into the world so that everybody can understand it, rather than just be able to feel it. So that's one thing. But granted, that's a big ass task to just put on the men. You know what I mean? So when a man does accomplish those things, he has to be reciprocated kindly. But if there's nothing to be reciprocated, then it's like it becomes a tug of war when we're saying like, hey, what can the men do better? When we're right now, it's like, okay, when a man has done better, what does he get?
Exactly. Now you see why I say walk away and find a woman that likes you,
Yeah,
because it's a lot of men that did step up and their step up wasn't good enough.
But to be on Shy's side, I have a lot of young. I'm 26. I just turned 26, so I've just gone to the unk status, I guess, or whatever the shit was earlier. But
Big bro,
a lot of
big
big bro, whatever. Sorry, yeah, big bro. Sorry, fantastic. I don't want to whatever you like that. But no, a lot of my friends and younger, or maybe even a little bit older, I used to be like, hey, to the women, I'm like, yo, I wouldn't give y'all to none of my friends. But now as I got older, I think like my friends ain't got no purpose for the women that they dealing with. I'm like, I'll ask them, like, what purpose do you have for these women? Like, if you was to get a woman today, what would be the reason you have her? Companionship? Love? Like, they're not thinking what type of wife, a mom for their kids, what type of household helpmate, what type of woman they actually want to uplift and encourage. How did their career benefit them, and how does their career benefit, like, vice versa? Like, they're not thinking any of these things. They're not actually trying to think it out, and they're just going through the motions. So even then, I couldn't even use my friends as valid candidates as a good partner, other than them both going in there and trying to figure it out. But going in there and trying to figure out is going to lead to a lot of stress, a lot of problems, and a lot of bullshit in the beginning until you do figure it out, because y'all have not thought about none of this shit. A lot of women my age have not thought about how to appease and please and take care of and nurture a man and a family. And a lot of men don't really know how to appease, take care of, nurture, and think about what they want in a woman and a mother for their kids. So like they just out here living.
I'm gonna just say one more thing, and I'm gonna shut up and somebody talk again. That's why I said the internet is such a dangerous place, because people come here with their biases and their filters. So when people say things, people have already remixed what I said and making a super chat. I never said go cold approach to make a friend with a woman. What I said was, what I've learned is that I found that in the wild, that women are a lot more forthcoming, but they don't think you're trying to get something from them. So I have went to the bar.
Yeah.
I might have had a chick that I was trying to figure things out with. We're not necessarily together yet, but I'm still outside a little bit. And we at the bar, nice looking or not necessarily my type, and we just strike up a conversation. The same way I don't know none of y'all fellas, just me and y'all online, but I'm taking in what y'all saying. I got my own filter, so I agree with some things I don't. I could do the same thing with a chick at a bar. Hey, this was going on. Everybody talking about the dating pool got pissed in. What you think about it? And she starts giving me information. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying, a lot of guys, if I found out, their only interaction with women is when they're trying to get something. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying maybe we could take some other approaches that will help us dealing with these issues. If the only time you're interacting with women is when you're trying to have sex with them, I don't know if that's the best way to approach life. Hopefully you got a sister, a friend, or somebody else that you can talk to get the game. I'm not telling men to go right. This right here. I didn't say anything about going out in public looking for a female friend. But again, we come to these panels with our own filters and we not actually listen to what's being said. That's why I said I get scared, because I know people come in and just start ranting off shit. It's not a thoughtful conversation all the time. And that's what I was trying to do. I don't want y'all to go to the bar and find a homegirl that's cute that you're gonna want to hit 2 months later. That's not realistic.
And I want to speak on, like, as far as me and how I approach women
real quick, y'all.
Okay.
Shad, I think the truth of the matter is what actually happens is the chick is attractive, which means that when that conversation is struck, you can't help but see what you see. You can't help but feel what you feel. You got them understanding. So the problem with it is now what if she cool and she cute? Niggas is thinking of different shit. Huh?
And she smell good.
Say again.
If you're single and available and she down for whatever you try to do after that, go for it.
Bro, fuck all that. Fuck all that.
We're just looking at the control mechanisms, right? So the controls in this example, she's attractive, right? She start conversing with you and she has a good conversation. The next ain't gonna be, man, I wish we could do math together. That's not what generally happens.
No help. So what I'm saying is, for these dudes that with all these struggles, what do they do other than come here to get information? How do they better understand women? Help. I don't think I had an answer, because when I come here, I hear
this is a better question.
This is the thing, bro.
Hold on.
I just want to catch speak real fast.
No, let me just read these super chats real quick and you can jump in. All right. Let me just read these. I was just listening for a long time, so I just thinking about the reality of the situation. Because in a vacuum, it's cool until her breath don't stink. She speak well. She pretty. She got straight teeth. She got a dad. Now you shit. Aaron with the $2 says, cold approach a woman to be her friend is wild. Ezekiel. Shalom Ox, salute. As Abe with the $2 says, Lee is a man who experiences of being wanted. Romello with the $2 says, if a woman likes you, she will make you see her. As Abe with the $2 says, watch Gil's Arena, tall and attractive men on the panel. Aaron with the $2 says, OTC be high as hell, but he be on point. Omar Smith with the $5 says, Sway, what'd he say? Sway
got baddie.
Got baddie. He's telling someone else's story. You one of my favorites.
He's saying I got a baddie. Okay. He's telling someone else's story.
As Abe with the $5 says, Sway is right, ellipsis. They twerk on each other when they don't want you. They are not all gay, fantastic, just not interested. He said he was gay. Aaron with the $5 says, do y'all think women of yesterday shut down men like women do nowadays? And could that be the reason the young boys don't approach as much? Nah, niggas used to get curved left and right. So I don't know. I mean, I guess the nature of the curves may be different, but we used to get looked up and down. They used to, all types of shit used to happen. Omar Smith with the $5 says, because where you think the negative reply that they always say, what niggas used to say, like, if she curve you too crazy, well, fuck you then. You ugly anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like,
scallywag.
That come from our generation. That ain't no new thing. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Hamp, my wife just told me Jer was Jeremiah. LOL. I didn't know. I thought he was a stranger. LOL. My bad, bro. I didn't make the connection. Sorry. Oh, you all right? Aaron with the 2000 says, what about how socially awkward women are in public? It's definitely twofold. T was popping with the £2 says, shout out to Big Chug. Oh, yes. Omar Smith with the $5 says, to all the positive young men, I respect and love y'all, but you little dickheads, fuck you. LOL, the brother at the PAL has been a dad too many. Go find him. Damn.
Yo.
That's wild.
Romello with the 2000 says, Henry don't speak for all Gen X. As A with the $5 says, CJ, I asked you. Oh, no. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Melly Mel with the $5 says, field work panel soon. Yeah, man. Cloud House with the $2 says, some of y'all stuck in high school mentally. Shaking my head.
Oh,
I don't even know what
he's to Rashad, not Rashad, Shad. He anytime I've ever talked to women on like, hey, you know, what do you think about this in terms of relationships? Usually it doesn't lead with self accountability on women or self reflection on her actions in a relationship. Usually it's about the men and the things that the men need to do differently and why the men is this and the men is that. So, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know what type of expectation you're really trying to get out of them outside of maybe them trying to tell you what you can do differently, but it's never like they're going to say anything that they're going to do differently or like what women can do differently or what women you should look for. This type of, it's not, they're usually going to be saying accept women.
Exactly. And he's on point. And I wanted to say that.
And maybe older women speak differently. I don't speak to too many 35-plus-year-olds like that for relationships.
No, I swear, you real shit. You know what? If you ask the women what to do differently, right, they're gonna tell you about you, and you know what it's gonna sound like? The same thing the old heads say, right? Oh, just be yourself. Just do this. Just be funny. Just like shit. That just be like, how the fuck I don't just get that from anywhere, you know? So it's a real old school like, oh, just get muscles.
Be charismatic.
Like that. And it just be like, what's actually what can I actually implement that I actually have? You know what I mean?
Bro, women will leverage anything. They are skilled at they are social creatures. First of all, you gotta know that. You're not gonna know that unless you deal with a lot of women. They can leverage anything against you. And this is the thing, bro. Like how I deal with women, bro. I'm not saying that if you deal with multiple women that you just be this fuck nigga that deal with multiple women and you don't care about them. First of all, my mom was a single mom and I had a stepdad. My dad didn't raise me. I was my mom's fucking husband, pretty much. I took care of her. I moved the house. I protected her. All right. So when it comes to caring about women, I over care about women. If I've been with women, their baby daddies was trying to break in their house and do all kind of shit to them. I protected them from their baby daddies. All right. I gave food to the. I'm not saying you be a fucked up person. When you deal with these women, you can build, you can vibe, you can go out, you can do these things. But if she's attracted to you, she will give you sex, and that's what I'm trying to tell these young boys. You don't gotta work for it. You don't gotta work for it. If she's attracted to you, she will give you sex, and you shouldn't be trying to pay for it.
You definitely got to work. I think women are a byproduct to your work, though. It shouldn't be what you're working for. You shouldn't be working for women. You should just be doing it for yourself, and you'll probably see better outcomes. And with that, I'm going to the gym.
Say that again. What'd you say? What'd you say again? Oh, okay. On his way to the gym. Good brother. Good job. Bro, you yo.
That's what I said.
The more I hear you talk, I just thank God that I came out the way I did. Swear to God.
So my nigga, what you talking
about? Got a different experience, bro. I don't like.
What's your experience?
Women leverage what from you if you want women?
What did I say? Leverage? Women leverage what?
You just now said women will leverage this and that to get what they want. Don't you do the same thing to get what you want? Why are you trying to put them in like this?
No, I never said. First of all, no, I didn't. He said what he was speaking. Let me see what bro was talking. I can't even see bro named Kate. What he was speaking about, he was talking about how women don't want to change, buddy. Big head. He was talking about how a lot of these women, they don't want to change their ways for men. They want to stay the same. So what I was saying is the solution was to walk away. You don't gotta force them to be no type of way. I didn't say nothing about leverage.
Yeah, how many times have you walked away, brother? You in a
A
relationship right now?
lot. A lot,
Okay.
nigga. A lot.
And every
Me.
time it was them?
Sometimes it was me. I'm not saying I was perfect. I
Okay,
never
so
said
what
I
do
was
you
perfect.
Okay, so now we're
That's,
starting to get some accountability because all you've been doing is
no,
just
no,
sitting
I
back and
never said
waiting.
I was perfect. I never said I was perfect. So you not checking nothing.
I never called you
That's never
perfect
been my
either.
that's never
I just
been my
wanted you
that's
to
never
take
been my
accountability
standpoint.
that you said that you've had women in your house cooking for you, brother, and
Yes.
somehow you lost one, lose some, knowing some
Those
story
women that
of
was
a
attracted to me at
tragedy.
that time they weren't attracted to the higher version of me. Did you listen to that part? When I said I was in
And
my
you
lower
said
version
something.
of myself? Did you
Oh,
hear
you
OTC,
that
didn't say
part?
all that. You
OTC.
didn't say that part,
Say,
brother. But you can go ahead and throw, whatever.
well,
But
when he first started
okay.
talking at the beginning of the show, once we started getting lit up, he did mention that it was a lot of times where he was the problem too, where he was the common denominator also. So he did
Exactly.
kind of use that one, and that was early before you even came on. Unlikely.
JT, that's the point. That's the point I be trying to understand. Like when we had these conversations, right? What do we get? What are we giving to the young kids? Like, I'm not trying to call OTC out, but my point is, he just listed all these things that women have done, but then in the same breath, he like, well, yeah, I added a little bit to the chaos too. So I'm like, well, how are we helping? Like, what?
But this is my
Hold on,
okay.
other than trauma
No,
dumping,
this is
how
that's
do
the thing. So
how
here,
do we get us to a solution?
Shot. Here's what happens, right? If people come with a preset position, that's the key issue number one, right?
True, 100%.
I think OTC is genuine in what he's saying, right?
For
But
sure.
he already, when he initially joined the panel, he misconstrued a couple different things, right? OTC has introduced things into the conversation that didn't have anything to do with the topic, right? His diatribes, although whether or not we disagree with the information, right, aren't on par with what we were talking about, right? But it's fine because the conversation is able to happen based on what he's saying, even though it's not cohesive with the overlying topic. You see, but OTC has things that he want to get off and he want to see what we have to say about him. But this presupposition isn't going to change, not at this juncture right here, right now. Right? There may be an opportunity once he get all this shit off. Because even when I corrected him about the episode being edited, when I just I clipped my monologue.
I apologize.
I know. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, so I'm not saying he's obtuse to the point where he can't hear anything, but he, you know what I mean. These things are things that he want to say right now, you know.
And not to even make it just about him. I guess that's my frustration.
Like just an example. Like I think he would listen. Like if I say OTC, shut up for a second. Right. And I don't even say shut up, but just like that, I think he would be like, all right, what's up?
Right.
You know, you know what I mean? But it's what I mean. So
what I see is just like a passionate guy. He probably discusses everything the same way. So I don't take offense to anything. But what I'm getting at is like I feel like a lot of people that come into these conversations are probably similar in what you said, where they come with these ideas, and it's not necessarily
hard niggas.
It's not necessarily about how we move towards something different, but we'll outline the problem well. And my concern a lot of times, like, man, how do we get to a point, and we're not gonna fix it tomorrow, but like how we get to a point where like the conversations are streamlined in a way where we can take away from it and apply. You know what I mean? Like apply something. That's why I just threw out a wrench and everybody went crazy. Like, why would you ever say
the new guy? Let me respond because you didn't spoke 3 times already. You feel me? Like I didn't even never get a chance to respond to you.
Let me respond real quick, and then you could jump in. All right. So OTC, I understand like when you put out there, we just looking at the reality of it. I think how the reality of it was addressed is the issue, but I don't think what the brothers replied with was incorrect. You see, but it was just so many niggas like, what the fuck? But when we mind it out, it's like, well, what's the reality, right? That's why it's so difficult for men and women to be friends, because if there's a mutual attraction, what happens? You know what I mean? Like if she attractive, you single, you're not doing nothing wrong, she might be cool. You know what I mean? She might be feeling you the same way. We already know that women are sexual. Once they got the opportunity without the judgment, women want to have sex too. Right? And so what happened? And then he cool and he got his shit together. So I just like, what's the reality of these situations, you know? But I understand you throwing it out to see if that's a potential remedy to learn more, which I think you're right. I just know what happens in those situations.
No, all I'm saying is this, because my solution tackles all of that.
Okay.
My
What's
solution,
your solution?
like he was saying, he said I didn't have no solution. I've been saying it over and over because, like I've said multiple times, men keep complaining about what's going on. About, like he said, he keeps hearing is complaining, and nobody knows what the men not getting along with the women not getting along. So what I said was, and repeat, deal with people that you know and verifiably they've done things that you can say they care about you. And if you get signs that somebody does not care about you and you can stick around, that don't mean leave immediately. But if you don't rush into the relationship and you give yourself time to figure out who this person is, you won't have the story of, oh, I was committed and then I did all this and then she didn't respect, because then you would have known, because you wouldn't have jumped into the relationship and telling yourself you're going to make this work out instead of trying to figure out, well, does she really want to make this work out? Because what I'm seeing is a lot of niggas getting in relationships and talking about how it's not the way that they want it to be. When I come into contact with a lot of married dudes, they tell me, hey, young boy, don't get married. So I just don't understand what niggas is talking about. I don't understand what niggas is talking about. So it's like, to me, it's like, okay, well, if they chose wrong. So if marriage is supposed to be this great thing and sacred thing, and all these people are divorcing, then there can't be nothing wrong with marriage. It's the people that's entering the contract. So how do you fix that? You first of all fix the people that's together. Let people get the time to figure out who they are before they put labels on each other. And then you will know that, yeah, I can take this woman seriously. That's all I'm fucking saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. That's it.
That's not all you said, but I agree with that point, and I'll also add that's not new information, bro. The old niggas was saying that too.
No, but you was making it like it's not like it's not a solution. It is a solution because the power is in being able to lead.
I agree with you, bro.
Because you can't change a woman. You can't force a woman to be. Do we admit that it's a matriarchy in today's society? Do we admit that? Do we admit that it's a matriarchy? Do we admit that? Answer that first.
Look.
So society's not a matriarchy right now? So the women are not behind the scenes?
Hell no. Now,
so women didn't get Biden elected?
You know what the issue is? Hold up, bro. You know what the issue is? You just said a bunch of stuff. You said what you gonna say to the young niggas, right? That was your diatribe. You said to the young niggas to bring them up when it come to women. But you know what you never said? Build yourself up. Strengthen yourself.
I did say that earlier. We just didn't bring it up. That wasn't the topic just now.
You keep going back to earlier, bro. You keep going back. I'm saying like
you're bringing something we already talked about, trying to say that I didn't say it.
Bro, you stand on what you standing on, bro. You on quicksand. Every time I say something that you said, you say I ain't say it, bro. You know how crazy that is.
But I said it. I didn't say I said build yourself up earlier.
This is what I'm telling you.
I did say that. I said be yourself. Worry about yourself. Leave women that not truly attracted to you. What do you not understand about that?
Let him respond.
Listen, brother, saying be yourself is not saying become the best version of yourself. Physically, financially, psychologically, you did not say that in this diatribe you just gave, okay? And I think that's the problem here, is that you ain't trying to become the best version of yourself, but you want the best version of women, though. See, how I'm gonna tell you?
Go ahead, keep going. How you
listen? Okay. Maybe you, right? Maybe not you. But I'm saying overall, I don't believe men are out here trying to become the best version of themselves. I don't think men out here, majority of men out here working. Well, no, I do think it's I think it's close, but I think the men that you're speaking of specifically, I want to make sure that I'm keeping that in play. Like the partial type of dudes, the dudes that's right there on that standard line, which, like you said, I'm not the dude that can really get girls off just straight attraction. I got to do other things type of guys. Those guys, the reason why they in that space is because those guys particularly are not doing enough. They're not trying to push themselves to the best level when it comes to financial, when it comes to physicality, when it comes to psychological. And that's why I think the rut kind of happens for the type of guys that you speaking of. It's like, yo, I'm just going, instead of me trying to better myself, I'm going to complain about women. Ah, she did this and she did that, but I'm not looking at myself in the mirror and being like, yo, but look at the shit I'm on. And you did do that here, right? You even said it. You said sometimes it was me, and I appreciate you saying that. But I think more or less we seeing dudes
I
not.
didn't say for those reasons though, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Say what you gonna say. I don't wanna
So,
like, if you say no.
so you know, I mean, I'm gonna respect the fact that we all got different perspectives, and you speaking to a certain person that maybe you may have witnessed. But me personally, I've been working, and all the mistakes that I made when I was in the streets, I was very young. All right, so as far as me being on the right path, I've been doing that for a long time now. My background with my felony, that was years ago. You see me, so you know what I'm saying? I've been on this way, you know, and I've been telling the young boys to stay out the streets. I've been telling them about the women, and this is my thing. The streets is cool because of the women, and it's not about me pinning the blame on the women. It's about, I know what a lot of these women are attracted to, and you saying that all of this, oh, get your mind right, get elevated. Yeah, I agree with you, but those same dudes that's having a lot of money is getting cheated on with those niggas in the streets. So let's bridge that gap. So
Now
let's
you do
bridge
it.
that gap. Look, I'm just trying to bridge the gap. So let's bridge the gap to where the niggas that you don't like, these niggas that's going out and spending their life to be this big, getting money, all of this is getting cheated on with street niggas. So what do you do? So maybe the problem is that you just chose the wrong woman. All right, that's the thing. So now what you need to do is you need to reevaluate and not get mad and be like, oh, you don't want, niggas don't want to change themselves, because I'll tell you right now, I am as close to the ground as it gets. And I know a lot of niggas that's just coming home from prison that's trying to get their life together, and motherfuckers is still holding them to what they did when they was kids. So when you sit here and talk about how, oh, people don't want to elevate, everybody's trying to elevate, brother. Even in the streets. Even in the streets. So the problem is that niggas need to sit here and have to grow up and stop trying to appease women. All right, and find the one that's for you. Not the majority. Not the majority.
All right.
That's simple.
So I just got a question. Is it that men are in competition with other men to get women? Is that what we look at now?
Yes.
Does everybody agree with that? I'm talking about in this way now of the competition is men competing with, like you got standard or normal men competing with dudes that are like, I guess they get money. Are they actually competing with each other?
Yes.
Is that actually a thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're in competition. Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
Well, because the thing is, right? Just based on some of the things that are said, because of media and things of that nature and access points, right?
Mm-hmm.
The proximity for everybody dating is much more vast because you get access to people, you know, from just a click of a button. Before, people used to date within proximity, right? So you didn't have access to all these different men and things of that nature. And so if they're getting affirmation in a bunch of different ways, then the women assume they have access to men outside of the men that they probably qualify for. And vice versa, but to a lesser extent for men.
No matter what, it's an underlying tone of competition.
Well, yeah, we talked about, and that's what messes everything up. So again, and once that woman gets a taste, right, of the celebrity, the entertainer, the athlete, the pro athlete, any of these things, so on and so forth, now she believes that's her level, right? Even though she's just, you know, a toy to them, right? Just, you know what I'm saying? She's just a, you know, a concubine or whatever. Now, even though she's not a 8, 9, or dime, she's just like the cute chick in the town, right? So let's say she's a Mississippi 9, but you know, that's a motherfucking California. My bad. Let me get off
California
the
too.
Alabama. Alabama 9. But yeah, she Cali. That's Cali.
It's beautiful women everywhere, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I think that's a big part of it. But then too, again, women see this far more transactional now, and that's why I say it's a generational thing. Women before understood the importance and value of men. They wanted the resources, they wanted the protection and provision, of course, but at the same time, there was respect for the masculine principle and importance of the man because they were raised around and by men, protected by men. We're 2 generations removed from that now. You got to think. So it started with my generation, right? And so it's not millennials, but now the '90s babies. So what I think the cutoff is what 96.
96.
96 the cutoff, right? So if you're around that time in '96 or whatever, for the most part, bro, you know the divorce boom happened, and it's very very few. That's when the single mother rate starts going from that point on because these people aren't getting married anymore. There aren't 2 people in the household, and the I don't need no man, niggas ain't shit. I can do bad all by myself. Rhetoric starts hard in the '90s. So now you had a generation and a half of women raised on that rhetoric, right? Then you combine that with, alpha woman, DEI, 2 hit minority, all these different things.
Feminist movement.
This like fourth wave feminism, or whatever we in now. Yeah, this just and that's why we are where we are. It's a multi-layered thing, and so just new guy. I hate going back, but everybody was talking to answer your point. There isn't a fix, bro. I'm sorry to say this, right? There isn't a quote unquote fix. This is a ever changing situation and condition because, like I said, it is very very generational. It is at a lot of in the different levels. So you have the generational aspect, you have the financial and class aspect. Hell, you have the sexual orientation aspect at this point. Hell, I mean, shit. Black women have the highest rate of alternative lifestyle participation. You feel me? So it's these so many of these factors, and that's what we trying to tell brothers because we don't really have these conversations. Is why these conversations are so important. So we can really start, looking at this surgically. Because on the surface, it's cool and fun to joke and talk about shit and whatever. But when we really, really start getting into the minutia of it, bro, this is a multi-layered, very, very serious issue. And that's what I understand what you're saying. Most women aren't equipped to have the conversation, honestly, because women share so much, have the lion's share of the causality in it. You feel me? Because once you start telling that to women that, hey, such and such is doing this and the men. Okay, cool, fine, the men. All right. So explain to me how the woman, there are more women with multiple, parents of their kids, multiple fathers of their kids than men, right? There's a way more fucking multiple baby daddy, baby mamas than there are multiple baby mama, baby daddies. You feel me? So women can't even accept that premise and that principle to have the conversation, and they take it too personal. Black women specifically. Oh, you bashing black women? No, I'm not bashing anything. I'm simply telling you the facts. And you're more likely than not they're unaware of them. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, it's and of course, man, can things get better? I think they can, but I think this is like we have to start looking at this as anything else in life. And for the first time, we have the opportunity to do this running lesson, and the message is going to change and it's going to adjust as we, things improve or things get worse and things change. And like I say, we're the first generation.
I believe the solution is adapt. You can't force you can't beat the women up.
OTC, come on, man. Come on now. All right, so Mr. Fantastic, here's the one thing though, and we talked about this before. This is the part that I get afraid of, to be honest. And Shah kind of mentioned it. People take the path of least resistance, right? So when you constantly telling them that it is that side, right? What happens, right? Because we generally don't want men to separate from women, but then you have movements like MGTOW and things of that nature, right? When we know that's not what the men want, right? Men don't want to be incels, voluntary, involuntary. Although I know what the acronym stands for, But if we're talking to a generation that is already what what is it called? Everybody gets a trophy generation. What is that? What's it called?
Participation
Right.
trophy. Yeah.
So they're already, the competition level for them is already lower. And then it's like, hey, there's nothing we could do about it, or no matter what you do, here's the results, right? What happens to them with that type of mindset? Remember we were talking about deficit mindset.
Well,
Yeah,
now,
the
now,
solution is
well, I'm gonna say this, OTC, and you got it. So, I think that's how it comes off, or that's how people hear it, because it's not get out there and do it, nigga. Figure it out, nigga. You feel me? I feel like that's really how it comes off when it's like, okay, we understand, right? These kids ain't built like us, Hamp.
Okay.
So the limit that you can push them to and the level of stress you can give them in figuring something out is a whole lot different than us, right?
Okay.
You feel me? So I think we're in the process of doing this. We have to adjust to the point of where they don't feel like, you know, oh, the old niggas trying to shit on us, because that's really how it is. They really believe that, like, you know, they look at all old niggas the same. There's no differentiation because they don't have a relationship. Hamp. You got to think the young niggas fuck with the big bros, but they don't got no unks for real. Unk to them is a random nigga, not a real uncle, not a daddy, not a family, a blood relative to them that gave them discipline, order, you know, masculinity, all these different things. So, and then because of their mom and how they're raised with their mom, they're taught that, you know, niggas ain't shit, niggas is broke, niggas is dusty. Oh, if a nigga got a 9-to-5 job, that's slow money. All these things, you feel me? So we're literally trying to build not in that fucking plane, Hamp. We building a motherfucking spaceship, my nigga. Intergalactic motherfucking, you know what I mean? Astrophysics and, you know what I'm saying? Intergalactic shit, trying to figure this out. And it's by all means, I'm always, you know, shoot your shot. That's what I always say, that, man. Shoot your shot regardless, whether it's in person or online, shoot your shot. The thing about it, I think, that gets lost though, is now we talk, well, serious relationship, what they will do to women. Bro, he's 21. What the fuck you think he gonna do? Do you want a serious relationship at 21? No. Most men don't want serious relationship at 21. Right? All right. And it's never going back. We gotta stop talking like this shit ain't going back to motherfucking black and white TVs, picket fence, and a dog and all this other shit, bro.
Facts.
Accordingly moving forward. And I think that's a hard pill to swallow and hard reality to accept. But along the way, bro, we're adjusting and trying to fix this thing as best we can.
This is the problem. They keep saying that it's doom and gloom. I don't know where anybody's getting the doom and gloom from. I'm not telling niggas that not.
Nobody said that on the panel, but hold on. Let me just see if Zagu, Aaron, if y'all had anything.
Aaron, you wanted to go first?
I'm just saying, if y'all
He said your name first. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just in agreement pretty much. That's why I was saying if Aaron wanted to add something different, because I pretty much agree with what Fantastic was saying. I do appreciate though the new guy point of view though, because that's kind of like what we want to get to is as a solution. But I do more agree with Fantastic, like send the asteroid pretty much. And you know what I'm saying? It's not a defeatist attitude, but once we can get our counterparts to understand the conversation that we having, because it seems like they don't want to have a conversation even in good faith, even as men can address certain issues and acknowledge that we have certain issues. And then when we turn the question back around, a lot of times, especially in this community, I get a lot of I don't know, they even argue with stats sometimes. So it's like Hamp will show stats and they'll break it down to him and he'll walk them down some, which I'll say the minority of the women on the panel will tend to agree if he walk them down, but some of them still be feisty, which is the majority. So my bad with the some word.
Well, no, I think you cleared it, right? And I think here's the key, right? And I don't know if it was a short, I maybe did a whole thing on it, but the women that we want to be with have always been rare though.
All right.
And I think that's a misconception that is kind of touted a little bit, but even from the biblical times, they've been rare, right? It was hard to find her, you know, it was like rubies that was the most valuable stone at that time and things of that nature, right? And it even articulated, hey, being with a quarrelsome woman, you rather live on the top of a corner of a house. You even say the corner of the motherfucking roof. Right, so it's like the government's always dealing with this, right? And it says these things, both the good and the bad, in terms of being with a woman, right? So, and that thing is 7,000 years old. So when we addressing these things, we've already understood this, that we had to. It took a lot, right? A needle in a haystack type shit. You know. So that's the point. Go ahead, shout in and see you, Aaron.
Just real quick, man, because I don't want people to misunderstand what my position is in this thing. At the end of the day, like y'all have outlined, these problems are serious. And I do think we have to acknowledge as we're building this plane that sometimes it does get a little messy. And I think we should be able to acknowledge that sometimes the message gets real convoluted and murky. And when we get out these panels, it seems circular. But I also understand what fantastic, and you said this before, that we're kind of freestyling this thing and we're trying to create somewhat of a logic we can all follow. So I'm just always the person sitting back acknowledging, like, are the conversations we're having and the way we're having them, are they actually effective? I think this is why because I've been kind of paying attention to this to the conversation for a while. But when Hemp started to do his thing, I was like, man, Hemp really seems like he's trying to get to a place of resolve and solution. And with that type of mindset, we can talk about whatever we want to talk about. But at the end of the day, if there's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 step plan or something of the sort that the young dudes can use, then I feel like we're only adding to the chaos. The problem is very chaotic, Fantastic. And I even say, like, a person like Fantastic, a personality like yours, where you come in with logic, you talk your shit too, you troll a little bit too. But I've noticed that you do come with stats that people don't always agree, but it's hard to argue numbers. So I'm saying we all have a position, but I think we also have to acknowledge sometimes the way we have these conversations aren't productive. And I think that's okay to say they're not productive now. Here's how we can move forward, which is why I kind of presented the possibility, not necessarily answer, but a possibility it could be scrutinized. And from what I got today, I said, nah, Shad, that don't work. I'm cool with my idea being pushed to the side. But I want to, in addition to telling our stories and what we've been through, I also want to get to a point like, what are we learning? So going forward, not saying you will ever be able to eliminate your risks, but mitigate them. I just think as adults, we can have these conversations in a way that's more productive, which I think y'all do. I think this does happen here. That's my position. I don't think the conversation should not be had. And I check myself because I think I did say something like Trump.
No, it's cool. No. But
Mr. Fantastic, do you think the majority and the minority of conversations are productive?
Majority. Me or him?
He said some. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on you, Shot.
I know, man. I'm
Damn, I can't even reply back.
Let me say this: they're productive because Black men are having conversations of trying to do, so they're productive. Even if they're not, they're messy.
Like
the majority of them are productive because of what I think the intent is.
Yeah, and even if I don't like it, just real quick, Mr. That and Aaron still gotta go, but even if I don't like what comes from it, I learned something regardless. You know, even I'm like, damn, we failed today. There's a thing that I know I need to look out for, and hopefully I can catch it before we fail the same way the next time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I would say, well, Mr. Then Aaron's supposed to go 3 people and go.
So I mean, OTC. Let me you do you think we're doomed? Before I get started, like, what do you think is the probability of success?
I mean, respectfully, I'm gonna thank you for actually letting me reply because I didn't get to reply to anybody else.
LTC, that's one thing that I that you don't need to do, right? Like, you're not always gonna get to jump in every time somebody say something. But I think
they were speaking to me though, and then they were asking.
They weren't. I think it's just more of an open conversation, and so we got to make sure that we move around the microphone.
Cool.
So yeah, you good. I think you've been doing a good job overall. You just got some long diatribes, but you say things that we can assess. Aaron, re-ask your question.
What do you think the probability of success is? I mean, I'm just trying to gauge what you think is going to happen next, no matter what it is. Would you classify yourself as a pessimist or an optimist?
I don't like those terms.
No. Pessimism or optimism?
I say optimistic.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you. So, considering that, if you turn the scope inward, you'll find the answer to all your questions. If one thing's for sure, we can't force change out of women. Whatever they're doing, they're doing. Whatever they have done, they have done. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to do. We can't force change. We can influence change, though. But we can't influence change by pointing fingers. And we can't influence change by issuing blanket templates for everybody to adhere to a letter. We can institute or suggest frameworks that people can use based on what we know will be successful. Control.
Right, none of what y'all said.
Now listen, man. How long? What time is it?
Let me reply, Aaron. Let me reply, Aaron, because you've been you. Let me reply. Can I reply?
I've been sitting here for about 2 hours. I didn't ask you any questions. What are you replying to? I've not. Go ahead. I'm
gonna say this. First of all, so I'll acknowledge the fact that I offered many solutions and they were denied. They were not acknowledged. My solution was I never said anything about forcing. I said that you leave the women that don't want to comply or follow, right? And you find the one that likes you, that's actually attracted to you. Now that in there nowhere implies you forcing a woman to be with you. You can't change.
So let me make a correction then. I didn't suggest you said
want to change themselves.
No, I didn't suggest you said that.
Okay.
I didn't say you said these things. I'm setting up what I'm getting ready to say by clarifying some things first. Okay. So if we look in and we have people do this. So if we look at just take things with a basic framework based on what we know is going to work, right? We know men have to be better. What does that mean? That means something different for everyone. But we don't necessarily have to better ourselves for the sake of getting women. We better ourselves for the sake of being the best person we can be before we check out off of this rock. Now, whatever the sum of that is what it is. And then it will get you whatever, you will slot into life wherever life has slotted you based on your maximum effort. But right now, I don't see across the board men making maximum individual efforts. And until then, we got to manage our expectations on what the outcome as a community and as a nation is going to be. If we all just can't agree to one simple thing, not just be who you are, be the best of who you are. And then if you decide that you want to have a wife and continue a legacy, then research what kind of woman fits the best of who you are and research what she's looking for.
Isn't that find a woman that likes you? That's part of it, right? I'm just asking.
What's the question?
I said, isn't that part of finding the actual woman that likes you? What you're describing right now?
That is one criteria amongst
one
many.
Criteria, okay.
That's one criteria amongst many that you should consider when doing research when finding a wife. Should she like you? Yes. But she should also respect you, and she should also bring value to you, and she should also respect herself, and she should also understand there's many things. It's not just she likes you. Hopefully she does. It'll make
things they like change from week to week.
Huh?
I said some things they like change from week to week. My bad.
Right. My wife doesn't.
You're playing worse, man. Is because we already discussed about what woman you should be with. We already discussed about how it should be equal. It should equal what if she should do if she actually likes you. We already discussed that. So what y'all do is we talk about something, we move later on in the conversation, then you pinpoint on what I'm just saying now, like we didn't already talk about. It's not just about likes you. It's about all of it.
Do you understand?
I'm simplifying because we already talked about it.
I need you to grasp something, my friend, that I've sat here patiently and listened to many diatribes and have zero input so far. You're going to have to exercise some patience.
What's my solution, Mr. Aaron?
I don't know what
your solution is. So exactly. I've said it 4 times already. I said it 4 or 5 times with my solutions. You can't even remember what I said.
No.
So you weren't even listening. You weren't listening to understand. You were listening to misunderstand.
Listen to me.
You can't even repeat what I was saying.
OTC.
Tell me what you disagree with, Aaron, please.
I'm going to need you to exercise some discipline. Let someone else speak. Close your mouth and open your ears.
I just started speaking. I've been letting people speak, and you wanted to address me personally.
Listen,
this is
bro.
why I'm even speaking now, because you addressed me personally. When you look at it back, you're gonna see
bro, Listen, bro. All I did was ask you a question.
You're just trying to.
What side you came down on? I suggest you get your emotions in check. Start thinking
Now
with
the
a little bit of
insult.
logic. Consider the context of the
Did
conversation.
I insult you once?
When you first came in here, you said you're a man of
Now
facts.
I insult you. You a bald ass, old ass nigga, goofy ass nigga. Because you just insulted me.
Now we move into
You insulted me first.
ad hominems.
You
Now
insulted
we
me.
move into the immature.
He denied
because you engaged in it. You engaged in it. You called me. You said, "What high am I coming off of?"
You're doing this to yourself, bro.
I don't got nothing else to respond, bro. Just go ahead. I ain't even got to sit there. I ain't gonna go ahead and finish it.
So as I was saying, it's all about doing the research to find out what it is that fits your life, and finding out what it is that they're going to want from you, and marketing what you have to offer in exchange for what you need from them. It's really that simple. If we do that on the individual level, then the crowd will kind of sort of coalesce. Birds of a feather, right? That's what they say. But it's just hard looking at all these facts and like these data and statistics and pointing the finger. Can't we have a conversation first about, are we doing what we need to do? Because the stats and data doesn't mean anything if we're not prepared to deal with them.
Well, how many jobs do you have, Aaron? Because I've had 2. I've had 3 at one time.
Didn't you say you were finished? Now, which is it? You going to be consistent, or you know what are you doing?
Because you try to paint this narrative about me by describing me, but it's not. I don't fit your narrative. So, but keep going. I've had 2, 3 jobs. I've worked multiple jobs, and I've actually accomplished it. I've started online businesses. I've tried selling clothes. You don't know what I've done. You don't know what I've accomplished, and I haven't come up here bragging about it. So for you to keep talking about it, is people doing what they're supposed to do? Yeah, there is a portion of people that's not doing what they're supposed to do, but I don't fit that description. So every time you try to bring that up, it's like, you be specific. You don't address me and talk about what other niggas is not doing, because you're addressing me. You're talking about what you don't agree with my points. My solution is for people to deal with people that care about them. And it's simple.
I'm not addressing you, fam.
So you didn't just earlier ask me, hey, OTC, I have a question for you, and then initiate and say,
I would address you. You would know I'm addressing you. I'm not addressing you.
So talking to somebody is not addressing somebody.
I'm addressing you right now. You need to relax.
This guy. You don't know words. You gotta look up words, bro.
Bro, you hold on, fam.
Yeah,
now, hold on. No. I'm here now. No, nigga. No. Now, young nigga, we don't work with you the whole fucking night. All right. We don't work with you the whole night. You wilding in the chat, talking all this shit, wow, so on and so forth. Bro, you been wrong on every fucking account.
No, I haven't, nigga. You was wrong the last time. You was wrong the last.
You not finna out yell me, my nigga, in that motherfucking car. I can tell you that. That's what you're not gonna do. Okay. So what I'm telling you is this, bro. You are the fucking problem. You the young nigga that think all old niggas don't know shit, and somehow you got more life experience, you got more success, you got more answers, you got more.
Where your wife at? Where your wife at? Fantastic,
nigga. That's the way you talk. It's the way you.
No, nigga, nah, bro. You just talking shit.
Listen,
where your wife at? Where your wife at, bro? You got all the answers, right? Where your wife at?
I'm gonna do you a big favor. Hey, I'm gonna do you a big favor, young fella. Listen to me real quick. Chad. Now this ain't us. This is chat, right? This your people, your peers. Chad, has this nigga been wilding all fucking stream? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Please max participation, because see, you don't want to hear it coming from us. You the nigga I've been talking about, to where you feel like old niggas is always coming at y'all, always got something negative to say, so on and so forth, bruh. And to attack, I'm not allowing that shit, nigga. But Aaron is not, nigga. Bro, to say Aaron something about being articulate and don't know words, my nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, wow.
Fuck are you talking about? That's why I said, my nigga, and I said it jokingly at first, but now I'm giving you some real life advice. Stay off the weed. You clearly
Nigga, you don't know what you talking about, nigga. You don't know me. You don't know me. I've been right this whole time. You ain't nobody.
I know this. I know this. I know
That
you can't put
chat.
that fucking weed down.
Ain't nobody proved me wrong.
All
What
ones.
the chat say? All ones?
All ones.
Oh, so we wilding. So now I guess it's everybody, huh?
Can I jump in? I'm about to get off. But I just want to say, him, this is like, even this exchange right here, man, when you ask me, is the majority productive among, this is why I said majority. Because at the end of the day, this is what has to happen amongst men. You got to mind it out. You got to disagree. Sometimes, because I used to be a young nigga that thought I knew everything, and then the old head, but see, back then, the old head would put the 1-2.
Right, but y'all cut me off multiple times. They gonna see it when they come back.
It's cool, like, you know what I'm saying? I understand, bro. He dealing with whatever he trying to figure it out, and it's cool. No disrespect to you, bro. But I'm addressing everybody, not you. I'm just saying, like,
And they gonna see how I offer solutions multiple times, and y'all act like I didn't say nothing.
This man can't even give his statement, bro.
This is what I'm gonna start doing though, right? Because I realize people that do that, it's like, why even panel them, right? So what they do is they victimize themselves by saying, this happened to me. I wasn't.
How? Y'all made me the problem.
Right. And so it's unnecessary.
Y'all made me the problem.
Shut up for a second, man. Be quiet for a second. Because you being rude to the wrong people. And I don't even say shut up. It's annoying. Right? Aaron don't even come across like that. But I just hate when people start victimizing themselves, talking about I wasn't able to speak and all that. That's ridiculous. Y'all trying to make out of nothing that is unnecessary. So it's like, why do I even have to have him up here, right? And I'm pretty tolerable, most people, you know. But it's like, why? Because then they get in the chat and say, this happened to me, that happened to me, this happened to me. That it's just like, it's ridiculous, right? And then they disparage you, but then when you confront them directly, right, they words are minimized. Right.
Yeah, this is the type of nigga that make us look horrible though, because he want to say that it's all the women, but when it's his behavior like that, then he want to say the bitches, the bitches, the bitches, the bitches. Look at him.
It's not worth it, right? At that point, right? It's not really worth it because y'all up here, we being productive, right? We having a conversation, and then why I allow them to take away from it, you know? And I probably did that a lot. Like I've been pretty tolerable of people overall. You know, but then I see the unnecessary point of him having for Aaron have to get at him, like it don't even make sense.
Yeah, Aaron out of all people, bro. Like Aaron, the OG intellect. So no, I'm just saying, but even these types of interactions, man, it's needed. And hopefully when he is in a better mental state, he'll realize like this was actually a positive exchange. It's not disrespectful, but it just kind of helped me understand why you allow things to go on, why we need this, even as we're dealing with our issue with women, because it's not pretty. And so people do bring emotions to tough conversations. I had to grow out as a young man. I had to understand, like, man, it ain't understand what's actually happening. You know what I mean? Critical thinking is very important to survival. So I just want to say before I got her, man, I enjoyed the conversation, man.
Yeah.
I'll continue showing up because I think this is productive, man. And hopefully people in the chat got something from it as well. And can continue doing what you're doing, him. This is a hard job, bro. It's a hard job.
I usually give them an opportunity to relax, and most of the time they relax, right? So you can keep going, right? Usually I don't use like the mute button or bring people down, but then when it's just like at a point where you can't stop, you know, right? And so there's been several interactions where like people tried it, right? We mined it out, we keep going, you know. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you just profusely, right? It's like, what's the point of it, right? When we can just continue the productivity.
Right. Yeah. But I think it'd be some young guys watching and seeing how, you know what I'm saying, we tried to edify him at times, and today just won the day. And again, you didn't ban him. He'll come back another day and we'll try it again. But again, I think this is what people need to see: black men figuring it out, having tough moments, working through it. The women need to see it because
it's a part of the again, man. As men, we understand this, bro. Brothers fight. You feel me? It's gonna be some shit that we always disagree upon, and so on and so forth. And hey, we got to step out in the back. We step out in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, the seed is done real time, bro. That's a part of the process. And you know, it's not going to be a definite answer. Like, hey, do this, and this. But like you said, Shad, the ultimate goal is to make it easier for everybody after us. That's genuinely, without a doubt. Whether you agree or disagree with me, I promise you, every time I get on, putting myself in front of this camera, it's something you can take away from it. I make sure of it. You know what I'm saying? If it's just one thing, I can be wild and crazy doing all kinds of other shit. Something be just, but I'm gonna make sure it's my job to give you something valuable you can use, right? As a young man. So you know what I'm saying, to make your journey a little bit easier at the very least. You feel me? And shout out to Hamp, man, shout out to Aaron. That's what this is about, bro. It's about black men coming together, having the conversations that, you know what I'm saying, people don't want to have a lot of time, need to be had. You feel me? And three brothers with different opinions and ways of looking at things, and we handle it out. Then other brothers come up, sometimes ladies come up, and again, we have the work, bro. So shout out to you, shout out to everybody that participate, bro, because I say y'all keep this going. Even shout out to the chat, you feel me? Again, bro, you're not gonna always agree with what we have to say, but I think I know this. We do a damn good job, if not the motherfucking best job in Black YouTube with doing this shit.
Yep.
I bet the house.
No, I think so. I think, and then right. So people assume that. So, and the thing is, that was 4 hours of that, right? And he did good. There were most of the time, he didn't do well with minding his manners, right? But for 4 hours, we try to allow him to get it done, right? But he couldn't, And so at a point where you have to escalate it, as opposed to people getting out of character, you just have to remove people, right? And so fortunately, people that tried that type of behavior, they got minded out, they understood, and they went back in their place.
Yeah,
right.
from what
So
I see
now
on
we
the
can
panel,
continue to show 90% of the time, right? And
I
so
seen you and Sway had that dynamic to where Sway at first, when I first kind of started like seeing Sway, he had a little like the same like energy, not as bad, but he would kind of like want to get his point across so bad. And I've heard you even online, so I don't know if you guys had offline conversations, but online I've heard you kind of like coach him a little bit as far as like demeanor and just different things. And I think after a while he took it and he can better. Like even today, I kind of interrupted him and he kind of let me finish, and then after that I apologized, but he was real patient, you know what I'm saying, to get his point across. And I think that was a learned skill from the gentleman on the panel, from you, Aaron, and things like that. I think y'all kind of like helped him develop that. I don't know if he would say that or not. It's not a shot at Sway. I was just saying I seen the growth and development from being here in the community, and so hopefully this other guy can do that. You know what I mean? OTC, because he had some good points.
Sure, no, and his points. I want his points to marinate. That way, even when I said it was off topic, we let it go because it was something to be heard from a gentleman who's new, and those are his. I think there's thoughts of others, but generally speaking, he believes that stuff, right? So he owns that, right? And I think with Sway, the key difference, or not difference, but Sway, he made a decision to be mindful of things, right? We heard that conversation before, right? Yeah, me and him talk offline, right? About different stuff, but right, I think to give him respect, and he receives it, gives it back, and then people learn as they go, but they have to make a conscious decision. You can't people got to hold themselves accountable first.
Yeah, and it goes back to what you guys were talking about, the mirror conversation, right? When we was talking about, I said in the social media, sometimes you'll be, saying something, then if you look at it again, that you be like, oh man, I was tripping, right? Just like what he was saying, it's like, nah, bro, go back and look at it, right? Because if you go back and look at it, this is the thing, and this is a great thing to have an audience. They were saying it. When you start being overstimulated, drinking, smoking, and you overdo it, especially as long as we've been on this panel, it's going to start altering your personality. And that's basically what it did. It made him antsy. The anxiety started coming with somebody, like he was saying that Aaron was addressing him. Aaron was like, no, I'm trying to get my point. I was having a conversation to engage with you, but now I'm not going to engage with you, but I'm going to finish my thought. And then it just went to a point where it was like, nah, he's nowhere near saying that. And that's overstimulation, because now he's not really listening to the conversation anymore. And it's just because of, the greatest thing is this, and you're right. This platform is one of the platforms that people start taking things as the standard. One of the things that it is, got OGs here. If it was a year ago, or if you was on other platforms, everybody would have been jumping on the young man, right? It had just been all chaos. But we understood exactly what it is. We don't want to bring more chaos than what it is, because we want him to actually get the message that's going. Even when you was like, all right, and you stepped in, even when Fantastic stepped in, right? It was kind of like, I still want you to be cognizant of what you're doing. And I'm not you're not going to call him out his name. We're not going to be hollering at the young man. Nobody's going to get hysterical. And that's just basically it's teaching other people that got panels and stuff too. This is how you actually conduct it.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I mean, I think the key is right when Aaron and Fantastic noticed it and they escalated, right? I mean, I don't know why they don't got control. That's my fault, right? But now I gotta leverage the controls because they addressing it in a particular way, right? So
Well, no, like I said, man, like you said, it's just something where like we try to let somebody mind it out. And like I said, JT gave a good point. It's a personality type, and he clearly has a story of where, he may have seen, I don't know. He told us a lot of his future, and I don't think he understands what he revealed to us as the reason why he thinks the way he thinks. He said a lot of it, right? And like I said, hopefully, like I said, he can go back and look through it. But I meant what I said. And seriously, man, again, I've never smoked weed in my life. Because I seen what motherfucking that's the one thing addiction that niggas act like don't exist, and that's one of the worst addictions. All right, bro, you gotta you if you're dependent upon that, and like you said, JT and everybody know, man, we can see you. This is why because you're trying to respect the show and stay away from something you're used to doing. You use that to calm and soothe yourself, and you can't do it. So now everything is more offensive. So really, brother, seriously, like when I said that, not to say you're just some serious, addict. I'm not trying to portray it that way, but you definitely.
I mean, he couldn't remember he was smoking. He said it many times. I'm all right. I'm not gonna smoke. I'm not gonna smoke. 13 seconds later, here you go.
I mean, you gotta find better outlets, brother, and find other avenues of being able to calm yourself, man. Again, like I said, bro, it's not really much to dwell on. It is what it is. Hopefully you'll figure it out, and you'll be back eventually, I guess.
yeah, I think you just gotta process some more, man. Gotta process and then just slow it down. Oftentimes when people start slowing it down and start to hear more of what's being said, you'd be surprised. Because again, when we consuming the information, and in order to respond to him, you have to have a decently substantive response. He wasn't saying just the dumb shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the key. But he just got to open the space for when you hear something you don't like, let it go, let it marinate, and then respond effectively, right? People often interject while somebody's conversing with them and they're not responding to the entirety of what's being said.
What I was hoping he would have discovered is that it was an actual build. I wasn't opposing much of what he said. I didn't come in there. All I did was just try to assess the lens with which he views the conversation. Optimism. That's why I didn't let him go with realism, because that's not defined, right? And when he said optimism, all right, great. That's a great place. But I just began to build. I didn't say I disagree with what you said. What you said was wrong here. I just said, listen.
Yeah, I mean,
back to square one.
Oh.
And it would have included a lot of what he said.
Yeah, I don't want to beat the shit out the horse, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I know, Lee. You want to come up into defend marijuana real quick? Or?
That's what I was coming up here to do.
Yeah,
I'm like, it ain't the weed, bro. Because I was smoking the whole damn time with him. So it ain't the weed. Motherfucker just, you know what I'm saying? He won't accept that he got, dudes like that. Matter of fact, fuck it, whatever. Just move on.
They saying he might have had something a little extra. He say he might have a little extra in his. That they said in the chat. I don't know.
Yeah. I already knew when niggas start disparaging weed. I knew Lee was gonna hit that link, man.
Yeah, man, ain't the weed, man. If anything, weed, that was the opposite of weed. What we do, to be honest.
Bro, drank a whole bottle of Hennessy on stream the other day, so I know he ain't,
Told me, they told Lee either cut your hair or stop smoking weed.
I was like, nigga, the hair's gone. Nigga. Fuck that hair, nigga. I never liked it anyway.
You turned on your hair?
Nah, I'm about to become a correctional officer out here in Miami. So I already went through like the first course, so I'm about to. It's a story. We'll talk about it in the back chat. I don't want to talk about shit.
Yeah, no. Well, congrats on that, man.
Congrats.
It is what it is. My brother does that.
You're gonna have to stop smoking, right?
Yeah. I'm winning off this shit. Like it's like a process you gotta do. You can't just go cold turkey. That shit don't work.
I know. Trust me, I know.
We gonna
fly help.
Hey kid, love you, man. I'm glad you know what I mean. You're doing your thing.
Y'all killed my going to the bar, man. Get some information from the teacher. I thought that was a good idea. What y'all said, but you kidding?
No, it's good. We just know how it end up. That's all.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You know.
All right. But y'all be easy, man. A good,
Hey, you know
like,
what, Shy? I owe you an apology too, bro, because I think it was my fault that chat came in about code approaching, because I was just saying that it would have to be similar type of confidence to approach. You know what I'm saying? To a code approaching, they took that shit too far, but
it's all
yeah.
good, bro. It's all good. Like I said, sometimes the internet's a weird place. Everybody come here with their preconceived notion. You say something, they turn it to another language. So I ain't sure I get it. But another good show, Hemp. I'll catch y'all on the next one, man.
All right, Shad.
Hold it down, man.
Yeah, man. Be safe. Yeah, man. No, that was good. I think Lee not frozen. Hey, Lee, man. Congratulations on that shit, though. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's good shit.
Yeah, man. Don't congratulate me yet, man. I'm a congratulate me when I cause they said it's like a graduation or something.
You know you got to do a fitness test, right?
Yeah, that's what I got to do. That's about to be like in the next few weeks or some shit. That's what I'm saying. Don't congratulate me yet. That's what I'm trying to work out. And
You run a mile in 10 minutes?
I've ran 10 miles before.
A mile in 10?
Oh, I said a mile in 10. I ain't say 10 miles.
Oh yeah, I can run a mile. I can run a mile right now. I can run a mile in 7 minutes.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Oh, you all right? Y'all don't know who y'all talking, bro. Yo, that's what, bro.
That's military fitness right there,
Yo,
though.
during COVID, bro, I was me and my shorty was running 9 miles up and down the belt line, bugging, bro. Like I'm a masochist, my nigga. I'm gonna do it till it hurt.
Not on a bike.
Oh,
yeah.
That's military fitness right there, homie.
Man, pause that shit, man. You know what I mean, though. You feel me? No pain, no gain. That's what dude gotta understand. You gotta put that pain in. You ain't gonna get no gain, bro. You're just gonna be sitting there complaining about women. If you become better, you're gonna get better. It's the math, bro.
Yeah.
That's simple math. You feel me?
Yeah. No, it'll be all right, man. Shit.
As a man, I can't understand another man having a gripe with getting better. As a person, I don't get that shit at all. Like,
I try to do what Aaron did. I try to tell him, like, bro, you realize you ain't say nothing about like building yourself up, you know? Anything you like, you gotta find the right woman. But it's like, bro, if you on bullshit, you find the right woman. Like he said he had a shorty in the house, cooking for him, cleaning for him. And he wasn't on, he wasn't at that level where he should have been, where he could have kept her, because it sounded like he missed her. But here was it.
Yeah. You did a show and you said something that was interesting. The difference between a woman, a wife and a woman, husband, and what was these other words that they were using, partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like my sentiments also, where it's like a wife should be just wife. You don't have to use any other word other than wife. A husband is a husband. You don't have to use any other word. And I think what the problem is that people, they've lost the focus of, if you get married, what the purpose of it is, right? Versus being in a relationship long term. And then how you get to those things. Because we talk about it, but I've yet to, when I hear people talk about relationships, they add marriage in it, right? But there's steps to getting married, right? And then people will talk, and you have like a panel with 10 people, some people talking to the marriage thing as if it's a goal. Then some people talking, to the marriage thing as if it's like being in a long-term relationship. So it's kind of like it's muddled. And the reason why, and it's not just, on the panel, whatever, I just hear it, people like, again, panels on earth, on what y'all say, on the earth, in the earth, when you're seeing it in real time and you hearing people talk, they have the message screwed up. So you're talking about relationships, right? And what do you get out of relationships? But they only stay in that right there. Or you will have somebody else that's speaking about relationships, but they put it as a marriage. And I yet to hear a lot of people delineate the two. That's what I don't hear the difference in it. And it really highlighted it when I heard you having, I forgot who it was you was having a discourse with, but you were like, nah, a wife is a wife. A husband is a husband. And the experience in those two should be good enough for that, where you don't have to come up with other words. And then it made me think about the relationship thing and the marriage thing, because it's just like, that's why the conversations be all over the place. That's one of my things. I ended with that though, but it was kind of interesting for me to observe that conversation and just to be like, dang, that shit was crazy because that's what you would see.
Yeah,
And it just gets circular.
Yeah, a lot of things get conflated, right? And then a lot of things get watered down and downgraded because we think we can intermingle so many things. When in actuality, when we show love, reverence, and respect for certain words, certain verbiage, certain people, you wouldn't dare do it, right? You know?
Absolutely.
I was talking to somebody and I was like, hey, what if your husband say, when you at a business company cookout, right? He said, hey, this is my partner, Debbie. You'd be like, that's fine. Come on, right? Wife has reverence with it, right? So yeah, man. Zago, what you think, man? Any final thoughts?
Okay. So what do you have to be as a, what they call me, old head? So what type of old head you got to be for a YN to take heed to your message? Like what is required for somebody that's telling somebody based on experience, lived life, time, knowledge, reading stats, all kind of shit? What do you have to be for a young nigga to take heed to what you're saying? That's a vague question. I'm not trying to get no answer. That's just a part of the closing statement. So that being said, how many, and I think Aaron had brought it up earlier when he was asking, so how many of these YNs that we see jump on the panel or in the community or in the chat are actually taking heed to the messages other than just saying, these old niggas ain't saying shit. These old niggas want me to do different than what they did. These old niggas is hating. I don't really see anybody on the panel actually hating. I see people trying to tell, I see men trying to tell young men to do better, be better, and giving them actually ways to do it. And then that's one reason why I even respect you, Hamp, as well. You help me see like, okay, stop telling motherfuckers the broad statement and give them the A, B, C, D, give them the points to get to where they're trying to get or where you want them to be. Versus I used to always tell nigga, get in the gym. I don't do that no more. I break it down on what to do when you go there, how many times a week, macronutrients, etc. I try to give a little more in depth on that shit versus just saying do better, be better. So my point overall is I don't know how many of these YNs even won't help. Real shit. So like Fantastic said, a certain amount of these let me quit. I'm about to go on one. I've been drinking and shit. A certain amount of these young men, everybody can't be saved. And Hamp, you even said it. All men have never procreated, so everybody ain't gonna get a woman. And that's partially because you probably don't damn well deserve one. And I know the problems with women and all of that, but I'm speaking specifically to men because we had this situation today. Everybody don't deserve one. Straight up.
Damn. What you think? Oh, Lee about to have mad background noise. You can't say nothing.
Well, you said something, Hank?
No, I was saying you got any final thoughts?
Oh yeah, man. Put in work. The woman that you want is gonna be like Han said, it's gonna be something rare. So you got to be something rare. It's just simple math to me. I wish everybody a good night and stay blessed.
All right, bro. It's a fantastic.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to the YNs, man. Listen, I ain't nobody scared out here, man. Ain't nobody scared. It's just a new, you know what I'm saying? A new way of doing things, man. You old niggas, you unks and you old heads and all that other shit, man. Let them live, man. Let the young niggas live, man. Let them figure it out, man. Let them do it their way. All right. They ain't got to walk 13 miles in the snow. You know what I'm saying? Just a motherfucking, go get the newspaper or no shit like that. All right. Leave them alone.
Aaron, any final thoughts?
Yes, sir. I think this was a good build. Even the less desirable parts, I think that was just an opportunity to show by example how to deal with adversity, right? You've heard me say this before. One thing my dad always told me, where you are, I once was, and where I am, you have yet to be. So I know what you're dealing with. And I used to say, Dad, you don't, because if you did, you would understand what I'm saying and agree with me. So you can't possibly know. Looking back, he was right, but so was I. You're allowed to forget as an old man. But the thing about wisdom is that shit don't die. It only builds. The more you learn and the more you grow. It's how you apply it is what changes. How you apply it to your life. And that can differ between person to person. It doesn't really even have to do with age. It's just different. We're all individuals. But the wisdom can be sound. And that's what I tried to get the young brother to see today. And I hope he sees it. No ill will, right? No bad blood. I wish the brother success. I hope he does well. In fact, I need him to. Because he's going to carry the torch after my black ass is up off this rock, right? So at the end of the day, young brothers, have grace with us. Yeah, we can be old, set in our ways, because we've survived doing it away. Eventually, you'll see that surviving away, you get confident with it. So give us some grace. And old heads, realize these young brothers, we were there. We know what it is when you're smelling yourself. Your jewels just dropped. You got your teeth. They sharp. It is what it is, man. But we got to build this plane and get it to fucking flying, right?
That's a fact, though. Yeah, man. 100%. I think the key is, right, it's hard to tell a nigga, his way is wrong when he's seeing success in it, right? But I think oftentimes we fall a little bit short being older as not highlighting the things that really helped us, which are the failures and the losses. And we often wear our drawers and outside of our pants when the truth is that shit was hella hot water coming up and coming through the things that we've experienced and seen, And so I think just take heed in that, right? Oftentimes lead with the things that the failures, and then often you'll find common ground, right? Because the reason why they come to you for advice is because they're not doing well, right? So if you lead open with how well you're doing, where's the common ground? Do you become relatable at that point? I would argue that you don't, right? And so if they don't either see themselves in you or want to be who you are, it's going to be hard to make an impact.
Yeah.
And so oftentimes when we're looking up to the old heads, you was wishing you was in his shoes for whatever the reasons were. So I try to keep that in mind and say, hey, yo, this is that, but I fucked up here. And by the grace of the Most High, I'm here now.
Mm-hmm.
So when you credit things outside of yourself because you needed somebody to help you, hopefully people are lifting as they climb, and the Most High don't make no mistakes with you, right? So you put the plan in his hands and do the work he asked you to do, you'll be successful. But people be crediting themselves so much, people start to see through that, right? And then they get a lot of pushback. So that shit ain't easy, man. Ain't easy at all, But we trying though, man. And I appreciate OTC just that, right at that point where, a couple different brothers had to address them that I love and respect. We gotta make a different thing. And that's kind of often what happens. If people come at me, and I think a lot of brothers are like this, if they come at me, it's one thing. I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like I just handle. But then when you are around me, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Brother didn't even really deserve that, So, or not even deserve, like it's unnecessary, period. So hopefully we see him tomorrow, man.
Right.
Yo, man, be kind when you can. This was a hell of a show. I feel like we've been here longer, but we started late. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We had the regular time, really.
Hey, Ham, what you got going? You got something tomorrow afternoon, or you got something at night?
Afternoon, both. We got the POV and then the show and the risky midday with Sherelle. We got the damn. All right, Leslie. I would be telling Leslie he late, so now he keeps yeah. So one thing that we were gonna talk about last week, JT, but we were talking about the Kendrick thing with the kids, right? This one kind of goes into it, and it's like, damn, did we actually forget about the kids? Have we thought about the kids? And Sherelle actually introduced it, so we're gonna mine it out to see where that goes. So maybe this is a snapshot into it. Feel me?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
We shall see. While you off and all that, what you on vacation or something?
I don't go on vacation next week, man.
Word.
Yeah. I'm taking a long one this time, my guy.
That's what she said. So my I made a pivot with a particular company that I had, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I sold it, right? And I absorbed this position for Houston. And so I had stuff to do this weekend and the president emailed me, say, put PTO in or some shit. I called him immediately. I said, look, let me tell you something right now. That's not this. No, this is a merger. You understand? I had to nip that, bro. I had to nip it ASAP. Like, I didn't want you to think I could be in West Bubble. I could be anywhere at any time, right? Like, so I was like, no. You purchased this and everything that come with it, including the personalities and the modus operandi. Right? You didn't value it at this because I was because I don't take no days off. So I ain't about to put no days in either. You know, so that my eyes almost got watery. I should never, bro. So, nah, man.
So
Aaron with the 2000 hint, you owe us some scripture for. I know, man. I was traveling, bro. We're gonna get it popping. We get it maybe in a Discord or something. I'll put it together though, because I had a show I actually wanted to do too, but I just got interrupted. All right, man. Hey, man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man.
Word.
Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
We out.